City and the Betrayer. Red Origins Trilogy, Book 1. Written by Kendre Meeks. Digital narration powered by 11 Labs. Chapter 1. Even as Gerwalta trailed her eldest sister down from the keep, the silver in her had pooled and transformed, changing its contours with the whims of her mind. Though the outer bailey walls of Schloss WOLFRETTER would bar a werewolf's entry, the sword she'd visualized into being would be a critical weapon if the beast came looking for a fight. "West Gate and hurry," Helga directed. Gerwalta doubled her pace. Even lacking time in the field to intimately predict lupine nature, she deduced that a single wolf, alone and wearing his layman form, willingly approaching the sacred fortress of the House of Red, wasn't looking for a fight. Unless he wanted to die, in which case his wish would be granted forthwith. A short sword? Helga looked back over her youngest sibling's shoulder to inspect the armament she'd shaped. Explain your rationale. Why did all her sisters treat her as if she were still in training? Even her sole brother Maximilian criticized her, despite her natural superiority as a woman. Gerwalta had claimed her fire 6 months ago, under the light of the snow moon. She was a righteous hood now, blessed with the ability to wield silver and a recognized WOLFRETTER of the clan. Even if Helga was 10 years her senior, and the heir apparent to their mother, she was not matron yet. Tradition demanded Gerwalta show respect to her elders, even if said elders annoyed her with the constant reminder that she was the youngest. He comes alone in the form of a man. He does not bellow and he does not brood. Gerwalta had seen as much from the tower where she'd been tasked as the lookout when first he'd approached. He exhibits no signs of open hostility. His gait is steady, his mannerisms gentle, tentative even. He will speak gently, drawing us near. If a weapon is called for, the conflict will be in close proximity. The short sword will allow me lethal force with maximum maneuverability. Might you not raise tensions by bearing a weapon upon his arrival? Gerwalta pulled ahead of her sister, keeping the sword at her side. Speak not to me of tensions when a werewolf is at our hearth. The Schloss WOLFRETTER was a proper castle. If a small one, it did not have the moat her cousins in the Rhineland did. Given that the west wall sat precariously perched on the edge of a cliff high above the forest valley, how could it? The wolf must have sensed their approach as much as they recognized his presence halfway across the outer bailey, but he did not turn. What curious behavior, Gerwalta thought, to keep an eye on the woods and not to the enemy at your back. Wolf! Helga pushed her little sister aside, forcing Gerwalta to flank her. Speak and declare by what gull or gullibility have you come here uninvited? I wish to present a petition to the matron. Gerwalta clicked her tongue. Only the Königswolf may petition my mother. His body shook with silent laughter as he pivoted. Is that so? When his amused gaze met hers, Gerwalta realized that the supplicant did not need his fur to be a threat. Most wolves had dark features, but this one bucked that expectation. Blazing green eyes, and hair neither blonde nor brown, but a smattering of both. God had taken great effort in moulding the clay of his anatomy. Tone, lithe, long-limbed. He used his lupine eyes as weapons, letting them fall upon her figure. And what sharp blades they were. His stare pierced Gerwalta deep within, making her weapon hand slack. The sword sunk to her side, as did her hostilities. She'd been told some wolves could be devilishly handsome, but no one had said as handsome as the devil himself. His crooked grin melted her metal. An animal nature, raw and unrefined, that speaks to our own, the matron had said, adding, but never forget, they are the animals, and we, the masters. She'd expected ragged clothing, for the wolves of their territory were merely farmers, and didn't claim the wealth the WOLFRETTER did. His clothes, however, were quite fine, not made from exotic fabrics as her formal attire was, but still dignified. And they fit him nicely, ever so nicely. He is the Königswolf. Helga turned biting words on her younger sibling, forcing Gerwalta back to the moment. Though only recently so. You can be forgiven for not knowing, Fräulein. The king of the pack paid no mind to Helga, keeping his gaze fixed on Gerwalta. You must be fourth daughter, the one who does not come to the packlands. Helga ignored him in turn, also talking to Gerwalta. Notify the Castellan to raise the gate and send word to the matron that an official audience has been requested. And for the sake of St. Peter, stop staring at him, silly girl. There's no call to demean the child, Frau Helga, the wolf said, leaning into the iron bars of the castle gate. Let her look all she likes. It's only by accepting our ignorance that we can correct it, and the matron has chosen to let this child remain quite ignorant. Gerwalta sneered. All he had to do was open that pretty mouth to reveal his ugly inner nature. Keep your silence, wolf, lest I should be forced to make you whimper. The wolf's grin widened, setting Gerwalta's blood boiling. Ah, yes, there it was. Vanity, assumption, familiarity, all vices that wolves held in spades. Oh, he was dangerous, but he didn't need claws or teeth to be so. All he needed was that intoxicating, seductive smile. Silver was in no short supply here, nor was its acquisition difficult. While owning the mines had made the WOLFRETTER wealthy, it had not, as with others who dug at the veins, deformed them. The righteous needed no pick or axe to pull the ore from the earthen holds below ground. All she needed was her power, her awoken supernatural ability to wield the precious metal and command its obeisance. In Gerwalta's hand, a chunk of silver could become an arrowhead, a dagger, a needle, a shield. In this moment, as Helga's power fell over the metal grafted to her hands in the form of gauntlets, it could be used to form manacles. She held them up at eye level. You know our procedure. The wolf, taken aback but also visibly steeling himself, nodded. I do. And you agree? Mark my words, Frau Helga, I would not readily suffer such torture without need. The wolf presented his hands, fingers caked in dirt. I submit to your hold. The manacles again became liquid, pooling on Helga's open palm. As she pushed her hands through the grating of the iron gate, the metal began to siphon off, wrapping itself around the wolf's wrist. Searing flesh bubbled and baked. To his credit, the Königswolf merely winced, although the pain must have overwhelmed him. Even now, Gerwalta could see the tortured flesh under the metal-weeping blood. Gerwalta backwalked from her vantage point, wondering what in Christ's kingdom could provoke one of his kind to endure so excruciating torment. She, for one, would never be able to stomach it, and certainly never for the so-called privilege of being in the matron's presence. Chapter 2. Schloss WOLFRETTER had never fallen to a foe's attack. It was guarded from the world of man by a tightly woven forest lattice the laity called the Schwarzwald. Inside the Black Forest, the House of Red had built their fortress at the edge of a cliff, high above the valley floor. Only the west and south gates permitted entry, even the paths leading to those so narrow and treacherous. It was customary to tie blinders to the horses pulling the carts that would occasionally traverse the road lest they panic and fall off the trail as it clung to the edge of the mountain. In ancient times, a massive tree had grown on the cliff. It was said that under its branches the first Red Matron, Hlyn the Conqueror, slew the Königswolf croon, establishing the clan's dominion. The compound had grown around the tree, and even now, hundreds of years later, the base remained, carved to seat Hlyn's progeny. This throne, a twisting upheaval of wood and antler melded by metallic threads and embellishments, sat at the back of the third inner chamber. From it, Gerwalta Faust presided over both her family and the forest with a silver fist. The Red Matron, they said, never smiled but in private moments of pleasure and in the execution of slaughter. No exception would be granted for the wolf who grovelled before her now, pleased though she must be with such an act of obeisance. With a nod, First Daughter laid a hand on his human shoulder, forcing him to the ground. Andreas Baron. Frau Gerwalta Faust pronounced his name like a slur, as she had the several times they'd encountered each other since Andreas had risen as king. He thought it must please her that he should have to accost her here, in her own castle, surrounded by the trappings of her station, wearing the pelt of one of his ancestors. Speak. At the matron's command, Andreas touched his forehead with the fingers of his right hand before covering his chest and dotting the floor with his brow. He then lifted his head only enough to show his eyes. His rough voice bore witness to the pain induced by his silver manacles. I would make a petition, matron, if you would hear it. If I would hear it, she barked, bringing herself to the edge of her throne. Are you suggesting that I would be reticent in my duties as matron? Do you question my competence to rule your pack? His eyes cast downward as his palms flattened on the floor, leaving him fully prostrate. I did not mean to imply such. As you know, I am only in the 3rd moon of my kingship, and still unfamiliar with the ways of court. Please overlook any gaffe of protocol. You are on your knees, and that is a start. Look up, Königswolf. She waved a hand dismissively. Proceed. He did as commanded, bringing his bound hands up and steepling them into his chest. Blood from his veins, burned by silver, trickled down his forearms and soaked into his darkening sleeve. I request permission to leave the Schwarzwald, to reclaim one of my pack who left it last night. That brought the matron to the front of her throne. A rogue or an exile? I'm not certain, matron. Andreas shifted, shying his eyes away. As I said, I am still learning to properly wield my power as Königswolf. In anger, I neglected to recall how my words combined action. I cannot recall my exact wording if I gave an order for my brother to leave or merely suggested it. In any case, I could not intercede ere Stephen had departed. If I did command his departure, he'd be powerless to return unless I seek him out and remove the obligation of the edict. I must have my brother in my pack. You know his value to me. The matron gave a slow nod. Your pack's circumstance is not without remedy. We have discussed this. Why not wait for him to return? Brothers quarrel. Men take respites to let rows clear. Andreas rose enough to gently shrug his shoulders. I'm afraid it is more than that. You see, the reason we quarrelled was such. Stephen wishes to wed a member of the laity. Ordinarily, I would entertain such considerations, but the object of his desire is a member of the imperial court in some way. Exposing a bride of status to our world comes with consequences. I fear that he has set out in some rueful attempt to claim her, against my wishes. The wolf licked his lips before adding, The moon grows fuller by the night. The matron's skin went white. He would reveal our kind to the world, to man, church, and emperor. I know your veiled interactions with the court are of great import to your wealth and power. I say this not to judge. I merely wish to acknowledge that his retrieval is critical for both the prosperity of your clan and the sanctity of my pack. Not to mention for the continued secrecy of our kind. Andreas had never seen the matron so red-faced. So newly a king, and already you have let lambs go astray. It puts your leadership in question, Herr Baron. Even that you allowed your own kin to become entwined with a laywoman. That sin falls to my predecessor. Heat fringed the edges of his words as he dared cut off the matron. Realizing his mistake, he resumed grovelling. Apologies, but we agree in this. I beg, permit me leave to pursue Stephen and retrieve him. I vow that I shall return with my scoundrel of a brother forthwith, and that he shall be immediately mated on my orders to one who will anchor him to the pack. The matron fanned a silver coin through her fingers. Where had it come from? Her command, of course. Moments before, it had been a ring on her finger. And if your brother proves to be beyond your reach? The wolf faltered, losing 3 shades of colour. I shall do what's needed. Really? Amusement made the matron's tone suddenly light. You would kill your own brother. Even if you think you mean that, I do not believe you capable when nip comes to bite. Your words failed to deter him. Why would your more be any different? If the good of my pack must come before the viability of my bloodline, then it must. Would you not do the same, matron? To secure your clan, would you not shed your own blood? That comment brought the matron to her feet, a sudden burst of movement that made the Königswolf flinch. But it was not to attack that she rose, but to draw attention to her family's presence. Helga. The matron descended from her dais, brushing the cheek of each of her children in turn. Gretchen, Zelda, Maximilian. She pulled back just enough to abstain from touching the youngest. Gerwalta, my 5 children are like the fingers of the hand which clutches my sword. Should one become diseased? She paused, lacing the fingers of her hand around the youngest offspring's throat, squeezing just enough to make Gerwalta flinch. It would grieve me, but yes. Andreas couldn't believe his eyes or his ears. Nor did it seem could 4th daughter, whose anger flushed her cheeks as she lashed her head aside. The Königswolf became heartsick when he thought it may be his fate to end his own brother, but his brother was responsible for his own downfall. But to end one's own child? And they considered him the animal? The moment passed and the matron turned again on the supplicant. "Is your second prepared to mind your pack until your return?" "Yes, matron. Angza is a capable wolf who believes in firm discipline. He can be counted on to keep peace." "He must, or I will dispatch him without consultation," the matron assured. "You are right insofar as saying your brother's revelations would affect us both. Thus, I too have a vested interest in either his return or his destruction. I will grant your request to seek him, under the condition that one of my clan accompany your journey." Silver slicked over the weapon hand of many a WOLFRETTER as a growl curdled in the wolf's throat. His mouth bore witness to his condition, his teeth growing long and pointed. "I do not require a minder, I am Königswolf." The matron descended upon him with bladed fingertips crowned in silver. She pulled back a hand before letting it fly forward, the metal burning marks into the wolf's cheek. "This is my condition. Accept it, or I will send 2 of my clan in your stead, with orders to kill on sight. If you want a chance to save him, you will take what I offer." To his credit, Andreas did not whimper. With eyes closed, he ate the pain. Frau Helga and Frau Zelda know Stephen's face best. Helga is with child, she cannot leave the forest. The matron turned back to the dais, where each of her brood remained in quiet obeisance. "Gerwalta will accompany you." Andreas sneered. "She is but a child." Each of matron's fingers cracked as she shook her fist with each word. "She is young but righteous nonetheless, and my own blood. Though she lacks experience in overseeing your pack, she is a capable warrior. Should retrieving your brother prove troublesome, she will dispatch him post-haste. Prepare yourself, then. You leave at sunrise." Chapter 3. This is preposterous. Away from court, where cousins visiting WOLFRETTER of other clans, the families of her siblings, and select trusted laity always lurked with open eyes and contagious tongues, Gerwalta could share with her mother her exact thoughts. What do we care if one wolf has gone chasing after a lay maiden? The youngest Faust bemoaned. When full moon comes, he will take his wolf, ravage whatever poor village or hamlet he finds himself in, and be killed for his misdeeds post-haste. The problem solves itself. And let innocent laity die? Gunda dropped a few more pfennige into the purse at her daughter's waist, before tucking the pouch of coins behind the dark green folds of skirting. She'd travel with silver, of course, but the lower denomination could be used to avoid attention. "The primary reason for our existence is to protect them from the wolves. I would have dispatched one of your sisters upon learning of Stephen Baron's intention for that reason alone, even if Andreas had not sought to retrieve him. And that is the primary mission you are to undertake, protect the laity." "Primary?" Gerwalta repeated the word as though having just learned it. "What other task would merit this journey? You heard the Königswolf, Stephen's beloved travels with the imperial court. Mayhap your travels will take you into the sphere of power, where I would have you. Listen." Gerwalta narrowed her eyes on her mother. "For what?" "For some indication of why favour has turned from us." Incredulity crept into Gerwalta's tone. "Who else besides us could supply the crown with silver at such low cost, or match our craftsmanship?" Gunda sharpened her gaze, giving her youngest the kind of drawn-out silence that demanded her to reassess her conclusion. Gerwalta combed memory, myth, and the moment for evidence that could weigh against her supposition. "Precisely the question to ask, daughter." The matron let her chin dip once. The Ottomans may have let Vienna slip through their fingers, but their campaign brought more than laymen soldiers to the empire's borders. When the Grand Turk withdrew, his remaining footprints filled with the consequences of his quest. But you couldn't possibly believe the Emperor's court would conduct business with the House of Black, or vampires even. Her mother nodded. "But they are Saracens. How could the Holy Roman Emperor, the great defender of the Church, favour Muslims over Christian subjects? Prophets change men's allegiances faster than God's, but that is not what's bothering me. What I wish to know," Gunda paused, examining the silver bands that encircled her wrists, "is what the Black Hoods are trying to achieve by selling cheap silver to the crown. If they are merely raising funds to return home, let them make haste. If they are settling in with intent to settle west, well then, we'll need to plan accordingly. This is why I chose you to be my emissary on this mission. Even though your experience with lupines is limited, your training in laity court procedures and politics is more thorough than your sister's. You are my progeny. You will always be a WOLFRETTER first, but what I need on this mission is a daughter who can spin intrigues as well as silver. Then you would like me to let Stephen Baron make it as far as court? Just be certain he is not there come full moon, said Matron to confirm. As soon as he's made it far enough to provide an excuse for visiting the Emperor's court, do away with the lone wolf. Keep up the illusion that you are merely an overseer. For the moment, Andreas Baron understands we are using this crisis to our advantage. He will either turn on you or turn away from you. Neither serves our purposes. The young hood bowed, the grin carved by pride barely hidden. Understood. Good. Keep your wits about you. Never let that wolf from your sight, and do not hesitate to strike him or his brother down should they pose a danger. Chapter 4. They left at dawn, at an hour in which both would rather have taken to their beds than dragged themselves away from home. Gerwalta hoped her brother was right. As a man, Maximilian was often called upon to conduct the family's business with the laity, a vulgar race who thought women the weaker sex. As such, Max often had to adapt the rhythm of his duties today. Sleeping at night and waking with the sun instead of the moon, he'd said to her as he helped Gerwalta pack her sack. It feels wrong, but after a day or two one learns to tolerate it. Halfway through the sun's arc across the sky on this first day, doubts festered. Gerwalta prided herself on her dutifulness. She would not let the Königswolf from her sight. She did wish, however, that Herr Baron would slow down. As was custom among WOLFRETTER, Gerwalta tracked the wolf from the safety of the treetops. She nimbly leapt from oak to pine, trailing the wolf, but keeping him in sight. He drove forward with a veracity that had her weaving through branches like a needle through cloth to keep a pace. His stamina. Where did he get it? It might be easier to walk on the rope beside him, but Gerwalta didn't feel it proper, acting as though the wolf were her equal. Nonetheless, when Herr Baron paused to rest shortly past midday, she almost wished to thank him. Was he oblivious to her observation from the branches above, or indifferent to it? Her body tingled with the innate gift of her kind, the sense of knowing when a lupine was near. Did wolves have the same ability? How had it never occurred to her to ask that? You'll have a difficult time as we descend into the next valley. His sudden words drew her from her reverie. By whatever means, he at least knew she was within earshot, it seemed. She sat down on a branch. I will endure. Not up there, scurrying like a squirrel in pursuit. The trees are younger farther on, unlikely to bear even your graceful form. Her form's bearing on the trees was hardly the issue, but he need not know the particulars of why. Not even her own mother had been able to learn that piece of knowledge, and Gerwalta well intended that the matron should never become aware of the secret her daughter hid. Herr Baron settled onto a large boulder, making a show of unpacking his food stores. He ripped into a hunk of bread. She smelled cheese too, if she wasn't mistaken, his jaw working hard to consume what even now must be beginning to lose its freshness. Do you think, Fräulein, that I am merely waiting until we are a goodly distance from Schloss Wolfsretter to turn and rip you, limb from limb? I assure you, I haven't the slightest intention. Not to mention, it is midday. I am never weaker in the passage of time, so why not come down? Do you think that you can command my presence and I'll obey? I will never command anything of you, he said. An honourable wolf does no such thing. He offers what he is happy to give. Even if you are a Wolfsretter and in any other situation, I wouldn't be concerned at all with the way you go about doing things. Walk all the way to Ulster on your hands and wearing a bell for all I care. But you were tasked with accompanying me, and I know you obey your matron like my wolves obey my order. A poor comparison, Gerwalta said, given our quest. The jibe dented his demeanour, and she observed with glee as Herr Baron grimaced. Nonetheless, he pressed on. If I attempt to escape you, it will have ramifications for my pack. We are stuck together on this sojourn, no matter that either of us would under any other circumstances eat a salad of hemlock than spend time together. I must make haste to retrieve Stephen as quickly as possible. which means that you also must make haste to keep up with me. Since I'm obligated to stay on 2 feet, not 4, the road delivers us to my brother fastest. Already I have slowed too much to allow you to keep a pacey jumping from tree to tree, but no more. Please come down, partake of your stocks, and rest. We'll be underway again soon enough. You have my word, I will not attempt to harm you. She dropped from the trees in a squat, her cloak pooling around her, a length of 2 clafters separating them. As a wolf, he could have crossed the distance in 2 bounds. As a man, he'd first have to struggle to his feet, giving her time to leap away should he try. A sword can always injure even when it is rusty. His amused smile annoyed her. Is that what you think of me? Nothing more than a warmonger? You are a wolf. I am a man. You are both, she snapped, rising to her feet. And a man, while less deadly, may be of no better intent. Speak from experience? He dusted the last crumbs of his meal from his lap. You seem so young to have felt the pain of a man's deception. I have encountered as yet no man who would dare deceive me. Ire bit into Gerwalta's words, and she knew from countless lessons that one must keep emotions in check when dealing with a wolf. I would not flaunt seniority over me when you have little ground to claim it. The number of moons between us may compare, but I am a Königswolf, and you, merely a 4th daughter. As he stood raising a hand, she took a step back. Only after a moment did she realize he held a skin of water. Hers had run out earlier in the morning, and so intent was she on keeping up with him that she hadn't had an opportunity to deviate from the road to replenish it as yet. Go on, drink, he encouraged, raising the skin higher. You're far too loud when you move, and you lack grace when you jump. She made to spit back his venom in kind, but he cut her off. I do not criticize to spite you. I mean only that it causes you to lose strength too fast. I can hear how breathless you've been, hopping from tree to remain both hidden and in position at once. The tactic is a good policy when pursuing a wolf in a limited space. It does not adapt well to sustained, long road journeys. You've not imbibed in nearly an hour. You must be parched. How infuriatingly presumptive he was. As I said, I will endure. You will fall ill, Andreas retorted. And if I miss an opportunity to save my brother because I had to stop and nurse you back to health, I would ally with your mother in her anger. Drink, and when we start again, save your energy by walking with me. Your mother bade mind me, but she did not say it had to be done covertly. That is an improvisation of your own design. The speed with which she snatched the skin from his hand must have shocked him. Herr Baron's eyes widened with wonderment as she tipped the vessel and poured the water down her throat. Gerwalta had only begun to ease her posture when he spoke again. Remove your cloak. Gerwalta lowered the water skin to find his hungry eyes focused on her throat, where a rivulet of water, having overflowed her mouth, trickled into the fabric of her dressings. How dare you? By my fang, are all WOLFRETTER as vain as you? The wolf shut his eyes, exhaling. Your cloak is shockingly red, and the common laity do not wear such brightly coloured cloth. You will give yourself away as a wealthy woman, and they will conspire to rob you. I am a wealthy woman, and you speak as though any layman could get the better of me. I am quite certain they could not, but here, young ladies, at least those of proper learning and some social standing, do not conjure silver spears and impale those attempting to take advantage of them. Andreas pulled the skin from her hands and tucked it back into his satchel. Remove the cloak for my sake, if not yours. We can hide it in your sack, or if that proves insufficient, we can... Oh my. The wolf's words died in his throat as Gerwalta's red cloak turned to dust and flitted to the ground. Even a mythic beast, as he was, as they both were, he marvelled. You simply made it disappear. Gerwalta inspected herself for defects before cawing a laugh. Do not tell me you were unaware of our ability. Should I have been, would I be in such awe? He ventured closer, hunting for evidence of what had been there moments before, and trying not to make her flinch. No good. 3 steps had her pulling back. Can all WOLFRETTER do this? Only the righteous, and I do not know why it should surprise you. Do not you conceal fang and fur in the light of day? As is evident, Fräulein. Andreas held out his arms wide, calling far too much attention to a body she shouldn't appreciate so much. Can you make all your clothing disappear? He barely managed to step back in time to avoid her smack, holding out his hands in supplication. That came out wrong. My apologies. Only, witnessing such craft does birth several questions to a curious mind. She paused a moment as though weighing her next words. She knew the fundamentals of her kind's practices, and by consequence, many facts about lupines. Still, as the youngest child of a fearsome matron, her curiosity had never been encouraged. Perhaps Herr Baron would prove a more willing tutor than her older siblings. I, too, have questions. His frame eased. I would attempt to answer them if I can. She couldn't stop her grin. First, why have you not taken your wolf for this journey? Do you not recall the matron bade me travel as would a layman? She said to sleep in times as would they? That interpretation is an improvisation on your part. She didn't like to admit that a thrill ran through her when, turning his own words back on him, the wolf grinned. Surely you would travel much faster as wolf, Gerwalta continued. Recall the farms we passed in the last valley. He pointed back up the road they'd travelled. No doubt word has reached you, as it has my pack, of the recent attacks on livestock in this valley. Natural wolves, of course, all my pack except my brother are accounted for, and he could not have done so much damage and in so little time. No, Fräulein. A farmer out this way would see a wolf in the light of day, as no welcome thing, and as full moon approaches, I do not know that I would resist. But you are a farmer. A line creased between his eyes. Indeed. And what of it? Well, I mean, how is it that you do not slaughter your stock when in the throes of your animal nature? And how do the animals you keep not bolt from your presence? I can smell your wolf nature even now. Surely the pigs can too. I'm certain they do. A smile grew across his face as he placed a blade of grass nipped from the ground between his teeth to gnaw. But our animals are reared knowing our scent. Can I say for certain whether or not they are confused by my two forms? I don't know. But as we make no vicious movements on what we depend on for our civil existence, they pay us no mind. We slaughter no more of them than do any farmers. They have no special need to fear us either as laymen or wolves. That still left her to wonder. But on a full moon night... A scowl flashed across his face as he offered her bread. No, not then. When the moon is full, we barely recognise ourselves for what we truly are. Gerwalta took a step closer, broke off a small piece from the loaf for herself, and gave the remainder back. Lupines? Herr Baron shook his head. Men, Fräulein. We begin and we end as men. Spinning, he took to the road with a vigour that forced her feet to move swift in time. A fact I dearly hope that Stephen recalls. Chapter 5. She slowed him down, and it was becoming annoying. When Gerwalta Faust had given Andreas permission to leave the forest and chase after Stephen, he wondered if his predecessor's condemnations of the matron had been misguided. If she could so easily grant a petition that took not only a wolf, but the Königswolf himself. Out of her jurisdiction, surely she was a woman of civility, or, at the very least, practicality. But when the proviso of an escort had been added, and who that escort was, Andreas knew that Gerwalta Faust was the type of matron to add insult to injury and sell it as a blessing. Fourth daughter to the matron was a position no WOLFRETTER would envy. Gerwalta Faust had never even been out the packlands, let alone been trusted to police any of his pack. Certainly she would have trained in combat, and being righteous she'd have control over silver, but the role of a fourth daughter was primarily diplomatic and, for lack of a better term, domestic. The youngest Faust was hardly better than one of Andreas's breeding sows. She'd be married off to an ally or potential enemy soon enough, likely a distant cousin who'd assure the red bloodline wouldn't dilute. There her role would be to procreate and to listen. Forget love, WOLFRETTER didn't consider matters of the heart in their matchings. While lupine pairings could have political aims, at least the mating bond assured that the relationship between husband and wife was one of joy. Fräulein Faust's future was one of disregard, utility, and indifference. It almost made him feel sorry for her. Then again, she was trudging along at such an intolerable pace. Are you ill, Fräulein? Andreas spoke over his shoulder. Gerwalta stopped and stood straight, with a rod of indignation running up her backside, as his mother would have said. Of course not. Andreas stopped, turned on heel, and struggled to keep his voice tempered. The last thing he wanted to do was suggest to this untested WOLFRETTER that he had any bad intentions where she was concerned. Each of your sisters, even your brother, can keep a pace of me even on a full moon night. Being of the same bloodline and education, I would think your capabilities equitable. Yet here we are, 2 days into our journey, and you appear to be slowing, though we walk down a well-worn road, not careening about pines and rocks all around the Schwarzwald. Conflict warred in her features as though she were equally relieved and insulted that he should broach the subject. Finally, after a moment, the lines around her jaw loosened, and she let her arms fall to her sides. There is some matter of my boots. He eyeballed the fine craftsman work she wore. That he could afford such a thing. I? Gerwalta grimaced. They were made only last week, and not yet broken in a manner befitting a long journey. He took 2 steps nearer, pleased to see she did not retreat this time. Are you telling me, Fräulein, that your boots have not been conditioned? That if you need not trudge in them, you may speed your feet? It is not my mother's intention that I should be fielded. What a... Folly, Wolf, folly. You put me down this instant. Her tiny fists could sure pack a wallop. Light of training or no, her blows landed on his back with the full ferocity of her breed. If she had intended him mortal harm, his back would well be broken. As it stood, he'd be black and blue from this temper tantrum of hers, but the amusement he drew from swooping up the WOLFRETTER and throwing her over his shoulder balanced out his pain. Fräulein, I am doing what I can to hurry along our journey. We both wish it over as soon as can be had. If you do not release me, your journey will be at an end. How dare you manhandle a Faust? Have you no interest in seeing out this task with haste? Of course, but... She huffed when he put her back to her feet over the rise of the next hill. Before she could manage to make meat of their face-off, he drew her attention to the sight laid out in the valley below them. Do you see the village? The confusion of such a question turned her from her ire. My eyes are every bit as good as yours in the day. True, if annoying to think they were equals in any way. We are at the edge of the forest now. Up until this time I have been able to follow Stephen's scent. She blinked. But he was 2 days ahead of us. Andreas drew his eyebrows up high. Have you not detected his scent ere we've travelled? Or is your nose not as good as mine, day or no? Gerwalta's eyes closed as she inhaled, pulling the aromas of the glade deep into her lungs. Her tongue clicked the top of her mouth as though she was sampling a taste. And Andreas wondered if his wager, placed on his good humour that he could give her arrogance a comeuppance, might not pay out after all. Then the WOLFRETTER's eyes flew open. Gerwalta huffed as her muscles went taut. There is no scent of lupine here, other than yours, which turns my stomach. Andreas grinned. Oh, he was enjoying her anger a little too much. If you are doing this to mock me, then... He pressed a finger to her lips, stilling her rebuke. It was only idle curiosity, Fräulein. It is not often I am able to communicate so intimately with one of your kind. I'm eager to partake what lessons I can. Nothing intimate shall pass between us. She bore her teeth, and in doing so, forced a curl of confusion over the Königswolf. Except, perhaps, a blade. Injured pride is hardly a slay-worthy offence. Andreas dropped his hand and reclaimed his thoughts. In any case, his trail here ends. Stephen didn't proceed on foot from here. Either he begged a ride on someone's cart or was provided with a horse. So close to the village. He saw the threads of theory weave behind her eyes. If his stamina is anything akin to yours, it seems unlikely he'd waste good coin to secure a ride for such a short distance. My thoughts as well. The WOLFRETTER balanced her chin on a fisted paw. Whoever provided him assistance must have been expecting him. Someone with an interest in encountering him before he made it as far as the village. Though, to what end? Stephen was my middleman for brokering the pack's goods to market. He may have had contacts in a town such as this, friends willing to offer him a night's rest. But who? At some point he must have tread ground again, but even such a small village has many possibilities. I'll need to scratch around a little, and that will take time. As you cannot help with this, I propose we find an inn for you. Maybe you'll be more quick-footed with a few hours' rest." She ground those very same teeth, but he could also see the battle behind her eyes. She was tired, and accustomed to sleeping in luxuries of which he could never dream. The past 2 nights they'd bedded in the cradle of nature. The thought of a proper bed on which to rest her weary body must be far too tempting. Gerwalta's eyes dropped to the ground. If we must. She remained tight-lipped after that, until outside the village's small inn, Andreas paused, leaning down to a boy of perhaps 8 or 10 years, engaged in some sort of game involving sticks and rocks. "Have you labour to offer, child?" The brown-haired boy popped up at that, rubbing a sleeve over his besmirched forehead. "Yes, sir. I can carry messages, I can tend horses, I can even see to provisions, such as Unsbach can offer." The Königswolf drew a pfennig from a sack tied at his waist, before depositing it in the wee lad's hand. "You'll wear the lady's boots and walk about town in them." "He'll what?" Gerwalta's indignation returned, and with it the increase of both pitch and volume in her voice. "I am not giving such quality leather over to a village pauper. These boots came all the way from Mainz." "Unfortunately, not on someone's feet, or we'd not have this problem." He pushed Fräulein Faust into a chair that sat outside the inn. "Off with them. When we continue, I'll not have your sore feet slowing us down any more." She hesitated only a moment more, finally letting go of her objections for practical truths. "It will hurt his feet, though," Fräulein Faust said, pulling off first the left and then the right boot. "And they'll come up over his knees. How will he walk?" So concerned with the comfort of the laity now. They could use that word here with freedom, at least, for the wealthy were known to refer to the common folk that way at times. "I am concerned for any creature that undertakes a discomfort in my stead. It gives me a certain level of responsibility to return the gesture in kind." Andreas disguised his smile with a quick turn, proffered boots in hand. The boy put them on post-haste. Indeed, the result was comical, but as he trudged off to keep up his end of the transaction, Andreas knew it had been a wise decision. "Then you give him the additional pfennig from your purse ere he returns." By the time Herr Baron returned to the inn and Gerwalta sensed his approach, the sun had already given up the sky. In his absence, her lack of utility burned soft embers, every hour left useless adding fuel. A short tarry, he'd said. It had been an entire day, and then some. By the time the lupine passed into the room he'd arranged for her, Gerwalta burned as red as her hidden cloak. "Where in the Lord's Green Kingdom have you been?" The irritation crashed into him, actually making Herr Baron step back. The Königswolf, however, proved capable of reciprocity. He dropped the bag lugged over his shoulder to the floor and let loose his reproof. "Where do you suppose? I've been sniffing every alley and byway, tracing Stephen's trek, while I've graciously allowed you to rest your delicate frame here. And all on my pfennig." Gerwalta pushed herself off the bed and grabbed the bag of coins normally tied at her waist. "As if I could not have paid." "No, you could not have, for you are a woman." Red became molten. "How dare you?" His massive hand pressed against her mouth, silencing her as he negotiated the closure of the door with his foot. She should have drawn the silver grafted to her torso out and conjured a blade, but injuring the wolf would have caused the same difficulty he must have been seeking to avoid now: unwanted attention. Instead, Gerwalta recognized the need for diplomatic engagement, instead of more violent pursuits. She closed her mouth and softened her repose. When Herr Baron seemed certain she wouldn't bite, he lowered both his hand and his voice. "We are no longer in the Schwarzwald and the dominion of Schloss WOLFRETTER, Fräulein. This is the world of the laity, and here, a woman of good social standing does not let a room at an inn with a man in tow, unless she is a very certain kind of woman and he a very general sort of man." Thinking out the implications, she realized what it must mean. "How precisely did you put our names to the register, then?" He grinned. "Mr. Wolf and wife." When she burst out laughing, Gerwalta wasn't sure if it was because the idea of a lupine and a WOLFRETTER was so ridiculous, or that the false name he'd given hardly did much service in obfuscating his nature. Confusion stood between them for only a moment, before Herr Baron threw back his head and joined her. "Now that cooler heads have prevailed," Andreas continued, "I would tell you of my findings." He held out a hand to her. "Are you hungry?" She hesitated a moment, staring at his fingers as though they might nip her. But then a brilliant thought struck her that if plied with ale, the wolf may dispel the ways of his kind to her more freely. Quite. Gerwalta slid her hand out from her customary leather gloves and gave her bare fingers to the wolf, allowing him to pull her toward the door. Feed your wife well, Herr Wolf. A WOLFRETTER left unsated is a dangerous thing. Gerwalta had not the keen ears of her foe, but they still bested those of the laity. She didn't miss, therefore, how Herr Baron's pulse quizzically quickened, nor miss the darkness in his eyes when he turned back to her. A queer pulse emanated from her belly into the sacred parts of her frame, a longing to tighten her grip on his fingers that didn't have a rational purpose. Even without the ability to see herself, she knew her innate powers had been called upon, and didn't doubt that her eyes gave off their faint silver gleam. Herr Königswolf, if I have offended you in saying something foolish— No. He shook his head, crossed to the door and opened it. You said nothing wrong. I only listened erroneously. He looked at her feet then, as they stepped into the hall. The boy returned your boots already. Yes, though do you know what that clever boy did? He closed their chamber door behind him and pulled alongside her. No, what? He filled them with hay and put them on a cow. I had decided to be angry with him, but the hay absorbed the odour, and the boots are now so much more comfortable. It was a brilliant idea, Herr Wolf. He grinned at her on the end of his arm. I shall mark this day in my memory of when I received a compliment from one of your kind. And the pfennig? He continued. Did you give him one, or should I find him out and pay up? I gave him 2. He gave her a sideways glance. 2? Why? Well, the rate, I figured, was for a pair of feet, and 3 pairs ended up involved in the transaction. He seemed most pleased. Herr Baron turned his beaming gaze to the ceiling. No doubt. The innkeeper greeted them with a loaded smile, one Gerwalta read easily. He saw them as newlyweds, lovers who had no doubt just come from their marriage bed to catch a nibble. Gerwalta found herself blushing despite having no cause. Their host stayed only long enough to tell them what the larder could offer, and to receive their request, then skittered off. Within moments of their food being set before them, all the awkward spirits drifted away. Both made do with stew and crusty brown bread, grumbling even as they did that fresh meat would have been the best salve for 2.5 days on the road. So your search for the trail? Gerwalta asked when again she felt they could speak with some measured liberty. The other patrons of the inn, likely weary from a full day spent travelling, took to their beds, leaving them alone by the fire. Was it successful? He waved a hand dismissively through the air. I found his scent in a few places, but only a step or 2, as though he avoided touching anything except when unavoidable. Likewise, I could find no trace of his scent on any path leaving town. Either he's still here, which he is not, as I would be able to sense and smell him, or he found a way to mask his trail when he departed as well. She looked to the empty bones of the fish still sitting on someone else's table. How likely is that? If he is travelling by coach or by horse, not difficult. Herr Baron paused to draw a drink. But it still prompts questions. In whose coach, or by what horse? I suspect we'd find his scent further up the road if we were to investigate, but there is rain tomorrow. It will wash away any evidence of his footfalls in short order. We wolves will ride short times in a cart or mounted, but it's against our nature. We are compelled to stalk ground before too long. So water can mask a scent. There was a piece of knowledge that had not been passed to her. Gerwalta pointed to his left. Where do you suppose the innkeeper acquired such fresh fish? I'd imagine from the local fishmonger. The wolf chuffed at her seemingly distracting question. After all, there is a river that runs through town and— The realization made his eyes bright. The river. Gerwalta grinned. He must have taken a boat, mayhap specifically because he knew you'd be tracking him. Andreas muttered an oath. I don't know which disturbs me more, Fräulein. Your summation of my brother's actions, or the smile you get when you've figured out the logic of a wolf. I may have little experience in policing your pack, but I am well educated in lupine nature, Gerwalta continued, almost believing she spoke the truth. The only question that remains then is, once he reached the river, did he head east or west? East. The quickness and surety in his voice left no room for doubt. I overheard someone speak of it today. The Imperial Court is on the move again. Many of his retinue having passed this way not too long ago en route to Nuremberg. His lady love travels with the court, so shall he pursue them. The quickest way for us to catch him up is to travel the same way. We'll not catch a boat this night. Gerwalta stood dawdling over to a basin to wash her hands. We'll need to wait until morning. After being about all day, you'll have want of rest, even if the moon has risen. My inner wolf wishes to say he can endure, but our journey is long and pride will not speed it. Herr Baron, too, took to his feet. I would say that you should make use of the night for your own purposes, but again here, among the laity, I wonder what that might not suggest. She shook the water from her hands and the notion from the air. No, I'll remain in the room. My mind can find occupation, even when my body cannot. Chapter 6. The innkeeper could have signed his own execution papers. When they'd set off on this trip, Andreas had no doubts about the troubles travelling with a WOLFRETTER would bring, the least of which was normalising the intrinsic feeling of her proximity. The pull in the base of his stomach when one of her kind neared was born of an ancient power meant to warn a wolf of danger. The longer he kept company with Gerwalta Faust, the more he feared the familiarity and failed to feel compelled by the immediate threat she represented to flee. One thing he had not anticipated, however, was the need to defend the lady's honour. As the innkeeper took Andreas's coin to settle for the extension of their room, the scent of the man's arousal setting eyes upon the young WOLFRETTER, coupled with honeyed eyes, and a whispered suggestion of how the blankets could be removed if Andreas had a better way of warming himself through the night, put the Königswolf on edge of taking his fur. How easy it would be to rip away the man's throat, but then, how would killing this layman help him find Stephen? Despite it only being a few hours past sunset, a time in which he should have either taken his wolf or passed a good meal with his pack, all Andreas wanted to do when they'd managed to return to their room was lay his weary body down and sleep. Fräulein Faust closed the door behind them. You can use the bed. I will tarry on the floor. That is very kind of you, Fräulein. He placed the candle on the nightstand and went to work divesting his feet of boots before taking off his jacket and pulling his shirt over his head. He'd just managed to pull off his belt when he felt the weight of her stare. Andreas looked up to find Fräulein Faust glaring at him, gap-jawed. He paused, his hand clutching the brass belt loop. Is something a matter? You are... Words failed her, as did her hand a moment later when it dropped from pointing at him to her side. Oh dear. A bashful WOLFRETTER. Who would have thought it possible? I am a wolf, he said as plainly as he could, hoping to inspire her indifference. And I sleep as such. You would know it if you stayed closer when we slept the last 2 nights. I know, that is, I don't know. Of course not. How could I know your manner of sleeping? But what I mean to say is... Gerwalta tapped her tongue to the roof of her mouth. You are... undressing. Though he couldn't understand why, he blushed. Of course I am, else I would turn all my clothing to threads when I shifted to fur. Surely you know this is a preference, wherever possible, to remove our clothing peacefully before we take our fur. What happened to your claim to be so well learned on the nature of wolves? Gerwalta continued to stumble for words. I suppose I must have known, only I never thought through the implications. I've never seen a naked man before. He actually laughed as he finished off his belt and let his trousers fall, leaving him in nothing but his skivvies. I assure you we are nothing to marvel at. The lupine form is much more refined. The male layman body is quite silly. Her eyes glowed silver and caught the candlelight as she looked everywhere but at him. I wouldn't say it's entirely silly. How foolish of him to demean the fact that her kind would never know the grace and joy of being in a wolf form. Still, he had a right to his prerogatives. This is the only pair of underclothes I have with me on this trip, and I've no intention of rending them simply for you to retain your innocent eye. Look or do not. I honestly do not care. Her mouth fell open and her gaze became unfocused. A moment later, Fräulein Faust broke from her reverie. Perhaps if you'd allow me a moment to blow out the candle. We both know you don't need candlelight to see me this close in a darkened room. But you will be less distinct that way. Her hands laced over her eyes, and for the first time, a Wolfsretter beseeched him for kindness. Please, Herr Baron, being here with you is already peculiar enough to my senses. Do not upset my sensibilities as well. He did not blow out the candle, but what he did do was nearly as compromising. If she was not to sleep, she had no need of the bedclothes. The wolf pulled off the coverlet from the mattress and made himself a cover-up, tucking the loose end of the linen in at his hip bone, before sliding off his underthings effectively out of view. Open your eyes, I'm quite proper. She did, and the look she gave him when her eyes fell upon him. Silver did not capture the brilliance with which they'd shone. All Wolfsretter eyes were capable of glowing, but as brightly as this. Andreas changed his mind. Swiping the candle off the table, he blew it out and collapsed to the floor. He should take his wolf, he'd be more comfortable. But as the darkness fell and Gerwalta shimmied onto the bed to find her comfort, he hesitated. Why? Was it because he'd wished she'd still talk with him, and he could not answer her in a way she'd understand if he were in his wolf? If so, he refused to acknowledge the irrational hope. After several silent moments on the edge of sleep, her voice recalled him. You must love your brother very much to tolerate me with such kindness. Despite what I predicted, your presence is not nearly as intolerable as I feared it may be. He smiled despite himself. I do love my brother, but there is more riding on his return than familial and pack obligation. I need to keep him from wasting his mating bond on a laywoman. But if he loves her without the bond, is a Wolfsretter suggesting the validity of a love match? Andreas rolled over, catching the Fräulein watching him through the dark. I do not doubt his heart, but he and I are the last of our line. If the blood of my Königswolf heritage is to endure, he must take a proper mate. There she found a hold in which to needle an argument. Or you could be the one to take a mate. Aren't you already of an age that you should? I'm only months into my rule, Fräulein, but rest assured I will, Andreas returned, rolling over. Just as soon as I find a she-wolf worthy. Are the females of your pack so inferior? No. The answer was as certain as it was sudden. Do not misunderstand. I am not saying that they lack in any way, nor that they would not make good mates to any wolf. I, however, sense a change in the winds. The age of war passes, and age of reason approaches. I wish a wife who shares in that understanding. Her head dipped. The age of war will never pass until the minds of men are stronger than their desires for power. Precisely. Andreas wondered if her eyes widened at his concurrence. Until they become more like a lupine. This is our existence and always has been. The animal battles to dominate our rational human mind, but we are its master. After a few minutes of silence, no doubt in which she ruminated a retort to reframe lupines as the barbaric, godless creatures she knew they must be, Andreas supposed she had fallen asleep after all. Instead, when she rolled over and spoke again, her words reflected rumination on another matter. Will you want to fall in love with her first, or just decide she's the right kind and take her immediately to your bed? Even through the dark, his sensitive eyes saw the blush of Gerwalta's cheeks. Forgive me, I did not intend to be vulgar, but I've always been curious about that aspect of your society, and have only ever been shushed and ridiculed for asking. Not for the first time, Andreas cursed their inhuman ways. I do not believe one's earnest attempts to seek knowledge are ever vulgar, Fräulein Faust. Encouraged, she continued, I know your bonding will induce love, but I once overheard Helga chastise your kind for wishing to fall in love before dedicating to the bond. It seems a foolish expenditure of the heart on something guaranteed by the deed. What drivel Wolfsretter spoon-fed their young? Though if doomed to an arranged marriage to enhance the power of the bloodline, he supposed it did have a certain ring of logic. Still, he could sweeten the truth to counteract their poison. Love is not the only need for a lifetime of happiness. For that reason, where possible, we encourage a meeting of hearts before a meeting of the body. Yes, when I find my mate, I will love her exclusively and excessively, even before we give each other our mating bond. I do not want to dominate my mate. My queen will be able to read, write, conduct diplomacy, and be my equal, if not my better. The pillow Gerwalta held to her face failed to silence her laughter. What is so amusing? What you're describing is a Wolfsretter, Herr Baron. Embarrassment struck him to his core. I said no such thing. Mayhap not intentionally. Not even unintentionally, he insisted. Beyond the obvious, a wolf could never be with a WOLFRETTER. She would never accept me as her equal. He measured the wisdom in sating his curiosity, but rationalized his boldness in the fact that he'd likely never again have such an opportunity. And what does a WOLFRETTER desire in her future husband? Her tone flattened. It was as though Gerwalta were repeating back lessons drilled into her memory by the silver tip of her mother's blade. A WOLFRETTER desires nothing. Desire begets passion, and passions misguide the soul. A WOLFRETTER is paired to ensure the strongest progeny, and to consecrate bonds with other clans. My mother will choose my mate, and I will honour whomever she deems appropriate. Andreas refused to yield to sleep lest he speak his mind, even if through a yawn. You will not die alone, but you will not live happily. Because my marriage is set before me, a thing done? Gerwalta asked. Yes, precisely because of that. Is it any different from what you're planning to do to your brother? The truth slapped him hard, but a king wolf knew the need to make such decisions was merited. Besides, it was not an apt comparison. Yes, I will force Stephen to wed, but the mating bond ensures fealty and love follow. Then what is the point of having a heart if it is forfeit to the actions of the marriage bed? Why bother with romance at all? Forgive me, Fräulein, that I do not know a better way to put this, but it's because the hunt is a hell of a lot of fun. Fun? Gerwalta scoffed. Whatever does that have to do with marriage? For your kind little, it seems. He pulled the sheet up over his chest. Let me sleep now. I think we've reached the end of our understanding on this subject, and you would not like it much if I were to teach you. Only as he fell into slumber, part of Andreas couldn't help but wonder if Gerwalta, in fact, would. Chapter 7. A wolf was near. Gerwalta awoke with a start, and only in having done so did she realise she'd dozed off at all. Could it be Herr Baron rousing her instincts, some aspect of her nature triggered by the fact that she'd been asleep? A moment more of consciousness, and she had her answer. This was a different wolf, its energy tinged with anger, hatred, regret. She'd have asked the Königswolf if he could illuminate the situation, but given the weariness with which he'd returned to the inn, Gerwalta behooved stirring him. Not to mention, as she looked at the pile of man and linen on the floor, one very naked leg, concealed just in the nick of time by the sheet he'd wrapped himself in earlier, stuck out. Didn't he say he'd take his wolf to sleep? Did a lupine shift back to his lay form while slumbering, the way they were said to do after death? More questions to save for later. The proximity of the second wolf remained unchanged for several minutes as she sat in the dark, listening for movement. Either he, too, was asleep, unlikely given the nocturnal nature of one who had not spent the day canvassing a village for the scent of a missing packling, or he lay in wait. Only in wait for what, and who exactly was he? Gerwalta slipped on her boots and managed to make her escape seamlessly. Taking a moment in the shadows, she summoned her cloak, the red cloth cascading down her shoulders and enveloping her from head to toe. It was better like this. Anyone she'd encounter would need to look closely to know for certain if she were a man or woman. A short walk from the inn, her silver eyes turned on a figure lurking near a cart. A breath in, a breath out. He bolted. Empty streets in the wee hours of morn let them both break speeds that would make members of the laity dizzy. The wolf crossed the river via the footbridge, the common square, and soon made the edge of the forest. Even as the trees thickened and the WOLFRETTER weaved, he managed to stay one step ahead, then two, then more. Soon, Gerwalta lost sight. Then, hope fled as well. The WOLFRETTER leaned against a tree, racing to catch her breath when the man's voice found her. "Leave me be, Red, I have committed no crime." She didn't spare a moment to wonder who this wolf may be. Coincidence played no role in her decisions, despite the old saying, coincidence never is. She hadn't forgotten her mother's edict, but she would not forgo an opportunity to assess Stephen Baron's plans and motives if present. "You left the Schwarzwald beyond the capacity allotted by the matron and without the permission of your Königswolf. I could have your hide for those reasons alone, but I will grant clemency if you return to the inn with me unopposed. Refuse, and I'll be forced to take appropriate measure. You will grant clemency, Stephen laughed. A fourth daughter who's never even seen the packlands, let alone tussled in a real battle with one of my kind. I am of Asena's bloodline, father of all wolves, you pitiful waif. You think you can best me, you couldn't even catch up to me. We wouldn't even be speaking had I not changed form to face you. Gerwalta's eyes fell over the wolf. She could not kill him. Then she'd have no cause to follow him to the imperial court. She also couldn't just let him go without displaying the bravado a wolf would expect. They were animals, but not stupid animals. Stephen would suspect plots afoot if his escape came too easily. She must restrain him, act as though she were taking him to face his brother, then conveniently let him feel he'd taken advantage of her to get away. Gerwalta concealed her silver like a skin, grafting it around her torso, hiding it from both potential thieves and her travelling companion. She called on it now, pulling with her power, teasing its state and shape. The liquid metal obeyed, streaming up the valley of her breasts, pooling down her arm, and melding itself into the shape she visualized. The chain that formed in her hand was hardly a weapon, but she could still use it to bind him. Last chance, return to the inn with me now or suffer the consequences. No, WOLFRETTER, it's your last chance. Release my brother or the consequences will be yours. Gerwalta wobbled out of her crouch, knocked dumb by the words. Sorry. You heard me. Release my brother from your hold or I'll have your throat. It's not... Was that all this was? Some grand misunderstanding? What reason would I have to imprison the Königswolf? Stephen proved belligerent. Since when does your kind demand reason? Your precious matron must have known my purpose in seeking court. I'm certain my brother blabbed that, for he advised me against it. Andreas is a weak king who refuses to allow wolves to see out the width and breadth of their potential. As king, it is his prerogative to do so. As a packling, it should be your obligation to obey. The wolf shook his head. If Andreas truly wanted my obeisance, he'd need only command me to heal, and I'd have no choice but to comply. Instead, he sent me forth in the passion of his rage, only to regret his decision if your precious spit of a mother learned what I intended to do. Now, Gerwalta Faust's proxy uses my brother as her bloodhound to track me down. Gerwalta knew a wolf, separated from his pack, began a rapid fall into madness. Had Stephen's senses become so addled in the space of a fortnight? You've been misinformed, she said. Your brother came to us looking for help. But that wasn't why she was really here, was it? Andreas merely sought permission to go himself alone to retrieve his brother. Her accompaniment had been her mother's condition, one for which the wolf had not been at all eager. Stephen spat. Why would a lupine need a WOLFRETTER's help? Once we are free from your yoke, it is wolves who will save this land. Save this land? That threw her for a loop. What are you talking about? Vampires. Stephen pointed behind her, as though one might be standing just behind her. They have allied with the Ottomans. Openly. That is a matter for slayers. Vampires attack neither your kind nor mine. The world is changing, Fräulein. We must ally ourselves with the laity, or die at the fang. Enough nonsense, Gerwalta suddenly belted out, resuming her fighting stance once again. She fought the instincts telling her the wolf spoke the truth. Hadn't her own mother suggested vampire involvement on the Eastern Front? You've exhausted my tolerance for prattle. Oh, it's not prattle, Stephen spat back. I only felt it my obligation to tell you why I'm willing to bring down the wrath of the House of Red by killing you. If werewolves are to survive, we must align against the true enemy. Your kind has become no more than a distraction. Goodbye, Fräulein. As quick as a clap of thunder, he retreated into his wolf, rippling with fur and fang. His pure silver fur was interrupted by a distinctive patch of brown fur behind his ear. Stephen's size overwhelmed her. She couldn't have anticipated his magnitude relative to his layman's frame. Massive, vicious, snarling, and powerful, he charged at her. A wave that would crush her, a storm that would kill her. Gerwalta turned to run, but 3 steps on, the earth rose to meet her back, knocking both wind and reason away. Colossal paws pinned her to the ground. The chain! Where was the chain? Her hands in his maw, every ounce of her strength went to pushing back his assault. If only she could turn her head and see the silver, then she could reach out to it and... And what? Wrap it around him. His fur would protect him unless she was lucky enough to touch flesh. No choice now, she'd need a blade, and she'd have to strike to survive. But then what? Trot back home to a victor's welcome, dragging Stephen's limp lupine form. Her mother would lash at her for failing the mission. She still needed Stephen to get as far as court. There she could slay him, skin him before the sun rose to reclaim flesh, and take the wolf's hide back to Schloss WOLFRETTER. Only how would she explain to Herr Baron that his brother had been made into a hat or a stole? And why did she care what he thought? No sooner had the thought occurred to her than the weight lifted away. Gerwalta wasted no time. She flew from the ground and scrambled for her weapon. It took only moments for the truth to become clear, but it would take a lifetime for the ramifications of that moment to do the same. The view of him stopped her heart. Regal, terrifying, awe-inspiring, stalwart, massive, especially massive. She'd never seen a wolf as large or as fierce. Herr Baron's lay form already impressed. Now wearing a mosaic of tan and russet fur over his back, his white chest rising and falling with each breath, and bearing knife-like teeth, no one would question that this was a Königswolf. He dominated Stephen, making his younger brother seem no more than an insolent pup. Silver pooled in her hand for one brief moment, the chain collapsing in on itself before obeying her command, taking on the form envisioned in her mind's eye. Where there had been links now, there was a sword, one the length of her arm and sharp as an archangel's blade. Gerwalta drew back her arm, ready to assault the smaller of the siblings should the Königswolf gain too much of an advantage. No longer in fear for her life, the grander scheme snapped back into place. She needed Stephen to get away, needed him to lead her to the imperial court. Fate balanced at the end of her sword as Herr Baron pinned his brother to the forest floor. I'll throw my blade and injure the Königswolf, she thought. I'll claim I was aiming for Stephen, that I thought the battle would swing the other way. An accident. An unfortunate mishap. Maybe if he's hurt enough, I can convince him to allow me to continue the pursuit alone. A good plan. A simple plan. An efficient plan. But her hands refused to obey the order to throw, even as the Königswolf's maw latched onto Stephen's exposed throat. Or did it? No, Gerwalta realised. It was merely a symbolic show of dominance, proved further when Herr Baron hesitated. Stephen's neck was exposed, Herr Baron could end him there, ripping his throat away with his dripping jaw. A WOLFRETTER would. So why didn't he? Suddenly she understood. Emotion had gotten the better of him. He was not pure animal, for if he were, the fratricide would be complete. Andreas hesitated because he was not an animal, as did she because she did not want to be one. The momentary reverie into which she allowed herself to slip was all it took for peril to take advantage. Stephen's body writhed, somehow managing to set the Königswolf off balance. In a moment, their roles had reversed, and Gerwalta suspected Stephen would not stop himself at a mere display. Gerwalta drew back her weapon, aimed for the smaller wolf's heart and collapsed to the ground as Stephen Baron threw the entirety of his weight backward. No, Stephen, no! Only fragments of the remaining conflict came into the line of sight. Andreas, in his lay form, using his body as a battering ram, knocking the attacking wolf from her, the sounds of guttural grunts and ghastly growls. A curse the king let out, begging his brother to come to his senses, the breaking of twigs and shifting of earth as the wolf readied an attack, the feel of the silver in her hand as she pulled her arm from the ground, readying a strike to save the wolves from destroying each other. The press of the king's weight as he placed himself between Gerwalta and death, and a final yip. By the time she'd come to terms with what had happened, Stephen had made his escape. Andreas remained, naked and laying right on top of her. How dare you? He held both her hands over her head, even as the silver she still gripped rubbed across his thumb, scorching its likeness into his skin. Even with the voice of a man, he still seemed to growl. How dare you try to attack my brother? Gerwalta employed all her strength, thinking to kick the man atop her off. Herr Baron, however, anticipated her move and straddled her at the hip, pinning her down, limiting her leverage. Good thing her cloak had bunched up when he toppled her, or she'd be looking directly at his wolf's bane. What better way to award his disloyalty than to end him? She pressed. You were only attempting to do the same. The corners of his mouth quirked up, though in a way that made his grin look garish instead of gleeful. Attempting the same? He let out a bitter laugh. I was protecting you, you insolent, arrogant WOLFRETTER. Stephen was trying to kill you. The claim stilled her body, though it only propelled her mind forward. Herr Baron could not have been near enough to hear Stephen speak the words, could he? How did you know? Because we speak words you cannot hear, our wolf minds remain sentient. His grip loosened slightly when the threat of her giving chase abated, and though he drew back his hands and released her wrists, he still did not remove himself from her person. He was downwind on the river when we arrived today. He returned thinking you had somehow taken me prisoner, only perpetuated when you stalked out in the middle of the night without me at your side. For what right woman would venture into the dark of night without a chaperone unless her fellow traveller was held under duress? That silly a WOLFRETTER female is not a wolf. Andreas cut her off. Fräulein Faust, your matron, has done you a great disservice. So concerned was she in raising a bride that she forgot to educate a warrior. You were all passion and fury without any discipline or wisdom. The first rule of defeating your enemy is sympathy, not apathy. If you cannot think as a wolf does, you will always be bested in conflict, just as you were today. Twice, at that. He stood, and Gerwalta's chin swung to the left so fast she feared she'd knock herself out should a stone be beside her. Suddenly, a thought came to her. She could still use these events to her advantage. Did he truly think that was all she was good for, to be a bride? Then that's where she'd manifest his unintended injury. Even if this plan was against her mother's orders, Gunda Faust had never foreseen the dangers of her travelling with a wolf. She'd begun to see Andreas as something more beyond his fur. Hypocrite! She scrambled off the forest floor, determined to take the level of her eyes safely out of harm's way. Do not you see what you've done? I could have easily slain your brother, and this whole matter would have been solved. Instead, you'll try to reclaim him as pack, and if you do, the story of how I was toppled will echo throughout the Schwarzwald. How well are my marriage prospects, then, if I am a WOLFRETTER who let 2 wolves overtake her in as many minutes? She turned on heel, crossing her arms over her chest. It would have done better to let Stephen rip out my throat. Now, instead of aiding you in your quest, I must end his by any means necessary. When he reached for her, a curious pang struck her. A desire to round on him and apologise for her initial misstep, but pride cauterised the wound before it fully healed. Instead, she jerked away and began to find her way back toward the village. You must stop thinking we are enemies, Gerwalta. The use of her given name boiled her blood. But we are true enemies. No, Andreas insisted. Wolves and WOLFRETTER are, but you and I are just 2 people. I had begun to think we were learning to exist beyond that. Please, reconsider. A woman travelling alone in the world of men is better than a WOLFRETTER travelling alongside a Königswolf. She cut him off. I wish you luck, Herr Baron, in finding your brother. Best pray that you do so before I do. And with that she left. Chapter 8. Mass served a lupine well, except when in pursuit of a smaller, more agile wolf or when fleeing from a pursuer. When had Stephen gotten so fast? He made mincemeat of the tightly covered trees, weaving and bobbing about hill and dale with a ferocity Andreas could not manage. Or was it merely that Andreas had slowed, his steps weighted with irrational worry about what would become of a WOLFRETTER he despised? But did he despise her? Try as he might, Andreas couldn't convince himself it was so. His thoughts lingered on their last moments together as, defeated, he trotted back toward the village before daybreak. Had she really been at fault for anything, other than not waking him when first she'd sensed his brother nearby, for surely she must have. He could not think how. Gerwalta was merely giving in to the instincts with which she was born, following a rogue wolf when it gave chase. Though it would have pained him to lose his brother, she would have been justified in defending herself once attacked. She'd created a chain, not a blade, with her silver, at least at first. That restraint had earned her some consideration in his eyes. By consequence or conscious, perhaps Gerwalta Faust was not a typical example of her species. By the time Andreas had broken from the forest, dawn stretched its rosy fingers across the valley. Without the cloak of night, sniffing out Stephen's trail in his wolf form would be impossible. The Königswolf resigned himself to return to the inn. He'd slept some before he'd awoken, feeling suddenly free of a WOLFRETTER's presence, but not much. It would be wise to rest before resuming the chase. This was no longer the Schwarzwald, Both he and Stephen would be obligated to continue on 2 feet, and both would suffer from the restriction. One advantage Andreas held was the newfound knowledge that Stephen's mind was already beginning to turn. He had heard it echoed in his words and thoughts during their skirmish. Reason would soon be unable to germinate in the garden of his thoughts. Stephen would be a creature of pure emotion. Emotion would turn to instinct. Then, with the setting of the 3rd full moon, passion would surrender to the beast within. The innkeeper nodded to Andreas when he entered. "I'm usually the first up around this way, Herr Wolf. You must have passed some night to drive you out before dawn." "Sleep and I do not often break bread at night." Andreas shifted his weight, trying to find comfort in the stolen clothing he'd ripped from a fence behind a farm on the edge of the village. "I would take it by the reins now for a spell, though, if you would not object ere I depart." The old man smirked. "Of course not. Late mornings are the privilege of the newly wedded." Andreas paused in his turn. He'd forgotten the artifice under which he'd entered their names in the innkeeper's book. The thought of Gerwalta's amusement at being branded Frau Wolf drew a smile across his face, which the innkeeper mistook for humour of another sort. "Cherish these days, boy. The ones in which your wife turns to you with gentle eyes and open arms. Once the babes come, and the moons fly past, they become fewer and fewer. Babes." The Königswolf found himself unable to rest his imagination before it leaped into its flight of fancy. What would a child look like if he and Gerwalta were to mate? A boy, strong in heart and body, but gentle and tender in manner. A girl with hair like her mother's, the colour of the cherry's first blush, and skin that would look like milk in the moonlight. In a turn of a moment, Andreas's face soured. His stomach dropped as the word crept into his thought, guilt branding his soul. Traitor. What thoughts were these? A wolf and a WOLFRETTER? It was more than improper, it was abhorrent. A base daydream that belied some sort of defect in his character. What kind of Königswolf could keep the loyalty of his pack? Should he take the enemy as his bride? The innkeeper reflected on the reversal. "Oh, Herr Wolf, forgive me. I didn't mean to be overly informal. It's only... Seeing you and your missus reminded me of happy days long ago when me and mine were green in years. I see in the way you two kept to yourselves at supper last evening that same fervent passion. I meant no offence." "No, there was no offence." A band of sweat glistened across his forehead. Had he caught a chill? But who had ever heard of a wolf with grippe? "Thank you, Herr Innkeeper. We'll be on our way midday." Back in his room, Andreas landed on his bed, breathless, dizzy. He was getting sick. He must be. What else could explain such a sudden turn in his humours? Perhaps lunacity, the madness that took over a wolf when too long he stayed from his pack on full moon was contagious. Perhaps in tussling with Stephen, Andreas himself had become infected, for what else could explain? Lightning touched his brain as clarity invaded. The room was still drenched in her scent, and nowhere stronger than on this bed where she'd lain half the night. Andreas's body had alerted, his animal instincts rearing at the most inconvenient time. He closed his eyes, pulling her essence from the bed and the echoes from his memories. When Andreas had shifted back to his lay form in the forest and lain atop her, quite consequentially, and with no other thought than to save Stephen mind, but, oh, how it had nonetheless stirred his. No, it wouldn't be done. He was a wolf. She could never be a proper mate for him. Never. Andreas sat up in bed, ripping a stranger's clothes away. They would smell like her too now, having laid himself down where she'd lain. Departing was no longer something he could defer. He had to leave this place where she'd been post-haste. He must rid himself of the illogical pull he felt. The Königswolf rolled his coins inside a cloth and tied it with some twine to a thin iron chain he wore at his throat. Then he let the animal within him out. He needed to run, and so he did, out into the hall and the commons and out the door into the street. Chapter 9. She arrived in Ulm with little money and less hope. In the forest, a WOLFRETTER had little difficulty in moving about. The trees leaned her height and their brush and canopy, cover. Had she a keener sense of direction, Gerwalta would have bypassed the roads and made her way across the undeveloped mountains, lousy with pines as they may be. Reality, however, proved a difficult master. Other than the fact that it would increase the time it took her to catch up to Stephen Baron, there were other issues turning her from such actions. She'd been taught to prey and hunt, not to navigate. As Herr Baron had predicted, The open roads, and the men on them, were not kind to a woman travelling alone. She'd first had to fight off the wretched creatures mere hours after leaving the Königswolf. At daybreak on the riverfront, she'd talked with one of the traders about booking passage. Then, just beyond sight of town, he and his 3 crewmen gathered on her, demanding twice the agreed amount. When she refused, they'd taken it from her purse by force. She'd wanted to fight back. Of course she did, but Gerwalta also knew the consequences of drawing attention. And even a Wolfsretter could not beat off so many men single-handedly. When one tried to take off her body in the early morn, however, she'd filleted him when no one was looking. Or so she'd thought. Gerwalta had barely made it to shore fast enough to find safety. Unfortunately, it came at the cost of most of the silver she'd used to conjure her blade. Fighting time and tide, she'd let go of her weapon once in the water. Gerwalta's hand went to her throat, pulling the last bit of the metal that remained unmolested. The blood-claimed medallion, a gift bestowed by the matron when she'd taken rites and joined the righteous, gleamed in the sunlight. The token was considered sacred by her people. A piece only once wielded when emerging from the sacred fires that awakened their gifts, then never shifted into another form again. Blood claimed in the light of a full moon by the Wolfsretter presented it, this silver would obey only her. She tucked the medallion back under her shirt. She was far from death, but she did need to eat. At least she'd been fortunate enough to come into town on market day. On the edge of the Platz, she wished away her red cloak. Herr Baron, wolf though he was, had been right on that matter. It was a dangerous beacon, especially now that she was alone. Moving freely through the streets, Gerwalta may have been any of the local folk, if not for the particular fashion of her dress. The style revealed her Black Forest origins. The smells, not all pleasant, assaulted her from all directions. Animals held in crates or pens throughout the thoroughfare cawed, clucked, and grunted. Chickens, geese, ducks, pigs, even a few goats and a small cow. Supplementing the menagerie were spices, the aromas of dyes used on a variety of clothes, flowers picked in the late blushes of summer. In one stall, freshly baked bread twisted in knots and sprinkled with peppercorns whetted her appetite. On the far end of the Platz, she found a set of vendors offering baskets, fabrics, and rudimentary tools. The bounty overwhelmed. Back home, it was only her father and brother who went to the Freiburg market monthly. Her mother had said that a righteous Wolfsretter-born 4th daughter did not require marketing skills when she'd beg to go along. The purchase of sage and the bartering of beef do not aid in the birthing of children, had been Gunda's exact words, and Fräulein? Gerwalta turned to see a small round woman wrapped in a grey woven shawl, sitting in a stall offering root vegetables. Gerwalta had never cared for their starchy taste in isolation, but admitted they paired well with mutton and its drippings. What she wouldn't give for a roasted leg of lamb now. Her mouth watered at the prospect. Carrots, parsnips, onions? The vendor began to hold up her stock in turn. A few of these, mayhap? The Wolfsretter eyed the small brown curiosity. Something that looked like the result of an egg mating with a river rock. What is it? They call them potatoes. The jolly woman rolled the thing around in the palm of her hand. Not much on its own, but mightily able to absorb flavours, thicken stews, can even be used as a base for breads and pies. Does particularly well when roasted with meats. A slice of ham or a slab of beef. Either would make her utterly giddy, but even this meagre, tasteless thing, this potato, was more than she could afford at the moment. Thank you, no. She turned to go, but the vendor called out after her. Is it because you have no money? The truth ensnared her, an act that the vendor took as well as confession. The woman ducked out of the booth, taking a small sack from a place hidden out of sight. When she stood before Gerwalta, she placed it in her hands. Mind, these are all on edge of spoiling. A few always get nicked and minced on the way into town for market. You'd want to eat them right quick before they rot. Won't be much taste without good cooking, but I reckon it will do you a mite good to get 'em down all the same. You don't need to, Such kindness as this, who did these things? A Wolfsretter did not ask for that which she needed. She either foraged, fought, or ferreted. Here, without even a humble beg, a woman offered up kindness, compassion, and food. These were the simple evil laity her mother so ridiculed for their lack of civility. First the manners of wolves and now the way of men. Why had the matron painted the outside world for her in such colourless and fallacious hues? Gerwalta rummaged about her pocket for even a single coin but found none. The medallion's weight on her neck tripled. Surely, for such an act of kindness, lifting a few tiny drops wouldn't be unfounded. And who would notice a smudge of silver's value far exceeded that of a pfennig or two? The WOLFRETTER called on her power as she lifted her hand slowly. 3 drops of silver collected into a coin just large enough to pinch between her forefingers. It would still leave most of the medallion intact, and the small bit she lost would be more than worth incurring debt to a laywoman. Done so smoothly, the vendor didn't realise the magic performed before her eyes, focusing instead on the prize it delivered. "My word, is it really?" The woman snapped up the offering, raising it to eye level to examine its details. Gerwalta didn't worry over an emergence of suspicions. Her silversmithing could counterfeit the stamp of any coin of the realm. "Wait a minute, Fräulein, let me give you some of the fresh vegetables. For this amount you should get something better than half-rotten throwaways." "No, please, don't—" Gerwalta's voice faded as she saw the efforts to quell the laywoman's kindness and excitement came too late. On the edge of the crowd, 2 who fit every conception of highwaymen she'd heard spoke into their shoulders, and they were making plans. Men with eyes on her and a hand on the knives sheathed at their waists. Gerwalta thanked the vendor but cut off further pleasantries. She hid away the vegetables behind a nearby vendor's barrel. She could return for it after she'd dealt with the brigands. With wizened eyes, the WOLFRETTER took survey of the scene before her. They wouldn't attack until she was out of sight of the crowded market. Laying arms to her here could lead to others lending her aid. They'd need to wait until she was somewhere they could have her alone. They wouldn't have to wait long. She had no intention of delaying what seemed inevitable. She'd best them easily. They didn't know that, and for the moment that was a huge advantage. "I go to town to confess, and I go to town to shop, but never both on the same day." Heinrich Faust, Gerwalta's father, rarely found himself lacking for an explanation when his young daughter had asked as a child what kept him in Freiburg for 3 whole days when the market lasted only 1. On a market day, few would be inside the chapel. The WOLFRETTER may be of the country, but she knew how to conduct herself in the church, even if its size far surpassed the modest chapel her family travelled to for holy days in Freiburg. To the right of the entry sat the baptismal font, a quick dip of her finger before dotting holy water in the sign of the cross about her person played into the illusion of virtuous intents. The men trailed her, likely scoping the chapel interior for witnesses. She'd managed the feat in half the time using both a WOLFRETTER's hearing and eyes to look deep into the shadows. They were alone, a trinity before the altar. Lithe footsteps drew near as she lowered herself in a nave dedicated to St. Albe. Stone buildings proved useful when relying on one's ears to also serve as eyes. The smaller of the 2 men went wide and right, while the larger one pulled a dagger from its sheath and approached her from behind. No matter, their weapons would become hers soon enough. Gerwalta worried not about the odds, but it would require waiting for just the right moment. 3 more steps, 2 more, his last step. "God's wounds?" the man exclaimed. Hands on the floor, feet kicking out behind her, Gerwalta pushed herself back, only to shoot up again. Now the larger one's back was to her, the manoeuvre executed so swiftly, the thug's head whipped from side to side, trying to figure out where she'd gone. "Behind you, Nico," his compatriot called out, pulling his blade as well. "She's a devil. This... Oi!" With a high kick into his stomach, he doubled over, grasping. No time to gloat. Turning on Nico, Gerwalta found the man with his weapon ready, balancing it at the height of his shoulder. He wasn't trained in any way. The position would force him to stab down, at best getting her in the shoulder or chest, and without much control over which. Now, girlie, no need for all this. We just want that pretty piece of silver you got dangling around your neck. And maybe a wee nip at the body beneath it. Nothing to lose your life over." Gerwalta steadied herself, lowering slightly to give herself bounce. "And all I want is your dagger." That made Nico guffaw. "Oh, I'll happily give you my dagger, as will Hans, right after I'm done." Hans let out a wet cough. "I'll give her my own dagger. Thank you much." Nico leaned to the left, peering around Gerwalta. "Not what I meant, you, oof." Never take your eyes off an opponent. Untested in combat as she was, that had been a lesson ingrained into all WOLFRETTER. The second Nico looked away, Gerwalta drove forward, grabbing his weapon hand and twisting his arm behind his back, forcing his grip to loosen. No sooner had she caught the handle of the blade than she shifted to Nikos' weak left side, pushing the tip of the weapon into the bottom of his chin. "If I press this up here, it won't kill you, but it will leave you without a tongue." Hands fought the conflict through a tight jaw and jutting stop-and-go movements. "Hands off him, wench, or I'll— Hands, you bastard!" Nico sounded on the edge of tears. "Don't you see? She's one of them, like the Lord. She's a WOLFRETTER." With a voice that froze the knave, the man who'd spoken from the back of the church came upon them silently, undetected. He brushed aside his lengthy red cape to show the long sword secured at his side. A silver sword, noble tall, his hair was the colour of winter hay and his eyes the brown of tree bark. At his hip, a weighted purse pulled heavy. A wealthy man, an affluent man. For every step he took forward, the thugs took a half step back. Soon Gerwalta found herself alone in the middle ground, looking up into the churlish grin of her would-be saviour. Or more likely, the saviour of the thugs she would have momentarily dispatched. He reached out, his gloved hand finding the chain that hung from Gerwalta's neck and pulling its counterweight into view. "Your medallion seems smaller, Walter." Tongue-tied. Gerwalta was utterly tongue-tied. The only born son of the Vice Matron of Ravensburg had always knocked the words right out of her mouth. She palmed the medallion. "Perhaps it is merely that I have grown." "Methinks you have." Bernard threw his arms out wide. "Come now, cousin, embrace your kindred." Chapter 10. The last time Gerwalta had been so stuffed had been at her elder sister's wedding 2 years before. What a feast it had been. Suckling pig and quail stuffed with cherries. Venison served with walnuts, and wine. It had been the first time Gerwalta had been permitted to drink more than watered-down mead. The matron herself pouring the sweet red liquid. All the time, telling her fourth daughter to note her older sister's actions during festivities, so that when she herself wed, the night would not overwhelm. After that, Gerwalta had tailed her sister with a deftness befitting the righteous. When the time arrived for Zelda and her bridegroom to consummate, Gerwalta learned what precisely that word meant. All that wine and food betrayed her. Landing in the hedges outside Schloss Wolfsretter's keep. As leaves sprouted, grew green, then turned red and fell, only to renew again when the snows of winter were reclaimed by the land. Gerwalta's objections, too, had fallen away. Curiosity and a smidgen of anticipation growing in its place. The sounds that escaped her sister's room several times a week didn't inspire fear. Now, in her 20th year, she was old enough to take a husband after all. Every full moon, her body reminded her that it longed for union. Now here in this parlour Bernhard became her full moon, every laugh, every smile, every twinkle in his eye causing a sensation of pinpricks. "And my men thought they'd take you on?" Bernhard laughed, refilling her glass. "Mind, I was tempted to hold back and see if you'd run them through or merely roughen them up, but then I recalled how much their services cost. You would have spoiled my investment." Gerwalta threw back her head and hooted. "Good thing, too, I am out of coin and would have had no means to pay you back." Bernhard's goblet paused on his lips. How in God's kingdom does a woman who can stamp her own coinage with a passing thought find herself without funds? She sat a little straighter, letting the comment roll down her lest she pick it up and be bitten. "I know you're of my mother's mind on this issue, but I have never believed I have divine rights to layman's silver simply because it speaks to me." Her cousin reached down and jiggled the pouch tied at his hip. "Good thing I am, else we'd have no way to pay for this meal, and I'd force you to fight the innkeeper to ensure our safe retreat." "Well, I am stronger than you." Gerwalta raised her goblet in recognition, reviving their mirth. When silence fell upon them again, she finally broached the obvious question. "So, why are you in Ulm, cousin?" "I was curious when you'd ask." Like a child caught in mischief, he froze. "I'm on my way to Ansbach." Ansbach? It was a well-known town, but not one of any notoriety, and not one where the Ravensburg Wolfsretter conducted any trade of which she knew. "Why?" "For the last few weeks we've been receiving reports of livestock attacks." Bernhard pulled another hunk of pork from the diminishing animal on the table before them. "There is word of a wolf terrorizing the region. It may be an unreported rogue." Gerwalta's stomach became a stone sinking into her feet, even as she efforted to still her tongue, which longed to ask, "Stephen or Andreas?" Asking would leave Bernhard with greater knowledge than she herself would gain. and the imbalance kept her mum. Besides, how would Bernhard know which lupine it may be? And in fairness, it may not be a lupine at all. Plenty of natural wolves populated the woods of this region. And had he not said, for the last few weeks, it could not be either Stephen or Andreas Baron then, could it? Forgive me for asking, I don't mean to imply you are not worthy of the task, but why your mother, a woman would be best suited to the last, after the death of your two sisters. She silenced her words when pain shut his eyes. Bernhard's mother, Maria Drager, had sent word to her second cousin's court the summer before. A tragedy had befallen their family. Bernhard was the youngest of his clan. His two older sisters are keen in age to Gerwalta's own siblings. One night, they'd gone out to run the standard set of patrols. 2 days later, their pack's king alerted them to the discovery of the women's corpses. I'm sorry, Bernhard, I did not mean to. At ease, cousin. He held up his hand. I mourn, but I do not linger in my pain. But to answer your question. Bernhard held his arms out wide. I am here because I am a man. My mother or any other woman would track a wolf straight away but would be harassed out here in the open world. They'd defend themselves, of course, draw blood and even kill if needed, but that would draw attention, make complications. Mother believed a man could be trusted to hunt down and deal with one vagrant lupine. Luckily, and though she is loath to admit it, I am a man. Are you? I hadn't noticed. He made a great show of sucking the dripping meat juices from his fingertips. Yes, you have. Heat flared in her cheeks, spreading down her neck. Suddenly, looking at Bernhard became as impossible as looking at the sun. I don't know what. He cut her off. Why aren't you married yet, Walter? At least that question she could answer without revealing any of her heart. Because the matron has not yet decided upon my husband. That's a lie. He sat back, grinning. Oh, don't look at me that way. I'm not saying it's your lie. She's more than decided your fate. She simply isn't certain you're ready yet. What's holding her up, then? The questions danced on her tongue, but Gerwalta knew how music could mislead. I wouldn't dare assume. I do not know my mother's thoughts. If what you say is true, and she believes me still unfit, then it is so. Perhaps that is why I have been dispatched for this task, one that, as luck would have it, I believe is the same as yours. You chase the rogue? Bernhard blinked 3 times. There would not have been time for word to carry so deeply into the Schwarzwald, and for you to come as far as Ulm. And we set out from Schloss WOLFRETTER a week ago, to accompany the Königswolf at my mother's command. We were sent to chase a rogue from the Triberg pack. Her kin across the table looked about as though the Königswolf she'd mentioned were just over her shoulder. I have sensed no wolves in Ulm. We were forced to adhere to our natural inclinations and travel separately. We almost had his brother trapped in a village 2 days from here, but he managed to slip away. Andreas is not in Ulm. Truth be told, I have no idea where he is. The use of the familiar name raised her kin's eyebrow and the pitch of his voice. Andreas? Baron, she quickly amended, as though the invocation of his family name would clear the accusation building in Bernhard's mind. I use his given name to distinguish him from the rogue in question, who is his own brother Stephen. Andreas's Königswolf petitioned the matron to try and recover his brother before he became a danger. My mother granted that request on the condition that I accompany him. So what you're saying is... Bernhard ran a finger lazily through the air. The terror this wolf is causing is your fault. She choked on the implication, a hacking guttural noise escaping her throat. I do not think that... He again sliced into her statement. And that in a fit of rage due to a conflict with the Königswolf. And I know that the fault is his. For he is a wolf, and you are my Walter. You deserted your mission and left him to his own devices. A most grievous act which will draw your mother's ire should she learn of it. How would she possibly learn? And that now... Bernhard pushed on. In order to complete your mission, and gain your mother's favour so that she will agree to our marriage, we will demonstrate our superb partnership in tracking down not only this rogue but also the Königswolf, and assure they cause no more problems for the lady or for us. By saying assure no problems, do you... Gerwalta cut off, finally taking in the full measure of what Bernhard had just said. Did you just... propose marriage? Suddenly he wanted to play innocent. Certainly not. I am a righteous WOLFRETTER, loyal to both my mother as well as yours, our beloved Gerwalta Faust, the fearless Red Matron. I would never dare to overstep my authority as a man. He rose, extending a hand in her direction. Come, Walter. Let's set about finding those wolves. Perhaps you'll be wed come spring if we are successful. Perhaps I will be too. She placed her fingers in his palm. You are far too certain of yourself for a man. Bernhard winked. You are far too uncertain of me for a woman. Gerwalta took some relief when her eyes closed before midday. Sunlight drained her, just as it did any of the dark ones. The sun shone for the laity, the night was for lupines, WOLFRETTER, slayers, and, yes, even vampires. After such a bold display by her kinsman, she wondered if Bernhard might not suggest they bed down together. Luckily, he took pity on her weary and beleaguered state, procuring another room at the inn where he himself stayed. He even managed to arrange a bath for her, a luxury indeed. When they reconvened an hour after sunset, the respite had renewed her spirit. Better yet, for the first time in a week, the scent of lupine did not cling to her person. You're travelling as if you're a merchant. Bernhard negotiated a sack of foodstuffs and supplies from one of the last vendors to close down his booth in the market, throwing it onto a cart to which a single horse had been hitched. He grinned at her jibe. A necessity this trip, I'm afraid. In fact, that is in part why I arranged for the strongmen you met, so they could watch it while I slept in the day. I had not planned to share my true nature with them, but such plans had to be negotiated once they began to question why I'd hired them to guard an empty cart. The horse's mane felt like silk against her hand, reminding her of wolf fur, what little she knew of the feel of it. A good question. Why not simply wait until you were in Ansbach to see if it was even necessary? I'm certain the markets there are just as able to provide such goods. I thought hiring the men near our own schloss would help ensure they'd be encouraged to return. If I'm unable to get the body of the wolf back to Ravensburg before full moon, it could reveal too much to the wrong people, meaning people who didn't have families within grasp of Bernhard's mother. WOLFRETTER rarely looked outside their own communities for assistance, and when they did, they made certain to be discreet. Bernhard continued. Mother asked me to return with the body should the wolf of Ansbach turn out to be a lupine, so it could then be returned to his family for burial. And so that no men would discover the creature was actually a lupine come next full moon, you mean? A wolf would hold his beastly form if he died in it. Until the next full moon, that was, when even his corpse would assume the semblance of a man come sunrise. If skinned, the pelt would remain unchanged. Such furs were prized possessions of matrons. Of course, most dead Dark Ones and Laity alike did not remain above ground long after passing, but WOLFRETTER had learned better than to assume a quick burial. The expectation when hunting a rogue, then, was for his body to be brought back to his pack. Once with them, WOLFRETTER cared little what happened to the remains. Then what he said struck her. Bernhard, what do you mean return to his family for burial? The rogue we're after is from the Schwarzwald. Surely his body would need to be returned there, or is there a wolf missing from the Ravensburg pack as well? His face momentarily went blank before the corners of his mouth lifted into a grin. We haven't confirmed he's become a rogue, or if he simply came to dire ends. Of course, if this turns out to be your Stephen Baron, you're welcome to the corpse. I'll even lend you use of the cart, though you will have to get your own horse. He stroked the sumpter mare's black mane. Therese and I are old friends. So a second wolf could be involved. Only if the reports coming prior to that of livestock deaths, neither Stephen Baron nor the Ravensburg rogue would have time to commit those offences and for the news to travel back. She also recalled the rumours that had been filtering into the Schwarzwald in the weeks before. What was going on? For the moment, Gerwalta didn't feel it prudent to share such ruminations with her cousin. It could simply be the consequence of a surge in the natural wolf pack populations. It had been known to happen before. If it is Stephen and he winds up dead, I'll force his king wolf of a brother to draw the cart. Look at this trouble he's caused. Imagine what would happen to us if the church became aware of our existence. Gerwalta shuddered, recalling Stephen's words in the forest a week prior, since all she had done was to imagine just that. Chapter 11. Once he'd calmed down, Andreas realised his folly. The Schwarzwald lay far behind him, and with it, the sanctuary the Black Forest provided. He would have to make his way from this point forward, not as a wolf, but as a man, and a man would need funds, shoes, a hat. Pants. More than anything, however, he needed patience. In hunting his brother, He had an equal in both cunning and determination, a superior perhaps. The only advantage Andreas could truly boast was his unparalleled size. 2 years lay between Stephen's whelping and his own, but they'd been like twins as children. Even then, both knew they were strong candidates to claim the role of king. Unlike the Leyte royal houses, the leadership of the pack wasn't necessarily hereditary. Coming from a prestigious bloodline that, if their mother was to be believed, stretched all the way back to Asena, the pack saw both as viable prospects when Ugo Krona passed. It was up to Stephen and Andreas to take fitting mates, to father strong pups, and to carry their family's legacy into the future. Being king would aid either of them in reaching those goals, but it was in part the pack who determined the wolf that could claim rule in the case of the former king's death. It was only when some of the females turned to questions of the heart that Andreas prevailed. When asked how they would choose their mate, Stephen asserted himself, saying he would take of the pack she who he thought was strongest, and for the good of them all, impel her to be his mate ere his kingship was won, and whelp as soon as possible. Andreas, on the other hand, would seek in his mate a meeting of both heart and mind, and that the she-wolf he selected would ask for his paw, for he would win her over with merit, not might. Andreas won the day but lost the admiration of his younger brother. Spite at the perceived disregard wove the threads of Stephen's discontent into a loose net, as he dragged weary feet into yet another town on the road to Ansbach. Lost in echoes of thought, Andreas realised he'd always known it would come to this. Well, mayhap not this specifically, trying to chase down his brother before the fourth daughter of the Red Matron found him. Did God knew what, but a duel, in which only one could emerge alive. After all, both could not be Königswolf, could they? Stephen possessed an unbreakable spirit, one which did not thrive under another's rule. He demurred when ordered, but grumbled about the consequences sure to ensue, always pushing and prodding, trying to pull Andreas into an argument. He'd finally done it by declaring his intention to wed one of the Leyte, and a royal at that. Only, instead of allowing their argument to escalate to a king's challenge, Andreas had preemptively disowned his brother and told him to leave. It was a moment of cowardice and passion, but what was he to do? Kill his only brother? Allow himself to be defeated? Neither was acceptable, and now no other option remained. Either Andreas would return to the Schwarzwald with a reticent rogue tamed and reclaimed, or with a body to bury. With his next step came the awareness. The time for fate to determine which outcome would come to pass had arrived. Their gift was also now his curse. The moment he was within a few thousand paces of where his brother would be found, Andreas sensed him. Each footfall weighed heavier than the last. The king closed his eyes, scented the air, changed direction, took 3 steps, changed again. Every bit of ground gained increased the pressure he felt just beneath his sternum. An inherent sense that his brother was near. Around a corner he found in view of the village's only places of business. He found himself fretting. Even though he was downwind, they were close enough now that Stephen could also detect Andreas's essence in the air. Trepidation grew as the distance narrowed, and the instinct of each other's presence increased. Stephen wasn't running anymore. Perhaps he was tired of the chase. Perhaps he'd hired thugs, and this was a trap. Perhaps he simply wanted to face down his Königswolf and beg forgiveness. Andreas knew not what lay before him. Hopefully, answers from his kin. Outside a pub, Stephen sat at a table alone, his hands curled around the handle of a stein. Abandon this quest, Andreas, before it's too late. I cannot. Andreas shook his nerves away even as he honed his power, sharpening his words as imbuing them with obligation. As Königswolf, I demand your obeisance. You will return with me. If we leave tomorrow and make haste, we can be back in the Schwarzwald before full moon. Stephen rolled his head in a lazy arc. I have no intention of going back, not now nor ever again. An invisible fist punched Andreas's heart. He'd given a direct order, invoking King's prerogative. His brother had brushed it off like an annoying gnat. A tick in Stephen's smile signalled that they had both come to the same conclusion. The younger wolf had truly become a rogue. Or at the very least, given his allegiance to another king, though that seemed unlikely. With that knowledge, all matters of pack dynamics washed down the river. Andreas had lost not only a packling but the last living relative he had. Why are you doing this? The Königswolf asked. Verily, I do not wish you nor your bride malice. I cannot demean her character, for if she were ill-natured, you would not have loved her. If it were my decision, I would release your bounds and wish you joy, but we both know that cannot happen. Stephen scoffed. Do you really still believe that last of our bloodline hodgepodge? It was all fallacy, a way for our father to manipulate our loyalties to a dying pack. I don't care about the bloodline. Not entirely true, but that wasn't the point right now. If you don't come back home and submit to me before the pack, you'll go moon-mad. You mean lunacity? That's just something she-wolves tell their pups to keep them obeying king, father, and WOLFRETTER. And, yes, the WOLFRETTER. Now there's something a proper king would rally against. And something you're doing nothing about. The change in direction left Andreas dizzy. I don't understand what you mean. Of course you don't. You've fallen under their blanket of lies. You think you're actually König. But how can you be a king when you can't even decide the fate of your subjects? WOLFRETTER are really the ones in charge, and your leadership an illusion. The WOLFRETTER are a necessary balance to us, a demand of nature, Andreas countered. We can live in the world of men because they are there to push us back if our animal natures overtake us. His brother coughed a laugh. Funny that they don't seem to care if a natural wolf attacks men. Heat began to gather under Andreas's neck. If you hadn't been rendered a rogue, I'd show you just how much of an illusion my kingship is by ordering your hindquarters back to Triberg. Stephen persisted. What you are, Andreas, is a convenient tool for them. They allow a Königswolf to keep the pack managed, but the moment something goes awry, say, your only brother decides to walk away, they send one of their accursed lot to clean up the mess, then again maybe that's what you were after all along. He tilted his head and softened his tone. The Faust girl may have attacked me first, for all you know, but you didn't take the time to search for the truth, you simply rallied to her side and saved her. From me. How curious. It boiled over now. The rage, the frustration, the refusal to hear another word. Andreas shot to his feet as his arm lashed across the table, taking his brother by the collar and hoisting him into the air. Damn it, Stephen, this is not you. You're a good man, not a rebel. Don't make me end you. It will destroy me. Come, home. No sooner had his canine teeth grown long than flashes of red and blue caught in the corner of his eye. Guards, Imperial guards, and they were pointing their weapons at him. Andreas read the situation and knew he'd have no chance. Stephen fell back in his chair wearing a cocky grin that could anger saints. The Königswolf put together the unspoken truth with ease. Made new friends, brother? Stephen waved his fingers through the air and the two guards lowered their swords, though stayed near, poised to strike. Let's just say, the Queen is very concerned that I should arrive at court unharmed. She and Ferdinand will be very eager to meet me once he understands the service I can perform on his behalf. The Queen? Surely the lady love of whom Stephen had spoken was not the Emperor's wife, but that issue was irrelevant. What was of concern now was the threat that had been made. The two laymen within earshot and focused on his every word and deed, Andreas knew he must paint his thoughts in tepid colours. If you reveal too much, I will be forced to disown you and repossess your properties. If the Triberg sheriffs need help to enforce my rights as your paterfamilias, so be it. One day, brother, you will understand the greater good that I have done for us all. Stephen nodded, and the guard on his right stepped forward. Knock him out, but don't kill him. I have a use for him that requires his being alive. As a guard's arms twitched, beginning to carry out the order, Andreas's animal mind took over, weighing his options. Fight or flee, surrender or shift. The consequences of both options played out in the time it took an eye to blink. A moment of pain as the hilt of the sword grazed his temple. Then, all became black. Sastite. Chapter 12. Gerwalta paced by the fire, spinning a web of damnation over the ways of the laity. No argument she could make, however, moved Bernhard. But I am a Red Matron's daughter, and I am 3 years your senior and a man, he countered. Not to mention, if a member of the laity sees you and I stalking around the edges of the woods, they'll suspect my intentions with you. The jest had still been partially sincere. The townspeople's eyes would follow a couple of outsiders closer than a passing transient milling about. Gerwalta buried her fists into her hips. I sometimes suspect your intentions with me. When we are wed, I shall make those abundantly clear. Bernhard pulled her arms down, shaking them into relaxation. For now, be reasonable. Even though you and I both know you outrank me, there are practical matters which make my going alone best, not the least of which is the storm brewing. I'll not have your mother coming for my skin if you are struck down by lightning. You're not coming along. Final. But Bernhard managed to press a finger to her lips before she could utter another sound. That simple act, the feel of his flesh against hers, was enough to cut off any utterance Gerwalta may have been contemplating. He turned at the door long enough to say, "It is fortunate to have found something that renders you speechless. It's a bit of knowledge that may come in use in the future." That had been hours ago, before the sun had even arisen. How had this manoeuvre been pulled twice on her? Gerwalta concluded that she'd never again accompany Dark One males away from the Schloss or the packlands. Out here in the world of laymen, they got too many funny ideas. Finally, as the town clock struck 2, the door opened and Bernhard's scent, a mix of worn leather and wine, floated in on the breeze along with him. At last! The warm bubbles she'd felt from his touch had long since burst, leaving only irritation. "You've been out for hours. You said you were only going to have a quick look. And..." Gerwalta's eye shriveled in the shadow of Bernhard's engrossing unease. "What is it?" His hand went to his head, pulling the hood down. With a sigh, the red cloak faded into nothingness. "I caught a lupine scent right before sunrise," he started. "I gave chase, but he was fast. So much faster than any werewolf I've ever chased. In the end, by the time I caught up with him, the wolf had already managed to kill again a young boy just outside town." Her hand went to her mouth. God save his immortal soul. Suddenly, the ramifications of the truth fell upon her. There is no option now. Stephen must die. That is our law. A wolf may defend himself if attacked by a layman, insofar as he does not reveal his true form, but he may never take human life elsewise. A little boy against a lupine. There is no defence. When day fades, we will pick up his trail and do what needs be done. And what needed to be done was allowing Stephen to continue towards his goal of reaching his beloved. Gerwalta still had an imperial court to get to. Stephen was her excuse to get to it. The delay in follow-through would allow her time to plot a way for his escape to happen. There is no need to track the wolf. Bernhard loosened his collar, pulling his shirt off over his head. Only then did Gerwalta notice the red patches on the front of him, dark crimson stains where blood had soaked and dried. "You've already killed him," Gerwalta concluded. His sympathy faltered. Bernhard grimaced. "Would that upset you?" Not exactly, though her mother would be disappointed. No matter. Gerwalta Faust did not require a spark to set a blaze, and Gerwalta knew she could withstand the fire such news would light. Though as she contemplated the ramifications, the WOLFRETTER realised there was more to it. Sorrow nipped at her soul. Surely the boy's death had upset her. But as Gerwalta searched the miasma of her feelings for clarity, she found her concerns turning not to the fate of the rogue wolf but the brother who would mourn his loss. Not that she could say that to Bernhard, to show empathy for a wolf. What kind of a huntress would that make her? Not the kind he or any righteous WOLFRETTER would want to wed. Not that she was overly eager to meet that fate either. But of all the choices her mother would have, Bernhard was the only one she could envision herself growing to care for. Not upset, it's only, I was charged with the task of exterminating the rogue if the need came. I worry that my mother will use the fact that a man bested me in that task as a mark against my character, she proffered. Only that made her think about Stephen's character and what little she knew about it. Bernhard had never met the wolf. He would know even less. How do you know the lupine's identity? Did it take its lay form and have words with you? Her cousin's forehead furrowed. No, but it's not the possible rogue from the Ravensburg pack. A process of elimination would then suggest it must have been Andreas Baron. But what if it wasn't? And are you quite certain it was a lupine and not a natural wolf? He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. Are you suggesting I could not tell the difference between the two when faced to more? The smell alone would prove it if my eyes did not. True, Bernhard would unlikely make such a mistake. That didn't mean, however, that the lupine he'd chased had done the deed, nor that that lupine was, in fact, Andreas Baron. Gerwalta stood. I need to witness his body with my own eyes ere I sleep. My mind will not be at ease until then. The disappointment etched into Bernhard's features ebbed. I did not slay the demon. He got away then. Our hope. She turned, pulling the silver she'd deposited as candlesticks on the nightstand of the shelf and setting it on the table. I will pick up his trail immediately. There is a storm in the air, and neither of us wants to be in the open when it hits. A chill ran down her back as Bernhard's hand grasped her arm. He spoke into the back of her neck. No need. The townspeople caught him. Laymen caught a lupine? Tension pulled the skin on her forehead taut. Gerwalta turned, finding herself chest to chest with her potential spouse, a fact she would have lingered on if not for the confusion stealing her thoughts. How is that possible? I too doubted it, Bernhard said. But through some cunning they did. They've tossed him down a well, where I was able to catch a glimpse of him. It is a lupine, not a natural wolf. Something about this didn't make sense. Did he not drown then? Bernhard shook his head. It is dry as yet and plenty deep enough that he cannot escape. They plan to set him ablaze once the coming storm passes and the sun rises. How could so deep a well be dry? Bernhard busied himself removing his silver, creating from it a dish. It's only recently dug. The walls have not even yet been walled by stone. Where is it? She asked. Outside town to the west. Thunder rolled outside, a promise of a torrent creeping its way across the sky toward them. Gerwalta made for the door. I will find it. Whoa there. Bernhard managed to pull her back before she'd gotten 2 steps. Gerwalta's eyes went wide as she discovered that, while her thoughts had raced to see that which seemed present but hidden, Bernhard had rid himself of all clothing above the waist, his chest so solid, so sculptured. Sinew and strength rippled under his skin as he wrapped his arms around her. That storm is barreling in. If the lightning finds you, you're dead. Trust me, the well is deep and its walls, clay and mud. The rain will make it too slick to scale. He will be there ere the weather clears. Despite a voice inside her telling her that the last thing she should do is pull away from his embrace, a twist in Gerwalta's stomach would not ease unless she saw Stephen at the bottom of the well with her own eyes. I must be certain. Gerwalta, I cannot allow you. When she pressed her blade to the exposed skin at his throat, the man before her drained of colour. Why is it you feel you have the right to command me? I will be your husband. He ran a tongue over trembling lips. Surely my wishes carry some weight? That does not mean obligation. For now you must bide on my vow to return before the rain. Chapter 13. For the love of all that is good, wake up. Fire flared on the tip of Andreas's snout, jolting him awake. He leapt to his feet, determined to flee. 1 pounce later, he fell backward. The burn blazed again, this time on the underside of his front right paw. The Königswolf pulled back his leg, finding a gleaming metal disc pressed into soft barren ground. Up here, you infuriating— Oh, just look up! His eyes followed the rotation of his ears, taking both toward the cloud-filled sky. A sky which seemed to be at the end of a long chute, of which he was at the bottom, and against which Gerwalta Faust's red hair fanned around her head, her silver eyes like stars above. Take your skin so we can talk and hurry, there's not much time. Given the fact that the WOLFRETTER had just silvered him, reluctance lingered in heeding her demand. As he couldn't make fur nor fang of his current predicament, however, Andreas supposed it was the only option. His bones broke and altered, hindquarters becoming just hind and legs to arms. His layman form was no favour to him now, as Andreas was rendered a man once more, a driving, terrible pulse pounded between his eyes. A knot on the back of his head rose up to meet his hand. Ow! Closing his eyes dulled the pain, as did pressing his thumb to his forehead. Where am I? Other than at the bottom of a well, not important. Gerwalta disappeared from view, but her voice still carried down. Put your back against the wall. I'm coming down and there's not much room. You're what? Was she insane? Into a pit with him, how would she get out? How would he? No, stay aloft. But she was not one of his wolves. His command meant nothing to her. How she managed to negotiate such a tight space was beyond him. Within moments of the WOLFRETTER's boots touching soil, she bent over, fetching a metal object from the ground, all without touching him. Gerwalta shot up, pointing the silver medallion that was the gift bestowed to her people upon their induction into service at his chest. The lip of the disc seared the Königswolf's skin. The truth or I end you, did you kill the boy? As much as he could, Andreas leapt back. What boy? There was more than one then. Thunder rolled overhead, but not a muscle in the woman's face moved. No less than, I have killed no one. Enough with her inane question. He needed his own query addressed. Now I demand you tell me where I am and why you put me here. You think placing you at the bottom of a well to be dealt with later by a bunch of townspeople would be my plan? Gerwalta's empty hand flailed to the side. Since when do the WOLFRETTER leave justice to laymen? We had nothing to do with this. A patchwork of memories struggled to weave together through the milky darkness of his recollection. Swimming near the top, a face which brought both love and anger to the surface. Stephen. Andreas growled his name. He had soldiers with him, royal soldiers. He did this. Your brother? Her medallion dropped to the side. You saw him? I did, Her words caught up to him. Did you say, we? Gerwalta. Both their heads lashed up just in time to see a handsome face framed by blonde locks and a red hood. Distant stormlight flickered, lending further illumination to the silver of his eyes. Andreas felt all his defensive impulses fire. The growl erupted from his throat from behind bared teeth, rumbling its way up the walls of the earthen well, complementing nature's drums. If his threat made any impression, the blonde WOLFRETTER showed no evidence of it. Gerwalta, however, did not hesitate to display her thoughts, pushing Andreas back against the wall again. Your concerns now lie with me, not him. Stephen, are you telling me he's a confirmed rogue? And on top of that, he's under guard by the Empire? Her bottom jaw worked, and Andreas envied the restraint she showed so uncommon to her kind. And now he's killed a child. But the Königswolf still believed in his brother. If there is a dead boy, it does not mean Stephen killed him, or that any lupine did. Are you suggesting that two lupines so close to full moon and in a heated debate with each other might not slay an innocent who drew too close to their struggle? I cannot deny the possibility, and you know that. But I also know that the world of man faces many more dangers than werewolves. Why had his anger risen when he himself had just admitted it might be true? If I can see the boy's body, scent it, mayhap, I will know if his death was by my brother's maw. How would I know that you'd be telling the truth? Something in her gaze, a certain softness or perhaps desperation struck him, setting Andreas on a strange precipice. A sympathetic WOLFRETTER, one who wanted to believe in his better nature. If he allowed himself to look over the edge, he'd fall and suffer the rocks below. Gerwalta Faust was quickly becoming an epoch in his existence. You wouldn't know, Fräulein. Without understanding why he suddenly felt a need to comfort her, Andreas stroked her cheek with his muddy hand. You would have to trust it. He didn't need his flesh on hers to know of the uptick in her pulse. His ears picked up the sound, reflected in his own, as their eyes met. Gerwalta's lips parted, perhaps intending to rebuke his forward actions or perhaps because she had meant to. But reconsidered. Of all the times for animal instinct to kick in, it would be now, wouldn't it? The way her bottom lip quivered, how the swirls of wind that tunneled down the shaft swirled the loose red hairs. The way she inhaled so deftly he wouldn't have picked it up had he not been staring at her. The touch of Gerwalta's cheek suddenly seemed insufficient. Andreas wanted irrational things, impossible things, dangerous things. The male WOLFRETTER's bellow from above broke the spell. Walter, we must go. As quickly as the temptation arose, Gerwalta's sudden fear subdued it, diverted it, redirected it. Her eyes shot up. The storm. What frightens you? Were her kind such frightened children concerning weather? It's only thunder and lightning. Precisely lightning, she said. It's attracted to silver, and silver is attracted to us. Hence lightning seeks us, unto death as it were. Fear quickened his pulse even more. You must get inside. I know, only first we must— Herr Baron, what are you— Herr Baron! Herr Baron! In the space of a thought, the Königswolf wore fur once more, the bottom of the well just wide enough for his paws to anchor. Gerwalta, thrown against the wall by the power of his turning, gawked. When he sunk down, sinking low, it took her a moment to understand what he'd implied. Then, knowing his intent, it took her a moment more to believe it. A lupine was no beast of burden, and one's pride and independence, thorns upon which many a casual gardener had pricked a finger. For a king wolf not only to offer a mount, but to do so for a WOLFRETTER, was a heretofore inconceivable occasion. Another demon finger poked across the sky, chased by thunder with such ferocity, both the woman next to him and the man peering down from above called out. Gerwalta trembled, even as she crawled onto his back and pulled on his fur so tightly he winced. The rain which decided to fall upon them from above just at that moment weighed heavier upon him than her lithe frame. He could not delay. Within moments, the earthen walls rising above them would grow slick. Another demon finger poked across the sky, chased by thunder with such ferocity, both the woman next to him and the man peering down from above called out. Trembling, Gerwalta crawled onto his back and pulled on his fur so tightly. Andreas winced but kept his yelp within. The rain which decided to fall upon them from above just at that moment weighed heavier upon him than her lithe frame. He could not delay. Within moments, the earthen walls rising above them would grow slick. Andreas coiled, readied, leapt. "What are you—" Her comrade's words died before he bellowed, "Walter, take my hand!" Great was the strength of the king, but it had been not quite enough to make the surface. Andreas's claw craved dirt, clung to it for dear life. Under paw, soil shifted, just like the muscles in his back, burning, trying to hoist himself and his rider the last few feet to safety. Gerwalta managed to take the offered hand, and with a tug from the male WOLFRETTER, she fell forward onto the flat earth. He wasted no time in gathering the woman to her feet and whisking her in the direction of a scattering of buildings just a short distance away. Andreas lost sight as he slipped a little, his maw back beneath the level of the ground. It should have freed his strength enough to pull himself up, but his body refused to comply. The blow made by the guard and a day of sitting in his wolf must have drained him more than he'd realised. Adrenaline had pushed him to save the WOLFRETTER, but would he be able to save himself? Andreas looked back over his shoulder, mentally preparing himself for the fall and the impact that would assault his body below. "Walter, leave him!" Suddenly Andreas's world turned red. The cloak he'd been raised to fear, the crimson veil he'd been forced to respect as king. The thing he'd always known was the only enemy capable of destroying him, was saving him. "Andreas, quickly!" He obeyed, taking Gerwalta's magically apparated riding hood in his maw as the wee mortal form struggled to pull his massive body free of the well. "Please, Bernhard, help." "But he's Bernhard," Gerwalta barked out the name like a curse. "I'm giving you an order." Did she have command over him? Even though he'd known the matron ran the roost in WOLFRETTER society, did that authority trickle down to subsequent generations? It must have, for as quickly as Gerwalta demanded it, Bernhard complied. The WOLFRETTER bolted the moment their feet hit ground. Andreas tailed them as soon as he'd managed to get his bearings. Thank God for the darkened tumult, for it masked the light of the moon, and any chance a villager could peer out a window and watch a man and woman run full speed into the nearest barn, with the wolf who may have killed one of their precious children seemingly on their heels. "Run faster!" If in a man's form he'd have yelled it at her. But Gerwalta suffered the consequences of looking back over her shoulders. It was slowing her. Damn it, could she not feel the sting of the lightning-gathering strength in the cloud above? He could, and if it was such a danger to her, she must. Bernhard lashed open the door, turning on his heel, cycling his hand to urge them on. "Walter, do not worry about the wolf, just—" The sizzle, the shift, the crackle, the bolt, he had to. Andreas crouched, pounced, attacked, and barely got her inside. Before the lightning found him. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. All night and well past dawn, Herr Baron had not awoken. The smell of charred wolf flesh still hung in the air. At the crack of dawn, Bernhard had preempted any awkward discoveries by accosting the landholder, intending to claim that he and 2 of his kinsmen had taken shelter from the storm in his barn, and offer silver coins for the inconvenience. For the moment, their secret was safe. But the cows in the corner of the barn were growing restless, their udders bulging with milk. Soon, the farmer would have no choice but to come. When he did, he'd see the bulky wolf who'd been in the well the night before, the fur singed off his hindquarters, and his flesh scorched on the surface. How could the Königswolf sleep so deeply? He deserved it, of course. If Andreas had not leaped at her when he did, the lightning would have claimed Gerwalta herself. Unlike the lupine, she would not have survived. Few mortal things could kill a WOLFRETTER. A stab through the heart, beheading, disembowelment. These things would destroy any dark one. But lightning, vampires, slayers, and wolves would smart after a strike, but the WOLFRETTER alone would perish. Yes, if she could, she'd have given him a feathery downbed, fresh sausages, and asked if she might draw him a perfumed bath in appreciation. For the moment, however, she needed him to wake the hell up and take his lay form before the villagers discovered their demon wolf harboured in the barn. A bucket of frigid water finally did the trick. Herr Baron's eyes and mouth shot open as he shifted in an instant from animal to man. The Königswolf cursed the sun and all the saints as his head lashed around, trying to find reason in his surroundings. All too soon the memory of the previous night dawned on his face. Baron spun, examining the injury that had followed him from one iteration to the other. Black and blue blistered skin made up his backside. A shame, truly, for she remembered from her brief glimpse his backside had been rather fetching for a wolf. His hands curled around his body, making him wince as he pushed at the cooked flesh. A moment later they circled forward. Gerwalta half hid her eyes as the Königswolf took inventory of his manly endowments, grinning when he found them without flaw. She couldn't help but let out a tempered laugh. The sound drew his eyes to where Gerwalta stood in the barn rafters. Gerwalta wondered if he was busy comparing her to the disembodied head of the ox mounted for luck to the main beam, thinking he'd like to make her serve the same fate. The emotion he wore was one she could not decipher, which was why his words took her so aback. "Are you unharmed?" Her mouth fell open. "How can you ask me that?" In a slight shift, Gerwalta walked off the end of the beam, falling with perfected grace beside the Königswolf. The distance would be enough to injure most laymen. But Gerwalta scarcely made a noise. She only hoped she had not slowed her descent so very much that he noticed the unnatural leisure with which she landed. "After what you endured, how can that be your first question?" "Fräulein, your welfare is the very reason I endured what I did." He looked like a statue, a creature of stone which would not move lest she breathed life into him. "And so I ask again, are you unharmed?" "No, you saved me." Something foreign invaded her senses, a pull toward a wolf, a longing to set his mind at ease. But all too soon, Gerwalta's sense of self returned. She squared her shoulders. "But there is still some matter to attend to, Herr Baron, the boy. My cousin has gone to inquire after his whereabouts. You will still hold to your word. You will inspect to see if Stephen was responsible for his death." "Right." The chill of her formal tone drove the tenderness from his gaze. Herr Baron coughed once, planting balled fists on his hips and casting his eyes to the floor. "You are certain, then, that I am not responsible? Methinks a wolf who would put himself in the way of such harm to save his enemy is unlikely to have attacked an innocent child who could offer him no threat." "Is that what we are, Gerwalta?" Boldness in using her given name brought his eyes to hers. His voice became curiously husky. "Enemies." Why the questions should strike her dumb she knew not. Before she could muster an answer, however, the barn door swung open and a red-cloaked figure entered. Bernhard's arms were full, a heaping assortment of cloth, victuals, and something oily and pungent inside an animal skin. Seeing the two of them facing off, he let everything fall to the ground, just as soon as he cleared the door. "Bread and cheese, a paltry meal, but the butcher is part of the hunting party and will not open his shop today. The clothing may not fit you, Wolf, but it will have to do. And here—" Bernhard nudged the animal skin toward Herr Baron. "A salve the farmer passed along. I thought it a rather odd gesture when I mentioned nothing of your injuries, but he bade me make use of it." Had she really been in such mortal danger that Bernhard would show the lupine kindness and appreciation? Gerwalta grinned, still unclear why that pleased her. Baron took up the skin and dabbed his finger into the paste, pulling a small sample to his nose for inspection. Gerwalta assumed he'd apply it to his burns once he was assured of its content. "Not that?" Her interest would be piqued by watching him contort his body again, making the muscles under his skin pull and stretch. Instead, the naked lupine grabbed the empty bucket and the stack of clothes and made his way to the cows in the corner. "Am I now, Herr Baron?" Bernhard asked. "I assure you we are both well-seasoned WOLFRETTER and are unaffected by your natural condition." For her part, Gerwalta was not certain that remained true. Even so, the lupine pulled on a set of breeches that proved to be far too short, even if they did fit him around the waist. "This salve is one used in the milking of cows. Keeps the udders from drying and cracking. This is the use the farmer intended. He meant that we should draw down the milk for having slept in the barn. Bernhard didn't raise a word of protest, instead turning to Gerwalta, as Baron found a short stool and set to work on one of the heifers. I have news, both good and bad. Whatever order you like, Gerwalta said. It will not change the net to rearrange the gross. The male WOLFRETTER nodded. The villagers are laying this attack at the feet of a werewolf. She clutched at her chest. We've separated from the world of man for nearly 300 years, and still, they know of us. Ah, but that is the good news, Bernhard continued. Their conception of werewolves and the truth seem divorced. Nevertheless, it will mean we must be even more cautious as we go about our business here, for the slightest thread could unweave the tapestry. What will they do, throw me in a pit again? Andreas grumbled in the background. Gerwalta chose to ignore him. Luckily, it seems laymen no longer recall the existence of WOLFRETTER, and Herr Baron has demonstrated mastery of his animal spirit, so I do not fear any error on his part. Still, we should not linger. Bernhard nodded. My men will be ready to leave just as soon as we've had a chance to stop and see the boy's body, under the auspices of our making condolences to his kin. But we have another problem. She blinked twice. Yes? He looked up, somber. When the villagers discovered the wolf escaped, they were incensed. They've formed a party and are preparing to hunt the woods. I cannot blame them. A child is dead, and they need to take from nature what in their view it has taken from them. Surely you are not suggesting that we give the Königswolf— No, Bernhard said, cutting Gerwalta off. But they will need some wolf to sate their fury. Since the other lupine is likely long gone by now, that means taking from whatever stock the local forest holds. The squirt of milk stopped midstream. Gerwalta had no time for the sentimentality of a lupine for his natural cousin. She kept her eyes trained on her cousin. I understand. Ja, dear. Chapter 15. A mother's sorrow was sharper than any knife and twice as lethal as any poison. Even before the door opened, wails rent the air. Andreas felt his knees buckle, the force of memories past washing over the present, leaving his footing pulled in a riptide of emotion. The rail-thin grey ghost of a man looked out at them, sneering his words. What do you want? Bernhard Drieger snatched off his cap, holding it before him in his hands. Apologies for the intrusion, uncle. My wife and I were passing through town last night and this morn heard the terrible news. We've come to offer our respects and our prayers. Andreas couldn't explain why the vein in his temple throbbed at the assumed identity the male WOLFRETTER assigned Gerwalta. Inwardly, he lectured himself. Stay focused. Stay silent. Stay in control. Outwardly, he became aware of the old man lifting his eyes to appraise the wolf in disguise standing behind them. And him? Bernhard looked back over his shoulder for a moment, a proper acknowledgement that passed quickly. My wife's brother, sir. A simpleton, but a good man, and devout in prayer. Of course, we understand if you'd prefer we left you. Bernhard leaned forward. The way the old man's eyes lit up suggested that the young WOLFRETTER had deliberately let his sacred silver medallion slip into view. A family might turn away others in a time of grief. But a poor village home would not be so quick to let a wealthy merchant's attention go unheeded, no matter the circumstance. The senior member of the household stood aside, inviting them in with a sweep of his arm. Inside, women embraced the grieving mother. The father, nowhere in sight, must have been with those canvassing the woods in search of the culprit. Bernhard and Gerwalta made a show of giving respects to those in the room, all while Andreas made his way to the tiny echo of a human laid out on the cottage's only table. Someone had covered the body in linen. He'd been washed then, likely to clear the blood away, but it didn't matter. As soon as Andreas dropped to his knees in prayer beside the body, a panel of aromas gave away the truth. The Königswolf's posture was no ruse. He prayed in earnest for the poor victim's soul, adding benedictions for the suffering family, the village, even the WOLFRETTER behind him. Before he rose, his whispers besought heaven for one more who hadn't suffered yet, but would. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a life for a life. The boy reeked of his brother's scent, and that was not a surprise, however. What did take him aback was the marker of a second lupine, not of his pack. And female. Andreas crossed himself as he rose and turned to Bernhard and Gerwalta, both offering what comfort they could to those in mourning. Uncle, I understand a hunting party is after the wolf who did this. They say he escaped last night. Bernhard cut off a man similar in age to himself. The villager blinked his surprise. You've seemed to learn a great deal in short order. It is because of my wish to be of service. Bernhard gave a respectful nod before continuing. I would consider it an honour to assist. I am a marksman of some renown in Bavaria, an excellent tracker as well. I can fetch my bow from my men at the inn and join the others at once. None within earshot raised any objection, and several voiced their gratitude. Soon enough, the three of them were heading toward the door, and Andreas found himself locked against his better nature in debate. Stephen was his packling, his brother, his responsibility. Now that he'd confirmed the rogue wolf's involvement in the boy's slaying, Andreas was duty-bound to rectify the situation. But this second wolf, he knew not her situation, her pack allegiance, he knew only that she'd taken several bites into the boy. To disclose another wolf's involvement to the WOLFRETTER, however, would be to doom a stranger to the— Gerwalta had said it herself, hadn't she? To the enemy. They paused some 20 paces from the cottage, Bernhard pointing toward the collection of timbered houses just off in the distance. My men are there. Tell them to ready the horse and the cart. We'll be about our way ere I return. Gerwalta caught her cousin's shoulder as he turned to go. Absolutely not. I am not being set aside for a third time to appease laymen, and do not think I'm letting you wander off alone when there is a rogue wolf unaccounted for. Stephen will have fled by now, Andreas supplemented. I have had no sense of him since I awoke in the well last night. If he was concerned with the outcome of what he wrought here, he would have lingered long enough to make sure I was good and framed for his misdeed. He considers me as good as dead. Be that as it may, Herr Baron, my cousin is right. The villagers need an offering to account for the life lost. We'll need to reap a natural wolf. His fists tightened at his sides. An innocent animal. To make amends for the life of an innocent boy. She snapped back before turning to Bernhard. I'm coming along. The sooner we find a scapegoat and offer it up, the quicker we can press for. I overheard talk that the hunting party is heading west. I suspect that will drive the animals east. You tend the villagers and keep them hunting toward the river, and I'll skirt the hills and find a sacrifice. Bernhard shook his head. And I'm supposed to be any more at ease with your going off by yourself under the same circumstances, merely because you are a woman? No, I refuse to allow this. Every moment we debate and haver Stephen gains, this is not a discussion. I have determined our course of action. The male WOLFRETTER crossed his arms over his chest, examining his kin at some length. Woman or no, I do expect a little more deference when we are wed. Wed? The word was out of Andreas's mouth before he could think. The WOLFRETTER turned on Andreas with dueling expressions. Bernhard wore smugness in his features, a bold pride that boasted a snagged doe. Gerwalta, on the other hand, radiated embarrassment, as though her deepest, darkest secret had just been laid bare for the world. All is assured except the formalities, Bernhard said. Then, turning back to Gerwalta, he continued, taking her feminine yet fatal hands in his. Dear heart, I'll remind you once more that here among the ladies do not head off to the forest to hunt dangerous predators alone. He couldn't believe what he was saying. Andreas couldn't believe what he was about to do. She will not be. Andreas stepped between them. I will accompany her. If confronted, she can feign a lady's delicate nature, and I can maintain my act of being a simpleton. Fräulein Faust is right. We need to be diligent about resuming the road, and I assure you, no matter how good the two of you are at tracking prey, I am better. Chapter 16. They waited for Bernhard and a few men who were late to the day due to their chores to gather. Her cousin passed her one more pleading glance, but Gerwalta would not be moved. She responded with a barely perceptible shake of her head. He grimaced, then left. One man deterred, one more to go. She spun on the Königswolf as soon as the forest gave sufficient coverage. I do not require minding, Herr Baron. Stay here. I will circle back after a short while, regardless of whether or not I find a target. You will find a target, he assured her. Your instincts hold with mine. If there is a pack in this forest, the leader will guide them away from the angry footfalls of men. But you are wrong to go in alone. I am trained to fight lupines. You seriously think the less intelligent and smaller natural wolf will present any problem? He took 2 steps toward her. I do, and for the very reason you just cited. You have been trained, but you have not had sufficient experience, nor enough failures to correct your misconceptions. The WOLFRETTER tried to remain focused, driven. She'd need to render a weapon. Turning, She found a fell tree, offering up its limbs. 2 branches, thick enough to provide a base to her creation and small enough to be easily swung. Each segment about the length of her forearm would do the trick. Gerwalta summoned the silver woven in threads under her tunic, graphing blades onto the length of wood clenched in her hand. She pulled the double-headed axes to eye level, examining her workmanship. "Are you suggesting I would be a better huntress if I were a bad one?" At first, yes. His footsteps fell soundless as they veered away from the well-worn path made by the villagers into the underbrush. Above, September's autumnal kiss had already brought a blush to the foliage. The floor of the forest, still damp from the previous night's rain, had begun to resemble one of Zelda's many calico cats. Experience, not imagination, teaches us where our fallacies lie. I've also been trained to be a proper WOLFRETTER wife and mother. Are you saying I should set about obtaining a practice husband to make me a better bride? I'm not certain one would need to go to such extremes to earn some knowledge in that area. He paused. But have you even ever kissed a man? Struck dumb by the question, her feet stilled. When she slowly turned to study his features, she found an earnest man asking an earnest question. Have you? Then, realizing the folly of her retort, Gerwalta closed her eyes and huffed. Kissed a woman, I thought your kind only mated once, but you have no mate. Fräulein, there is quite a bit of ground to walk before mating. She turned on him. So you have then? Kissed a woman? His tone held no shame. Of course. When I'm blessed to find my mate, I endeavour to provide her a lifetime of not only companionship, but pleasure. It is my duty to her happiness, to make sure I am equal to the task. He leaned forward, his voice conspiratorial. Is there some concern that Herr Draeger would be unable to fill the role of your spouse? The insinuation and overly familiar nature of his question shot fire up her spine. Yes, that was the reason, the insinuation. That is none of your concern, she snapped. It should be yours. At least I know my mate will always be true to me. Wolves cannot commit adultery once bonded. At least, not without extreme pain. A WOLFRETTER, on the other hand. Andreas crossed his arms and shrugged. Not that I would be interested, but he is a rather handsome lad, and you would need him to conduct your house's business in the lay world. How infuriating, how impossible, insulting, improper, and infuriating. Not that it matters for the purpose of a marriage, she corrected as she set her improvised weapons down on a fallen tree, is security and procreation, not pleasure. I'm quite certain my skills will be deemed adequate when the time comes. Herr Baron leaned against an oak tree, looking smug despite his 2 short pants and the pull of the undersized shirt against his chest. For Bernard's sake, I hope so. I've been the recipient of an inexperienced kisser's attempts before. It is an awkward experience. You ought to practice, get the feel of the cloth before it is cut, so to speak. Fine. She crossed the distance to him without thinking. Kiss me then. The wolf went stark white, his eyes falling with a red leaf from above and landing on the ground. Fräulein, I wasn't implying. Come now, wolf. He was at least a hand and a half taller than her. Gerwalta found a rock just a few steps away that would solve that and leapt to top it. Show me what I have to gain, if you're so great at it. Gerwalta opened her arms out wide. For Bernhard's sake, she mocked. Kiss me. When Herr Baron lifted his gaze again, Gerwalta was convinced the rock beneath her had melted, leaving her struggling to stand. She'd never known the feeling of being hunted before, of being the sole object of a predator's intent. Now she couldn't escape it. The man was gone, leaving the wolf in his place. Baron intended to eat her, consume her, to lick every morsel of meat from her frame and leave her a pile of bones on the ground. He licked his lips slowly, methodically, sensually. Very well, for Bernhard's sake. 6 languid, long, lumbering steps from where he had been leaning against the tree brought him to a place where he could lean into her. Only when his breath brushed her lips did she truly grasp that she'd been caught, that she was as good as a doe pinned to the ground despite her 2 feet planted firmly beneath her. His arms stayed at his side, even as hers rested upon his shoulders. His eyes drifted closed as his head angled. Despite the leverage of the stone, she was still slightly shorter. All the anticipation, all the heat that had suddenly welled within her. It died with the first press of his lips to hers. Nothing. No desire, no shudder, no effect. other than having a wolf's spittle on her lips, which hardly seemed a good payoff. Fräulein. Yes. Her eyes fluttered open just as he pulled back just enough to look at her. You must open your mouth. I didn't know, But he didn't wait for her to stop her. Instead, Baron pressed his lips to hers again, and the last thing Gerwalta was this time was unaffected. It was like the heat of her awakening fire fed by 1,000 suns and stoked by 5,000 logs. Andreas was the animal, but she was the one driven by a primal nature. Her arms embraced the lupine's head, her fingers running through his hair. Even as his mouth worked hers into rapture, it took a moment for Gerwalta to realize the moan she heard was her own. Then again, his mouth was muting it. His mouth! What delightful things it could do when not speaking. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Andreas pulled back, creating a buffer of air between them. Some part of her took delight in the fact that he was breathing just as hard as was she. Was she as flushed as he appeared to be? The wolf seemed to be positively stunned, as though he'd been knocked over the head with a club. Another step back, and the chill that pressed in on Gerwalta was actual, as well as emotional. He lifted a hand as though telling her not approach. Only with that gesture did she realize she had been attempting to do so. Jesu, woman, are you certain you've never— Andreas let out a hoot. That was your first time. Of course. Then, worrying about what he implied, she ran her fingers through a pool of self-consciousness. Was I so bad at it? Bad. The wolf ran and threw his hair and grinned. I assure you, Herr Draeger will find you more than sufficient. You nearly undid me. His words cut off at the same moment they both turned. The rapid lub-dub of their hearts was no longer about what had just happened, but what was about to transpire. Gerwalta scanned the tree line. Lupine or natural wolf? With a deep inhale, he scented the air. Natural. Andreas rounded on her just as he began to pull the rope which had been improvised for a belt from around his waist. Gerwalta had barely reached him to keep the trousers from falling in time. He blinked at her, confused and visibly amused. What are you doing, Gerwalta? Gerwalta? She bristled, fixing her ire on him. Do not presume such familiarity with me, wolf. I know your taste now. I think that entitles me to address you by your given name privately, if not publicly. My name isn't Wolf, incidentally. In case you forgot, it's Andreas. His eyes darted meaningfully to his lower portions. I'll agree that they do not suit me, but the pants would look worse on me as a wolf. But if you remove them, you'll be nude, as I was this morning in the barn, and you made nothing of it then. That was before I kissed you, she thought, but bit her tongue. Give me a moment's start, she said instead. When he conceded and held his pants aloft, she turned to grab her weapons. You can catch up. You don't mean to harm them, do you? His words caught her dead in her tracks. What did he suppose she'd intended when she crafted her blades? I don't mean to invite them to supper. But they are innocent animals. As are you, but there is still a dead boy and the villagers must have blood. Her cloak would help contain her scent and her sound as they tracked, and so, Gerwalta summoned it, welcoming the familiar feel of red fabric against her arms and neck. You knew that was why we were out here. Do not act surprised that I'm following through. He held up his hands, examining them. Perhaps I should have stayed in the well. Ultimately, Stephen was able to kill the boy because I was not a strong enough king to dissuade his rebellion. And now, one of my cousin wolves will die in my stead for my sin. Andreas, even if you could have stopped Stephen, what he does now he does of his own free will. You cannot hold yourself responsible for this. The king of wolves stared into the distance. I don't even understand. My brother may be rebellious and proud, but he is not a killer. He is not a— His words stopped suddenly. Andreas? Fixing her weapon in her grip, Gerwalta turned back to him. He is not a what? Suddenly, her companion shook his head as though waking from a reverie. It does not matter. I will take the wolf, Gerwalta, for it is my sins for which he bleeds. I will not put this on you. I will not condemn you in my people's eyes in that way. Your people would think less of me for killing a natural wolf? She left unspoken the obvious question. Why should the king wolf care so much why his packlings thought of her anyway? He nodded. But they are beasts, not rational creatures. Lupines say the same thing of your kind. Without deference to her modesty, the Königswolf shifted then, and dashed off in the direction of the pack racing towards its doom. The pack of 7 moved along a stream. Compared to a lupine, the natural wolf looked meek. What they lacked in height, however, was accommodated by sheer mass. Even through the fur, their muscles rippled, with haunches as thick as tree trunks. Unlike lupines, the pack moved with an odd sense of connectedness, as though they were different fingers of a hand reaching in the same direction, instead of individual creatures. 2 wolves at the centre stood out by virtue of the deference the rest of the pack gave them. The king and queen, Gerwalta concluded, or at least whatever way they are known by the rest of the pack. They would not be her target, for the effect that would render on the pack as a whole did not serve her purpose. Instead, her eyes focused on the smallest of the pack, a brawny-coloured male with yellow eyes and a ripped ear. She looked at the base of the tree she'd climbed, catching Andreas's green eyes that stayed human despite the canine features that surrounded them. Her finger sliced the air, pointing to the intended target. Andreas looked to the pack, observed for a moment, then hunched down. The patches of brown and flaxen fur blended against the forest floor, like patches of sunlight dappling the earth. His movements defined stealth, each step calculated and placed in such a way as to cause no sound. Even as Andreas approached, a gentle breeze blowing his scent away, the pack remained unaware. Until Gerwalta herself, vying for a better view, leaped 1 tree closer. The act itself did not rouse them to her presence, but her losing her grip on her axe handle did. Pweh. Flump. The pack lifted their collective heads, formed the stream. One of them yipped, and they were off. Damn it. The WOLFRETTER fell. No time for grace, she must keep up. Andreas had a head start, and it was his tail, not theirs. She tagged to follow. Her cloak flew out behind her as feet pelted ground, buying up the distance between them. Soon she found herself beside Andreas's hindquarters, then his maw, and a moment later, she had surpassed him. Wolf! If he thought she'd understand, he was mistaken. As it was, there was no time to stop and wonder what he was trying to say. The wolves were in sight, just a little ahead. The smallest one took up the rear, and ahead of him 4 more. The other 3 were nowhere to be seen, had they split off. It was a question she would not have to engage much thought in, for in the next step she took, it was upon her. It had to be the natural king wolf. It will go for your throat. The lessons of her training resurfaced in a heartbeat. She curled inward, trying to reposition herself completely underneath the beast, not a place she particularly wanted to be, but then again the underside of a wolf didn't have teeth. Only able to look up now, she realised the animal atop her was not one of the natural wolves at all. It was Andreas. The pack wasted no time in surrounding them, the missing ones re-emerging to complete the circle. Gerwalta took to her feet, preparing herself for the moment the first would strike. Damn lupine, she bellowed, keeping her eyes busy surveying the pack. What in the hell were you thinking, or was this just too convenient a chance to kill me to resist? She wished he would shift back into his lay form, if for no other reason than having the satisfaction of yelling at him with him. Sadly, he stayed in fur. If he heard her words, he gave no indication, instead keeping up the rumble in his chest. The natural wolves began to circle slow, deliberate paces, Andreas turning in time with them, his teeth always bared in the king wolf's direction. She would get dizzy if this kept up, and while that in itself wasn't a threat, a WOLFRETTER unable to keep on her own 2 feet did not live long in battle. Enough of this, she bellowed. Forward! But the moment she lifted her foot, she was pulled back. She looked down to find Andreas's hand, his layman hand, on her wrist. We cannot do this. His voice approximated the growl of his wolf. They have done nothing wrong. Were they just going to pretend they weren't surrounded by wild animals bearing white, gleaming fangs? You came to help me. Don't turn on me now. It's not about them, it's about us. I won't let you take one of them, Gerwalta. Hasn't enough innocence been destroyed? Yes, and I will not allow for more. She jerked her hand back. A boy is dead, and we owe the aggrieved a life. A wolf's blood must soak the ground, and I refuse to let it be yours. She turned, summoning the little bit of silver left concealed on her person. A moment later, a blade no longer than her finger appeared in her hand. She pulled it back, aiming for the ripped-eared wolf. Gerwalta, no. And let it fly. The victim yelped. The pack scattered. The blade was too small to kill the wolf, but it landed in his front leg such that running would not be possible. Gerwalta seized the moment, pulling the wolf's feet from beneath him before flipping him over on his back and setting about binding his feet with a bit of wire kept always on her person. Andreas refused to relent. "Please don't do this, they're going to kill him." She closed her eyes, lecturing her heart not to reveal the turmoil within. "I know, and I'm sorry, but there's nothing else we can do. I wish there were. I wish I could change everything, and—" She cut herself off before apostasy beset her. This is just the way things are. Chapter 17. He wasn't sure what was the greatest tragedy he could attribute to this day, when there were so many from which to choose. Was it that he'd confirmed his brother had killed an innocent child and attempted to frame Andreas himself for the murder? Or perhaps the fact that another lupine from outside his pack had been involved, bringing an unknown third party into what should have only been a family affair? Could he point to the fact that, having caught an innocent natural wolf to serve judgment for Stephen's heinous actions, it was Andreas himself who, forced by the need to keep their cover, carried the creature's bound body back to the village? That would have been a grievous deed, but none of these things weighed as heavily on him as the most transformative event this day. Lo, any of his days. For a brief moment he'd wanted the WOLFRETTER as his mate. The howls of 100 generations of his forebears couldn't recall the desire that welled up within him, hearing her simple plea, "Kiss me." Andreas tried to rationalize his longing. Lupines had been bullied and coerced by their kind for centuries. How could he not feel a rush of vengeance overtake him when the auburn-haired and ivory-skinned Gerwalta Faust presented a golden opportunity to take advantage of her innocence? Or was it she who took advantage of him? Surely she would know his loyalties would be tested by uncovering Stephen's misdeeds. Did she believe he could be swayed by the promise of her affections? It would be just like her type to use a lupine's reliance on physical sensation for the base of action. But the moment he'd watched her tackle the wolf he now bore on his shoulders, tying its limbs together the way he tied a calf or a pig to take it to market. The forlorn faces of the sombre village hunting party blinked and brightened when they came into sight, driving deeper his guilt. Before he could spoil their festivities, Gerwalta rounded on them and dappled lies with the ease of a child blowing on a frosted dandelion. "Oh, Bernhard, you won't believe it. Andreas here was very sad he couldn't assist you, and he got the notion in his head that he was just as capable of hunting as you all were. Well, I tried to talk him out of it. But you know how he gets. He ran off into the forest and nary a weapon on him at all. By the time I tracked him down, there he was, holding the wolf and stroking it like he was holding a puppy. Luckily, I'd managed to take of a spool of wire I saw in that barn we stayed in last night, so we were able to bind the wolf and bring him here. Isn't that marvellous?" Artifice came so naturally for her, he'd have to remember that. But in her eagerness to cover their truth, Gerwalta's lies had been spread too thin. A man wearing a sneer and incredulity in his features stepped forward. "Spool of wire from the barn, you say?" Gerwalta flinched for only a moment. "Yes, I hope its use does not offend." The poor girl, rarely found outside her family's luxurious castle, and who had probably never been in a barn before the previous night, couldn't have known how precious such a commodity was. That a village farmer without a noble patron would have little if any wire, let alone a spool of it, could never have occurred to her. She just assumed. Luckily, Bernhard Draeger picked up on his kin's misfortune. He rushed forward, rubbing her arm as though petting a dog. "That is great news, dear, but I'm afraid that was our wire. I took it from our cart last night to keep it from rusting in the rain or being stolen." "Oh dear." Right on cue, Gerwalta manufactured a pout. "I didn't know, darling. Well, in any case, we can remove it once we return the cursed creature to the pit. Could we not? It will still be usable." He took her tiny, dangerous hands in his. "Of course." Then, turning to Andreas, Bernhard kept up the act. "Well then, Andreas, what are you waiting for? Put it in the well. It's just over there." Andreas sighed and shut his eyes. Every tear-stained mourner's eye in the proximity fell upon him, and the weight of their expectations almost buried him. As though reminding Andreas that they were not so different, the wolf atop his shoulders whined. Crete called on a brethren for mercy. The Königswolf commanded his feet to move, but his body protested what his soul knew to be wrong. His eyes flew open when Gerwalta's arm hooked his and began to pull him and the wolf toward their ruin. "What are you doing?" Walk, she whispered so silently only a dark one would be able to hear her. Andreas shook his head. His blood will be on my hands. His blood is on Stephen's hands, as is the child's. Then, leaning up, her tones turned acidic. You or the natural wolf, Herr Baron. One of you will be at the bottom of the well when we leave this village. He swallowed hard and wondered how he ever could have put his mouth on such a vile creature. But in the end she was right. All that was left to him now was the only power he knew of that held superior over a WOLFRETTER. Inwardly, Andreas began to pray. Lord, as you commanded Abraham, so now Gerwalta Faust commands me. Put in my arms a lamb in the place of this sacrifice, if thou art merciful. God may grant grace, but that was not the way of men. They killed the wolf. They hacked off its maw. They dressed him in clothes and placed a wig atop his head and cursed out his name. And yes, Andreas did believe that in the end that creature looked somewhat like him. Vertita. Chapter 18. Stephen had learned well how to cover his tracks, or more precisely, how not to leave any. The female wolf who was travelling with him wasn't as careful, which meant either she was foolish, or worse, she was arrogant. 2 days had passed since the village, and other than the occasional utterings necessary when people travelled together, the lupine and the WOLFRETTER kept their own counsel. Not that Andreas would have been able to get a word in edgewise had he wished to speak. Bernhard's attempts to woo Gerwalta would have been visible to a blind man. It was a curious thing to observe, given how the decision on Gerwalta's husband would be dictated by the matron. Why was Erdreger so fastidious in his campaign for her heart, if the object of his amour did not hold the reins of her marital fate? And why was Gerwalta falling for it, knowing that her mother with a snap of her fingers could choose another, rending the daughter's heart in two? Bernhard insisted that Gerwalta ride in the empty cart as he rode the horse. The male WOLFRETTER made convincing excuses. Even though they arrived in the Bavarian forest, they were still apt to meet laity on the path. A lady would not walk, she'd be given use of any form of comfort they had. He dwells too much on the customs of men, Andreas thought, seeing in retrospect the error of his own abuses against Gerwalta's nature. The woman was a warrior, proud and true, even if green in her practice. It had not been right for him to force her to obey his decree as though she were a packling. How was it that a lupine could understand this and Dreger, himself a WOLFRETTER, could not? Nico and Hans, Herr Dreger's hired hometown goons, also rode mount, 2 mares presented to Andreas as thanks for finding the wolf. They were amazed at his willingness to give up such gifts, but what use did a lupine have for a horse? Unlike cows, sheep and pigs, the animals were too sensitive to his nature to allow him to mount. When at last they had some cover of trees, Andreas took his wolf and kept pace in parallel with the others, still travelling by day, and stopping at night to maintain the fallacy of their mission. On the 3rd night, he sensed her away from the others and found Gerwalta sitting on the lowest branch of a tree, contemplating the stars. When their eyes met and Gerwalta conjured her red cloak from nowhere, he thought it may be a sign to keep his distance. When the WOLFRETTER pulled the garment from her shoulders and tossed it his way, however, he understood her intentions for his modesty. He suffered through the passing pain, moving from 4 legs to 2 in a matter of seconds. Andreas felt like a baby, swaddling himself in her garment, but it was obvious she had something to say to him, being here beyond the earshot of their travelling companions, staring at a moon which grew more pregnant with each night of the journey, swelling his anxiety about the inevitable. Wolf though he was, Andreas was still a man and knew to let her come to her words at her own pace. I owe you an apology. He waited a moment, but in the end his bitterness got the better of him. Oh, I didn't know your kind did that. Gerwalta took the jab in stride, which gave Andreas his second surprise in as many minutes. He ought to just listen to her without rebuke, for how often were occasions when a WOLFRETTER would lower herself to humility. Luckily, she picked back up without prompting. A lupine and a natural wolf are 2 very different creatures, but you must have felt conflicted nonetheless. I should not have made you do that. It needed to be done. But I should not have made you to be the one to bear it to its death. Especially when... A long inhale, followed by a longer exhale. Especially when it was my fault that the boy died. He blinked his confusion. Fräulein Faust, please. Gerwalta, Andreas. Her bright eyes, their natural blue instead of the inhuman silver they became whenever her pulse picked up, glistened in the moonlight. I thought we agreed we could allow each other that privilege in private. Very well then, Gerwalta. He pulled the cloak around him more tightly and settled next to her on the low-lying branch. There is some truth to what you say. I am a wolf, and as a wolf, I would want nothing more than to blame a WOLFRETTER for every evil conceivable. But I'm also a man, one who aims to be forthright and moral, and I can in all good conscience assure you that you are not to blame in any fashion for the tragic events in Ansbach. I scented Stephen all over that boy's body. But if I had taken Stephen prisoner when we encountered him before... Stop. He put a finger to her mouth, stilling her words. Do not tread down the path of undone deeds, for it is a never-ending road of fallacy and self-destruction. He dropped his hand just in time to reposition the cloak before it fell to the ground. What if I had never quarrelled with him about wanting to mate a member of the laity? What if I had run just a little faster, no matter how weary I was, and managed to catch him after we separated? What if I had never tried to appeal to him when I got to Ansbach and just fought him there and then? What? Gerwalta's gaze swung from the sky above to the wolf beside her. You said you saw him, but you actually spoke to him. He hadn't meant to keep it secret, though he likewise had not been eager to share. Still questioned why he had. Was it an inclination to slight a WOLFRETTER, or the guilt at letting the opportunity to stop his brother go to waste? Yes, briefly. I begged him to give up this foolishness and return with me, but it seems there are bigger games afoot than some eloping lovers. Meaning? My brother is planning to reveal our kind to the Emperor, to offer us as soldiers in his armies. Was it the arch of silver light across the sky above or the words that made Gerwalta look so pale? We exist in parallel. WOLFRETTER will fall under the royal eye and the holy see as well. It will be the tale of Jataka all over again. Jataka? Andreas asked. She nodded. A WOLFRETTER in the House of Amber, long ago, in the distant east. One day the lay prince of her land discovered her in the midst of a hunt. He saw her wield silver. To keep her silence, he demanded she provide him a silver egg as a wedding gift when he wed. She agreed, thinking it a small cost to keep her secret. But the prince tricked her and married a new girl picked randomly from the villagers each day. Soon, the prince had many silver eggs, but he always wanted more. He thought Jakarta made the silver. He wouldn't believe she could only reshape the metal. In anger, he killed her and cut her into pieces, thinking he could find the silver she hoarded inside her. He found nothing, of course. Andreas shifted his weight. It sounds like a nursery story. It may be, she conceded. But that doesn't make it any less possible, or detract from the lesson it teaches. If laymen know of our abilities, they will exploit it until we have nothing more to give. And then they will have our blood, the WOLFRETTER will perish. Part of him wanted to say it was about time her kind had a fear of domination by others. Lupine certainly had suffered oppression long enough, but some curious quirk in him fretted when he thought of Gerwalta. Subjugated to the human qualms of God and country. As little sense as that made, it hardly mattered now. There were bigger threats at hand. Gerwalta, as much as it pains me to say this, I understand what must be done, he said. I left the Schwarzwald hoping to bring Stephen home, but now my mission must be to stop him at any price. I take some comfort that we have been brought back together, for while I am Königswolf, my palace is a forest, and my subjects, lupines. The castles and court of the laity are something of which I know little, but in which you, reared in matters of diplomacy by your mother, are well versed. If I can get close to Stephen, I will ensure he either submits or yields, but I cannot do this alone. He reached for her by instinct, but delighted when she did not pull away. Her hand. It was so lithe, so soft, so velvety. How could this be the hand of so demonstrable a foe? How could so tiny a hand, which fit so naturally into his, be of a creature born to tyrannize his pack? Gerwalta, please, help me do this, not for me, but for all wolves, and... She cut him off. It was my mother's wish that I allow Stephen to get to court. Shock blew back his touch. What? She... Internal strife played across her features. The matron saw an opportunity to allow me to spy at court. She commanded that I allow Stephen to flee long enough so that I could have an excuse to visit. But why would... Reasons permeated his thoughts and searched for words, but found them lacking. What cause would Frau Faust have in that? My family has been the supplier of silver and craftsmen of its implementation to the Imperial Court for a century, but recently they've turned favour from us. It is hurting my mother's purse. He sucked on his bottom lip. Your lot commands silver. How could you possibly be hurting in the purse? Not all debts can be paid in silver, Herr Baron. We require the same things you do. Foodstuffs, linens, taxes. Silver pays taxes and buys influence, but it is not accepted by a cheesemaker or a carpenter without talk. And as Jakarta's prince learned, we do not create it. Its supply is not inexhaustive, for if was, it would not have nearly as much value as it does. He nodded as the truth sunk further down. So your mother was using my brother's betrayal to her advantage. How dare she? How dare any of you? Before Andreas understood what was happening, his words died as Gerwalta threw her arms around him and buried her head into his chest. I never would have agreed. Hot tears fell down her face and soaked the downy, sparse fur that followed him into a layman. If I thought it was going to mean an innocent boy would die, and that I'd have to force you to sacrifice a natural wolf for my oversight, and that you'd have to hunt and kill your own kin, I never. But to think it almost led to your death. Andreas, Shh. Her auburn hair, laced in braids that ran down her back, still managed to be soft under his palm despite its binding. Hush, now. I never would have sought her help if I'd thought it would lead to you and me. Big blue eyes found him in the darkness when she looked up, and it didn't take long for her lips to follow. On the occasion of their previous kiss, Andreas had complied to her request more as a dare than a desire. This time, when his mouth began to move against hers and his hands rose to thread through her hair, pushing loose her auburn braids, it was for no other reason than he wanted to partake of her. Because he wanted her. Gerwalta moaned into his mouth the tiniest vibration that sent his animal urges soaring. He couldn't remember when he'd let go of the red cloak that hid his modesty, or when the two of them had moved from sitting on the branch to lying on the ground, her body beneath his and her thighs pressing into his hips, holding him in place. He pulled back only when breathing demanded it. Gerwalta's eyes shone in the darkness, two gleaming silver discs which blinked into existence when she realised he'd stopped. Why are you doing this? Only after asking the question did Andreas wonder if he was presenting it to Gerwalta or to himself. She buried her chin into his chest. I shouldn't. It's forbidden. If my mother ever discovered I'd kissed you, there is no greater crime for a WOLFRETTER than to give herself to a wolf. Crime? Andreas pushed himself up on his arms, hovering over her. What is the punishment? Death for the wolf, exile for the WOLFRETTER. She blinked up at him. Is this not forbidden for lupines? Of course not, though I can't imagine a Königswolf would take well one of his packlings mating a WOLFRETTER. Death does seem a bit of an overreaction, however. He lowered himself again, pulling towards her lips. But it may be worth it. As though she'd awoken from a dream, Gerwalta lashed her eyes closed and began to slide out from under him. The moon, she grumbled as she rose to his feet, pointing skyward and laying all blame on the celestial bodies overhead. We're 2 nights from the full moon, and it's doing things to us. Andreas doubted it. Otherwise, the scenes that would ensue each month between lupines and patrolling WOLFRETTER of the Schwarzwald would make a cow blush. Nonetheless, Gerwalta had been right to note the precarious tilt of the lunar cycle. In 2 nights, Stephen would fall victim to the moon's pull, powerless to stop the shift. What would happen then, with him among the laity? Without a king who still possessed some measure of humanity during the change to curb his animal nature? Andreas was pulled from his reverie by Gerwalta's perturbed voice. I am so sorry, Herr Baron. I am young and unwed, and I... You desire a man in your bed. His bold assertion turned her apologies to shock. You must think me wicked for thinking of such low acts in times such as these. It's never wicked to want what is natural. He couldn't help the errant thoughts running like rabbits through a meadow in the garden of his mind. You do have, options, Gerwalta. His eyes turned meaningfully back to the fire where the others lay fast asleep as he too gathered his feet beneath him. Bernhard seems quite taken with you, and you do not shun his attention. Your kind does not have the lifelong consequences we wolves do from informal dalliances. She crossed one arm over her stomach to grab the opposite elbow, rubbing the back of her neck with her free hand. There are other consequences than a mating bond to consider, and there's... Her eyes burned even brighter if it was possible. Wide-gazed and looking like she'd been struck by lightning, Gerwalta turned to him. Was it only one wolf who killed the boy? Andreas felt sweat dapple his brow, heard his own heartbeat pounding in his ears. His mouth dried. His pulse spiked. How did you know that? The WOLFRETTER's mouth transformed into a scowl. All the reports of livestock attacks, both Bernhard and I being sent at the same time to chase down rogue wolves, the Imperial Court shifting its silver supplies from our stocks. She reached for him, pulling Andreas by the hand deeper into the forest. Your brother is walking into a trap. What? With a forceful tug, he managed to both stop their forward advance and spin Gerwalta his direction. What are you talking about? How did you know about the second wolf? What does it have to do with anything? Don't you think it funny, Andreas? We set out from Triberg at almost the same time Bernhard is sent by his mother, a vice matron's under my mother's command, from Ravensburg, both of us pursuing a lone wolf. When he said he was following the report of a wolf, those may have been his mother's words. I assumed it was Stephen, but no, there is a second wolf, one I am willing to bet defected from the Ravensburg pack, lured away by some lady-love to the Imperial Court. And probably far more than that, all coming together on a full moon. Think about it, Andreas. Your brother told you this woman and he were going to reveal lupines to the king, did he not? Yes, but Stephen is your brother, she cut in, and I do not doubt he is not such a different man than you. He would not leave his pack to be with some laywomen, knowing that he'd go mad in a few months. I know the saying goes love drives one to madness, but I do not think one preempts the journey for the sake of love. He could argue strongly with her on that. Another time, perhaps. For the moment, the outlines of what the WOLFRETTER was presenting began to take shape in his understanding. Someone's creating a new pack, a feat that takes a female and male wolf. That's why the other wolf I detected in Ansbach was a woman. She looked into the distance. You can learn that from the scent left on a victim? Of course. He bit his tongue before telling her how he could smell something very female and very enticing about her even at this moment. I'm sorry I didn't tell you, but the other wolf is not my pack. She is not my problem to solve. Gerwalta's hand tightened into a fist. No, but she's mine. Someone's trying to form a pack loyal to the crown. Your brother has been hoodwinked. Come, we must make it to Nuremberg by full moon. He arrested her hand and pulled her back around. What about Herr Draeger? You mean my well-intentioned cousin who keeps insisting that I, a woeful woman, should not do my duty merely because I am the fairer sex? Gerwalta rolled her eyes. Do not misconstrue my meaning. Bernhard is a righteous WOLFRETTER and a brave warrior, but I've grown weary of his attempts to preserve my honour by locking me away. He swelled with pride at hearing her put the boorish brute in his rightful place. Then we depart without him. Though I must point out, it will be difficult for me to get into the Imperial Court without clothing. Her eyes cast down as her cheeks reddened as though Gerwalta had just remembered that a nude man stood before her. Or perhaps recalling that same said nude man had been atop her and kissing her breathless just a few moments before. Not to mention all our provisions are with the others, he continued. We'll be trying to accomplish 2 days of travel in half that time, all without funds or food. Surely we can make do with what the forest and our wits provide. I hope so. Her hand went to her chest, rubbing her ribcage. Though I will owe apologies to all the gentlewomen of Nuremberg for denying them the view when I clothe you. All the breath escaped him, but before he could say anything to follow, Gerwalta retrieved her cloak and took to the trees. He took to his fur and followed. Chapter 19. Gerwalta ran. Not for the sake of reaching Nuremberg, though that was of course the goal. She ran forward, ever forward, because if she paused for a moment, she'd have to face Andreas. And the truth of what had happened was happening between them. Not so much had transpired if she thought about it. She'd merely kissed Andreas. Twice. And pulled him atop of her. But that, only once. If anyone found out, could she merely claim that she'd been teasing the wolf, playing into his fantasies to earn his cooperation and get her to court? It would be believable, as long as nothing further happened between them. She paused on a branch, pushing her fingers to her lips and whistling. The wolf on the forest floor beneath her bayed before coming into sight. In 2 clicks, he grew into a man. What is it? Gerwalta pointed to the horizon, to where a hill rose in the distance, veins of stone streets, timbered houses, and the tower of a castle on its highest peak. A bright red banner flapped against the pale blue sky. The Emperor is in residence. Andreas's hand went to his brow as he squinted, the sun framed just over her shoulder. Already at midday, the beams of light served as a clock ticking down the hours until sunset. If you're close enough to see the flag, you're close enough to be seen by them. Come out of the trees. He had a good point. Probably best to do away with the red cloak as well. In a sigh, its existence ceased. Gerwalta stepped off the branch and proceeded to fall at a very slow and very leisurely speed. By the time she'd come to ground, Andreas's jaw had come to rest atop the leaves as well. You can fly. She worked her jaw. No, I cannot. Well, you certainly didn't fall out of the tree, he countered. I could have run to the river and back in the time you took to reach ground. It's rude to criticize, besides only matrons fly. It's considered a divine sign of a propensity towards leadership. Gerwalta fished out the clothing she'd bought off a peddler on the side of the road earlier that morning. They'd be too loose below and too tight above, but Andreas would be clothed. Put these on. We should be to the city walls in an hour or 2. We'll purchase you something better fitted there. Speaking of the river, I'm going to go refill our skins. We'll head back to the road and... He grabbed her hand and twirled her as she attempted to walk away. That's how you jump so high and so easily, isn't it? She blinked and shook her head. Oh, WOLFRETTER can jump high. Not like you were up in the top of that barn in Ansbach. That had to be the height of 3 men, and you jumped into that pit without fear of how you would get out. He let go her hand and twirled. You're amazing! Just when I think I've come to understand you, you have another secret. But, wait. His words died in the air, along with any trace of joy in her features. If it is considered a sign of one meant to be matron, does that mean you... It means nothing, she interjected. It's ancient foolishness, old superstition. Understanding failed him. But to lead a clan is a great honour. Why would you not want that? Because the last thing I want to be like is my mother, she said stoically. Severe, withdrawn, always keeping my children at a distance and only seeing them as pawns in securing my power. I want to be married off. Perhaps it will mean leaving the Schwarzwald and rearing young in one of our lesser territories, but it will remove me from that horrid home where I am always another thread for others to spin. But as matron, you'd have the ability to change all that, he argued. No, Helga will be matron, she insisted. It has been expected since we were young. This last fortnight, seeing the torment you're going through having to oppose your own sibling, makes me realise how much I'd never want to be on the other side of mine. Gerwalta shook her head and shooed away the subject. We don't have time to dwell on this. We must press on. Come, we're running out of time. 2 things could kill a wolf, than silver inside the head or silver to the heart. Gerwalta was his silver, and she was burning a hole both above and below. It was foolish to let himself fall for the WOLFRETTER. No good could come of it. They'd never be together. They certainly could never be together. Oh, he was fairly certain he could seduce her, if there's all he was after. Some part of him took devious glee at the prospect of ruining one of her kind for all others. But it would ruin him too, for to lay with Gerwalta would trigger his mating bond. His heart would forever be hers, and no doubt she'd stomp on it. Away from Schloss WOLFRETTER on her first grand adventure, she'd indulge a thrill, embraced him in passing. But as soon as she saw how he'd grovel at her feet once bonded, she'd lose all respect for him. Her heart would have no such restrictions, and how would he cope when she inevitably moved on to another? They arrived at the city walls as the sun turned down from its zenith. A crowd milled about, waiting to pass through the gates into the safety of the city before nightfall. Andreas tried to arrest the overdrive of his senses. Villages were taxing enough, but there were too many scents, too many noises, too much to see. The Königswolf closed his eyes, breathed in, tasted the air. Bread, meats, rot, urine, flowers, mud, perfume. It all swirled together in a miasma of experiences not his own. He felt dizzy, overwhelmed, clingy. He reached for Gerwalta's hand as his body swayed. I know, She became the foundation which lifted him. It's hard for me, too. People everywhere. He leaned on her. So many people. It will be easier once we're inside the palace walls, she assured him. Come. A ripping of cloth hit his ears, followed a moment later by pressure against his eyes. My father does this with the horses when he fears there's too much to worry them. I know you're not a horse, but perhaps it will help. It does. And it did. Simplistic though it was, it did. Thank you. She pulled him like the blind man he'd become through the gates and streets of Nuremberg. My medallion bears my family crest. It should get us into the castle if I claim to be representing my father on business to the court. Don't you mean your mother? No, we're in the heart of the lay world now. My mother, as a woman, has little standing here. It is my father, or sometimes my brother, who always conducts our business with other men. Foolish laity. Unlike the matriarchal WOLFRETTER, wolves were always ruled by a male member of the pack, but a king wolf would never dare insinuate his mate was his inferior or not due respect and deference merely because she was female. Are either known at the imperial court? No. All our affairs with the crown are conducted through the Duke of Württemberg or by correspondence. Andreas turned, forcing Gerwalta to the end of his arms. He took off the cloth covering his eyes and pulled at the leather cord which hung around her neck. I'll have to pretend to be your brother then. His name is Maximilian, is it not? I'm far too young to stand place for your father. She clasped his hands. Don't be foolish, Andreas, if the silver were to touch your skin. Then I'll be careful it doesn't, he insisted, very delicately pulling it off her neck. If a woman from a wealthy family comes seeking business without a proper letter of introduction or chaperone, it could raise suspicions. We must be quick. Sunset is hours away. I feel its weight in my soul. As he delicately leaned forward and slipped the cord around his neck, he felt the weight of the silver as well. It settled on his chest, 2 layers of clothing, the only thing keeping it from burning another scar into his flesh. Andreas delicately teased the metal disc under his jacket but above his undershirt, feeling like a man as he was being shoved into a torture chamber, moments before the door closed. The object of his death was so close it had merely to move into place to kill him. Luckily, the WOLFRETTER protested no more. There was logic in his actions, and she knew it. Can you sense Stephen? Would you be able to sense the other wolf? He shook his head. I'd be able to smell her if I crossed her trail, but I can't perceive wolves not of my pack like that. What about you? I thought WOLFRETTER could sense any wolf if they were close enough. If I try hard enough, I'm told. I haven't had much occasion to practice the skill. She closed her eyes, breathed deep, exhaled. When she kept silence, he prodded her. What is it? Do you sense them? Which direction? Every direction. I can't explain it. But she never got to finish what she was saying, for a moment later, Andreas felt the sword at his back, and his hands went into the air. Saeta Altantaita. Chapter 20. In a heartbeat, Gerwalta overrode the anxiety of her senses and assessed the surroundings. An imperial guard, distinctive by his red and black stripped pantaloons, held a weapon to Andreas's back which she couldn't see. Short sword? Perhaps, but from the angle of his shoulder, more than likely a dagger. The guard behind him, however, had 3 blades within command, including the one whose hilt was in hand. They'd angled themselves away from the street where common folk went about their business. They didn't want to bring attention, but why not could be anyone's guess. Fräulein? It had been so long since Andreas had addressed her formally, it sounded foreign from his lips. I'm sure these guards only wish to detain us and bring us inside for further questioning by their superiors, no need for dramatics. This smithy speaks true. The larger of the 2 guards jerked his head toward the gateway. Make no fuss, and we'll make no holes into you. Heart racing, she somehow managed to calm her nerves, ease her hands, relax her posture. Very well. Gentlemen, please. Nuremberg Castle, a jewel of the Holy Roman Emperor's crown, didn't impress her nearly as much as she'd supposed it would. Perhaps because she'd been raised in a castle, if one much smaller. Its luxuries didn't surpass Schloss WOLFRETTER. There were merely more of them for the eye to behold. Its walls would be easily scaled by a dark one, and to her quick observation, only its central tower, which she'd observed even from far outside the city, appeared to be truly secure. Immediately past the first bailey, the guards took them left, then right, and then they began to descend a winding stairway, all the while the tingle in Gerwalta's fingers growing stronger. that she had more silver to craft a weapon like her hand ached to hold. She dare not speak just because the guards had obviously known they were wanted, didn't mean they knew why, nor what they were. When they entered a corridor lit dimly by torches, Andreas's hand found hers, clutching so tightly he threatened to drive all the blood from her fingers. A moment later, she knew why. Their scent saturated the senses. "Go to the end of the hall, then knock once," the guard said, giving them both a push forward. "We'll be here just long enough to make sure you don't turn and run." Andreas hissed, and Gerwalta suddenly remembered the injury caused when he saved her from the lightning. It would heal with the passing of a full moon, he'd said, but that event had not yet had a chance to pass. "Do you sense Stephen on the air?" The Königswolf stopped, taking in a long draw of air through his nose, closing his eyes in concentration. A moment later, they opened again, reading of sadness. Gerwalta paced on. "No matter, we must see this through." "Wait." Andreas pulled her back. "I should go first. They will expect that. Wouldn't lupines be more cordial to a lupine leading a WOLFRETTER? Or find it suspicious, but then again I'm supposed to be a male WOLFRETTER. So would I lead a female wolf?" "Of course you would. You'd lead any wolf because as a WOLFRETTER any wolf is your inferior and beneath you." "So you're saying you should be beneath me? Mayhap being a WOLFRETTER is not so bad." "Are you sincerely making a jest at a time like this?" Having reached the door and with the guard still poised at the far end of the hall, Andreas made to raise a balled fist. Gerwalta managed to knock it away just as he tapped. She tried then, getting just treatment from him. In the end, neither would know who knocked, but they would both remember they'd entered the room together. It seemed a veritable children's story filled with genies and shahs and silver chalices. How had such a room, in which opulent lounging couches covered in fine oriental fabrics, encircled a wooden table atop which a golden plate the size of a shield held the last fruits of summer, exist in this castle? More than that, how did its occupants come to be? On every surface, a lupine. A dozen total, each in the distinct dress and manner of his origins. Gerwalta knew something of regional variations of fashion. On occasions when other WOLFRETTER visited her mother's court, she had learned their manner. That one was Prussian, the red-haired wolf Flemish, and one wore a hat she thought similar to that of a distant cousin from Budapest. As Andreas had concluded, none proved to be Stephen. The one at the centre of all their attention, however, was female. Radiance did not suit to describe her. Tall, shapely, with blonde hair peeking out from under an elaborate headdress of gold and red. The fabric twisted around her waist in a golden and purple thread must be silk. Gerwalta had seen it on each of her sister's bridal gowns and remembered its reflective sheen. Around the lady's bodice, feathers dyed in colours like those of her red-yellow dress and cape gave her a plumaged appearance. The woman was a noble, no doubt of that, but given the tingles in Gerwalta's chest when she concentrated on her, she was also a wolf. She stepped forward, taking the eyes of the dozen wolves seated on sofas and propped up with pillows around the room. "You've come a long way to be here, haven't you?" she said in Andreas's direction. "And to do that, to give yourself away at the last minute by flashing your medallion in public, it really was quite..." She rolled her fingers. "Amateur." Gerwalta instinctively clutched at her chest, searching for the comfort of her silver medallion. Only then did she recall that it now hung from Andreas's neck. They'd bought the ruse so easily it almost concerned her. But if Andreas could only sense his own pack, surely the same was true of other wolves. They could smell wolf, of course, but there were so many other scents from those assembled, not to mention the underlying aroma of mildew that hung in the air. For despite the pretty dressing, they were still in a dungeon. It may be too difficult for the female to discern that it was Andreas and not she who was the wolf. "I am Altilde, and I am the queen of this pack." The beautiful she-wolf turned on heel to Gerwalta. "What is your name, and how did you come to be here? My invitation was only to male wolves." "Queen?" Andreas asked. "Who is king?" "There is no king, measly WOLFRETTER," Altilde hissed. "Your kind probably thinks you are the only dark creature who can be ruled by a woman, don't you? I cannot blame you. Most of my kind thinks the same. The members of my pack, however, have learned better." A low rumble of laughter came with the Queen's flicked finger inviting the reaction. When she turned on Gerwalta, the distraction had allowed sufficient time to conceive a cover story. "My name is Rohiza." Where it had come from she knew not, but there was no time to hesitate. and no opportunity to offer alternatives. I followed my cousin, unbeknownst to him, to see where he was going. Your cousin. She looked in turn to each of the wolves on the perimeter. And which of my strapping beasts is he? I do not see him here, Gerwalta admitted. His name is Stephen. Ah, him. The she-wolf's eyes brightened with understanding. Stephen unfortunately failed to prove his worth to me when given the chance. Beside her, Andreas stiffened, but Gerwalta had dealt with enough powerful women to know the truth usually remained in the shadow of the spoken. Do you mean killing the child outside Ansbach? Aldild nodded. There's no place in my pack for a wolf who refuses any order I issue. Once he refused to kill the boy, I knew he never would be capable of seeing out our vision. Stephen even fought me when I gave him a second chance, telling him to stand aside as I undertook the task myself. Me, he even tried to save him. But Ansbach was some time ago, and I left Stephen in no condition to follow me. How is it, then, that you were still able to track us all the way here to Nuremberg? Gerwalta laced her hands behind her back. When I could not find Stephen's trail out of the village, I picked up yours. From the corner of her eye she saw Andreas flinch. Something about that wouldn't add up. I am very careful not to leave a trail, Iltild insisted, suspicion narrowing her gaze. True, Gerwalta admitted. And most wolves, most male wolves. She let the dispersion settle around to the affronted parties before continuing. Would have abandoned the quest there. But after the villagers told me about an imperial coach that had passed through town the day before, an auspicious event for Ansbach, I assumed there was a connection. His Majesty owns very many fine stallions, but none of them as yet bred without the ability to stink. Their trail was all too simple to follow. Eltild's arm lashed in Gerwalta's direction. There, boys, she said, grinning. That is why a female is your natural superior. She sees not just the prey, but its environment. Tell me, Rahisa, what news of your cousin? I left him alive. Barely, but still. Gerwalta hid the smile when she noticed Andreas's frame ease with relief. Stephen is no longer my concern. She folded her arms over her chest. He was always a bit of an embarrassment anyhow. And the WOLFRETTER? Aldild asked. How is it that he came to be in your company? To his credit, Andreas did not miss a beat, though his spirit must have been shaking upon learning the news about Stephen. I am with her because I am a fool, he said. She manipulated me, seduced me while not whetting my thirst. My heart burns with desire, and she mocks it. Gerwalta affected her best seductress, turning to Andreas and running a fingertip down his chin, over his chest, tracing his ribs. She didn't know if Andreas was acting or not when his eyes fluttered closed, and he took on the expression of the love-drunk. Easy, darling, I only said I could not mate you yet, not without the permission of my king, or perhaps my queen. Aldild blinked. And you think I would invite you to my pack? I think you might, I interest you. She lifted herself to Andreas, praying he wouldn't do anything to give away their lie, and pressed a kiss to his lips, then, turning a bold brow to Aldild, added, It comes with a very obedient WOLFRETTER who has told me all their secrets. Oh yes, over the last week or so, Maximilian has been quite the songbird, for example. Gerwalta stepped forward, her hands very suggestively tugging at the brocade cord tied around Aldild's waist. Did you know that a WOLFRETTER is powerless to break a silken restraint? The Queen's eyebrow arched. Surely we would have known that if it were true. Perhaps, but then again, Gerwalta set about untying the simple knot that kept Aldild's corded belt from falling, then eased it over her hips, into her hands. Have you ever seen one of them wear silk? The Queen shook her head. Bind him then and let us talk more. Frederick. At her bellow, one of the larger wolves leaped forward. Yes, my queen. Put Maximilian in a cell, Aldild commanded. Rohise and I are going to have a little chat. She-wolf to she-wolf. Chapter 21. Frederick, along with a rather dullard of a wolf whose name turned out to be Wilhelm, led Andreas to his cell, a side room without windows and with a heavy iron door. Even for a wolf, Andreas struggled to see through the blanket of black. Luckily, his ears worked fine, and his captors were either too foolish or too confident to observe silence within earshot of where they kept guard. Think she'll join us, that Rohise. That from Wilhelm, whose accent suggested German was not his first tongue. Hope so, Frederick responded. The lilt in his voice suggested he was very, very Saxon. If the Queen's plan succeeds, we'll need to start mating immediately to grow our pack. Strength in numbers, as they say. And that Rohisa, it wouldn't disappoint me if she ended up in my sheets. Andreas fought the urge to use the strength he knew he possessed as a Königswolf to push open the door and force both the insolent curs into submission. Surely, but you heard what that WOLFRETTER said. Here Andreas could picture the two wolves motioning to the closed door behind them. Seduced me. Seduced. You don't think she's already given her bond to him, do you? Frederick chuckled. What would ever possess a wolf to turn his back on his kind and mate with the enemy? The answer rang out in Andreas's heart before he could stop it. Love would, you fools. Love would possess him. And there it was, the truth undeniable and resilient that had laid hidden behind a wall of history and tradition his heart had been pulling down, brick by brick, since they'd left Triberg. All Andreas's biases, all his kind's past, all his notions of proper and possible, they surrendered to the immutable reality. He loved Gerwalta. He wanted her, as his bride, as his mate, as the mother of his pups. It was treason, it was salvation. It would be the death of him, quite literally, if it ever became known to her clan. This lover was deadly. Bogged down by the enormity of his heart's revelation, Andreas lost track of the two wolves prattling, or how much time passed, other than the growing pull in his innards, the sensation present whenever the full moon was nigh. He became unaware of his physical connection to the world, drifting away on flights of fancy, of ways he might be able to woo the WOLFRETTER. When she later slipped into his cell between his vision of her on their wedding day and his dreams of their wedding night, it took a moment to realize reality. What? Did they hurt you? She said in a whisper, though with such annoyance in her tone, he knew that she must have said it more than once. No, Andreas clicked his tongue against a dry palate. You are a brilliant creature, Gerwalta. It will all come to naught if you don't listen to me and do exactly as I... WOLFRETTERs may play politics, but wolves wore their hearts on their hides. Now that he knew, she must too. I love you. Her suddenly silver eyes blinked bright in the darkness. Come again. Had he not been bound, he would have taken her into his arms and kissed her properly. At least those peculiar glowing orbs of hers gave him an approximate target. Andreas leaned in, pressing his lips to hers, waiting for her to understand his intentions. None came, though the mere fact that he touched her sent a wave of lust, driven by the moon, spiking through him. The silk cord only tightened as he pulled on his restraint, but his ardour cooled when he felt the sting of silver press against his chest. I said, I love ye! I heard what you said, the WOLFRETTER snapped. Are you moon-mad? We haven't time for your soggy emotions. We are in terrible peril, and I only have a moment or two to explain to you how we're to survive. I need you to be the Königswolf right now, not some confessor of puppy love. Do you doubt the virility of my feeling? He asked. I do not doubt the virility of your anything, she confessed. As my mother would say, shove it down. There is work to be done. But we must... Zusht! Gerwalta hissed as she pushed the palm of her hand to his mouth and tried to press on as if he hadn't just laid bare his heart to her. Now, listen. Aldild has lured away a wolf from each of the packs within a 10-day journey of Nuremberg. Each of them the brother of a king. Stephen was just one whose allegiance she stole. A female lupine running a pack, he grumbled. Such an unnatural abomination. As a woman descended from a long line of female leaders, I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Anyhow, she says there is something called Lupus Regina in legend. A female wolf as a sort of empress of kings. She plans to ally herself with the Lady Crown, royal to royal, as it were. I have heard tell of this, Andreas admitted, schooling his animal mind to ignore how close she remained. They say the mother of Romulus and Remus was such a creature, but I thought it was always a myth. Are we not myth, Andreas? Gerwalta asked. Aldild intends to remake our world. She thinks the time has come for the Emperor to become the master of the Church, not the other way around, and she intends to be the power behind the crown. And she told you all this openly? Andreas couldn't help his incredulity. How does she even believe you are a wolf? Because I am a woman, and because the pull of the moon has disabled her rationality as it does with your kind. And because I've spent so much time with you, I smell like you. He felt a hedonic pull in his groin at the thought that he'd marked her, but pushed it down. Gerwalta was right. He'd seduce her later, when they were both certain they would survive. She has offered me a place in her pack, but as she's done with each of the other wolves, I must prove my loyalty. By agreeing to return to the Schwarzwald and killing the king wolf off. Andreas nodded. Good of you to agree. It will allow us to escape and think of... No, Andreas. She thinks you're the WOLFRETTER, remember? Through the darkness, Andreas heard Gerwalta's movements as her hands wrapped around his body, taking up the slack of the silk cord that still bound him. And because I was so able to convince them that I have you smitten and eating out of the palm of my hand. As I just told you, I am smitten and I'll eat out of whatever you tell me to. She continued as though he had not spoken. She has asked me to bid you create silver manacles, in which I am to be led into the Emperor's presence just before sunset. When I shift into my wolf, and made calm by her command, you are to release my restraints. Then, to demonstrate the might of a lupine, she will order me to kill you. There was so much wrong with that, he didn't know where to begin. This cannot possibly work. Why not? Gerwalta asked. You are a Königswolf. You, like Althild, can keep your lay form during a full moon, can you not? So the theory goes, though I have never had a cause as yet to attempt it. He shook his head, even though he knew she could not see it. Regardless, what goes against us is that you will not become a wolf. What will Althild do when you prove at sunset not to be a lupine? It doesn't matter, Gerwalta exclaimed. I will be bound by silver. I carry my weapon before me as I walk. I know Ferdinand by reputation. He does not abide fools. Once Althild is shown to be a fraud, he will order her and by proxy us removed. And if she herself takes her wolf and attacks, did you not hear the part where I said I will be going in with silver directly at my behest? And so you will, what? Slay a werewolf before the Emperor without revealing what you are? He asked. If the Emperor learns you can wield silver, I think he'll have more interest in your kind than mine. Her lower jaw squared. I won't let anyone see. I'm good at hiding my weapons. The temptation to admire her determination nearly robbed him of his good sense. And how, then, shall I go about forming silver manacles? I can't even touch the stuff, let alone craft it into restraints. We'll find a way, we must. There's no... A hiccup in the air betrayed her resolve. I will not let her exploit wolves like this. It will either end with your kind being forced into military service or slaughtered at the order of the Church. I will save you. I must save you. Just then the door behind them swung open. Though the lantern's light was not bright, it pierced a hole into the darkness that had them both squinting. Their interloper turned out to be Frederick, and the way he molested Gerwalta with his eyes threatened to draw Andreas's wolf to the surface. Come now, love, and bring your pet, he said. Sunset is nigh. Chapter 22. 2 packlings shepherded them across the courtyard, the inner bailey, and then the climb started. Up and up, ascending the tower they'd seen even while outside the city, until even a dark one had to pause to catch his breath. Near the top, Althild stood outside a heavy oaken door. Go below and wait, she told the others. I will escort them from here. Slipping an iron key from a hidden pocket of her dress, the she-wolf extended a welcoming arm as she opened the door. Even with the setting rays of the sun blasting through a westward arrow slit, the room veritably gleamed. Take only what you need, Herr Faust, quickly, little time remains, she instructed. It took a moment for Andreas to remember that, under current circumstances, he was the WOLFRETTER. The werewolf wandered into the room and found himself entombed in silver. A screaming voice inside of him told him to run, that this place was dangerous. And it was, though not just for the obvious reason. The truth remained that he had not gained a magical ability to transform the metal in the last hour. Not for the first time, the Königswolf whispered a silent prayer that Gerwalta had a plan to pull off this farce. For the moment he would stall. Within reason, of course, for the sun dipped further down with each passing moment. Even if, as a Königswolf, he could maintain his layman form, he did not expect it to be easy. How is it that you, a lupine, have access to the Imperial Treasury? Althild grinned her condescension, stepping towards him. I was able to pull 13 wolves away from their much-beloved brother kings, and you question my ability to twist the whims of laymen. What would a WOLFRETTER say? A wolf who can be either man and beast might be a danger to us as well. It would behoove me not to at least ask. But it would be foolish of you to expect me to answer. Eldild flicked an oversized serving bowl setting on a table, drawing a ding with a fingernail and making Andreas flinch in fear of her welfare. Now claim your silver and let us be on our way. Andreas threw his hands up into the air. What do you propose I do, make my way through the castle clutching tea sets and dining platters to my chest? Or you could just take this cache of silver coins, heartstrings. Gerwalta made both wolves turn at once, kicking a bag formed out of suspiciously red cloth. Its contents clinked. Dozens of coins, conveniently collected into a sack. Even if they are Ottoman, silver is silver. The she-wolf's head cocked to the side as she said, I do not recall seeing that before. As Andreas made the same motion and, his grin delirious, mouthed to Gerwalta, heartstrings. Gerwalta made work of pulling up the bag from the ground. Even with the protection of the cloth sack, Andreas struggled to overcome his trepidation as she handed it to him. Should a single coin fall out as he jostled the surprisingly heavy cash up the stairs, and managed to sear his flesh, the game would be up. He made a show of inspecting the contents. I suppose this will work well enough, assuming we need only one set of manacles and chain. As Altild peered into the bag, he chanced a look at Gerwalta, who gave him an acknowledging nod. Fine then, bring it along. The she-wolf led them from the treasure room. Andreas expected them to head back down at that point, but much to his surprise, they started up, until at last they came to the end of the stairs and, he'd presumed, the top of the tower. Andreas leaned over to Gerwalta as Altild passed to a room behind another door. A wolf would say, my pet, or even lambkins, but never heartstrings. Forgive my ignorance, Herr Faust, but I am not well acquainted in the language of lovers, lupine or otherwise. You will be, he countered. Once I've managed to convince you to love me, you'll be able to write poems and compose melodies in 13 tongues. Gerwalta strained to keep her resolve, though the flush in her cheeks was speaking volumes of truth. She hissed, Andreas, this is not the time for love-making. I'd agree, reluctantly. When it was, they would be alone and undisturbed, and needing provisions for several days. How were you able to make your cloak into a small sack like this? Can you alter its shape the way you do silver? I didn't alter anything. Her face screwed up. It was sitting there, with all the coins already in it. Seemed the quickest solution to our query. Yes, but what gets us out of the next challenge? He swallowed down the crawl of his skin, the ache of his bones, forcing his body under his command. What is taking her so long? Sunset is minutes away. We feel it too, you know. Gerwalta turned big blue eyes up to him. The sunset, it's tugging at my senses. Good, then you'll know when to howl, he said. A wolf always howls when pulled by the light of the moon. It hurts more than when we take our fur willingly. If your ploy is to make her seem she's lost her wits, you seeming to do the same should also reflect back. And remember, you must act as though the silver causes you great pain. And you must remain a man. Gerwalta shot back. I see the sunset torturing your body already. Fight the draw to change. I cannot do this alone, not in a way that would not spill blood. Don't fret, I will do what needs to be done. He sighed. All this relies on Altild herself playing along. What if she just decided to take her own fur instead? Gerwalta swallowed, her eyes peeling away. Then I will do what needs be done. You don't mean... Andreas Baron, she barked out. No matter what has happened between us, I am still a WOLFRETTER. It is my duty to ensure she does not pose a danger. But she is a queen, Andreas argued. Her pack is too new for her to have formed a strong bond with her second. You destroy Altild, you leave her pack not only without command, but naturally inclined to avenge her. And on full moon. What choice do I have? Gerwalta's wide eyes flashed not anger, but fear. I can flee an attack, but you cannot. What if she sets her pack on you? What if... I can't lose you, Andreas. I won't, I refuse to. Gerwalta crashed into him. When her lips met his, the Königswolf felt it wash over him. Love. Pure, utterly determined love. Even if Gerwalta never became his mate, and how could she, given the obvious, he would never love another. Even knowing his constitution could wash out his heart and paint it in the colour of any other she-wolf, he'd never allow himself to betray her, and he would keep his layman form even under the pull of the full moon, for it was what she needed of him. Andreas would change the laws of God to do what Gerwalta required or die trying. The moment the chamber door opened, they flew apart as though ricocheting off each other, creating distance where there had been none. Without hesitation, and despite having been both on the edge of tears and driven by passion just moments before, Gerwalta snapped into her assumed persona as though it were merely a scarf she need to throw about her shoulders. "Is it time, my queen?" she asked. "Shall the WOLFRETTER shackle me now?" "Yes, only—" Altilde strolled out, holding up a pair of iron manacles on a chain in her hand. "Use these, which you should have no difficulty in handling, Herr Baron, or I fear our little Red Hood will slip her silver bonds and go riding off, over the river and through the woods." His confusion stood mere moments of reflection as a man garbed in a red cloak rounded the she-wolf. Bernhard's smirk was as wide as it was nauseating. "Well, if it isn't my dear cousin and her little puppy." Chapter 23. The glint of silver flew from Bernhard's hand too fast for Gerwalta to stop it. She called out one moment only to find relief the next when the metallic disc warbled, losing shape, transforming moments before landing square against Andreas's hands and wrists. The sack of silver coins crashed and spilled out over the stone-cobbled floor, as did Andreas soon after. The Königswolf wanted to bellow, that much Gerwalta could see, but what drew her concern more were the pulsations beneath his flesh, the ripples of bone and muscles contorting, converting, his inner wolf fighting to get free. "Andreas, stay with me!" Her pleads bordered on tears. "I need your voice." Tortured grunts came from his throat. "The silver," he croaked. "Take it off." Gerwalta fell to her knees, working her will against the poison grafting into his skin. She reached out again with her power, willing the metal to obey. "I cannot. It's... Her distraction left the betrayer an advantage. Bernhard swooped, slapping the iron manacles over Gerwalta's wrists, using the chain that linked the set to yank her to her feet. "Blood-claim silver, cousin," he said. "I believe that's the term you're searching for. The coins are as well, by the way. I knew your training would draw you to that cash." Blood-claimed silver. Impossible. That power is only to be used for the claiming of a fire medallion and in the forging of a wedding band. A quaint old tradition I've chosen to ignore for obvious reasons. You cannot seriously mean that you... Gerwalta looked off into the distance, her face contorting at the recollection of the torture she'd once endured claiming her medallion. "How could you run so much silver through your own heart, the pain you must have endured?" "The pain will all have been worth it once I set our world right." Bernhard yanked the chain, forcing his cousin to his side, her face to his mouth. His vicious tongue licked up her jawline, even as Gerwalta struggled to pull away. "Now, listen to every word I say, or your wolf will die." Somehow Andreas managed his feet, even as Altilde took him by the arm to guide him toward the room that lay just beyond the door. "Did you truly think I wouldn't recognize a WOLFRETTER when she stood before me?" the she-wolf asked. "Or a wolf who bears such a close resemblance to the brother who tried to kill me?" As was the tower, so was the room, wide, round, with only one way in or out. Or so she thought, until Gerwalta looked across the space, through the flicker of candlelight, and saw another door opposite them. The tower had no external stairs she'd observed from the ground, so it must lead to the wooden parapet she'd noticed, when first they'd crossed into the bailey. That could be her escape. If she could break free of her captor's hold. Only how could she leave Andreas behind? Begging was the desperate act of the defeated, but it was the only road left for her to tread. "Please, Bernhard, think. If you expose us to the laity, every woman, man and child WOLFRETTER will become their servant. We'll be exploited and persecuted, wolves will be enslaved and sent forth as cannon fodder." To her dismay, her cousin laughed. "Is not our highest calling to protect the laity from the lupine? And yet, how many laymen walk into the fields of death, while wolves stay hidden away in their forests and ravines? Our fault is not in exposing them, Gerwalta, it's in helping them stay hidden. I've done only what every matron has been too cowardly to do." "What you've done." As they were dragged forward, the truth dawned on Gerwalta's face. "The Emperor already knows about us." "Yes, we do." Neither of their captors needed to speak, for suddenly on the edges of the sparse room was a single man who represented the multitude, surrounded by 6 soldiers with silver swords, and with regal bearing, attire and demeanour. He fully laid claim to the title Emperor. Though she'd had encounters with nobles, Gerwalta knew Ferdinand only from rumour and reputation. He looked every bit the caricature drawn in her head, from his oily, ebony hair which twisted at the ends, to his wiry moustache, to the armament of his prominent proboscis which ruled, in addition to half of Europe, a goodly portion of his face. She called out as someone took a staff to the back of her legs, forcing her knees to buckle and hit the floor. "Don't you touch her." Andreas's gravelly voice evidenced his animal nature rearing its head. "I'll kill anyone who lays a hand on her. Ah!" His cries overpowered the hiss of searing flesh. Gerwalta bucked, kicked, bit at the air. Anything to get to him, anything to free him. "Andreas!" she called out, wishing she had her medallion still. "Don't worry about me. Concentrate. Stay a man. Stay with me now, as a man." Is this the fierce warrior I was promised? A finger hooked under Gerwalta's chin, pulling her eyes up. Ferdinand stood just inches away. "I do not see how this creature, this meek, crying woman, could possibly be stronger than you, Herr Faust." Bernhard's voice came from behind her. "It is the way of my kind. The women are stronger, at least physically. As to the gifts of the intellect, each man and woman is doled out a share as seen fit by our mighty Creator." The regent sneered as he drew back his hand and stood. A few flicks of his hand, and 2 guards rushed from their posts, hooked her under her arms, and pulled Gerwalta to her feet. "And you're certain this is who you wish for your bride?" he asked. "You've brought such riches into our coffers. I'm certain a noble match could be made for you. The Duke of Saxony's 3rd daughter, perhaps? His Majesty is very kind, but I'm afraid that to take a laywoman as my wife would defeat the purpose of our agreement." Bernhard dipped his head. "If you wish for Fräulein Barvat and me to assure in a new age of lupine-led assaults against your enemies, it will be necessary for us to draw from our own in matters of family." He rounded on her at last, that vile snakeskin kin of hers, and continued. "Gerwalta is the only unwed daughter of our High Matron in the clan of Red, who will fall before me when I bring her the royal decree proclaiming my command over all WOLFRETTER. She, in turn, will command Gerwaltas to acquiesce to me, and a WOLFRETTER always obeys the matron. Bloodlines are quite critical for our ability to dominate lupines. I am certain you of all people can appreciate that. Yes, bloodlines are the fabric that keeps the monarchy strong." The Emperor then turned to Aldild. "Fräulein Barvat, this is what did you call him? I remember I found it quite amusing." "Oh, yes. The king wolf you've selected from your new pack. I can see he is a strapping specimen, but will you be able to woo him away from this?" Ferdinand tossed a dismissive wave Gerwalta's way. "Lady!" Gerwalta felt like she'd been punched in the stomach. Whatever happened, her fate had ultimately remained unchanged. Bernhard was the most likely contender for her hand when she'd left Triberg, and that would be no different if his scheme succeeded. Andreas, on the other hand? She couldn't stomach it, couldn't accept that he'd be given to mating by force, that the Königswolf would be bonded to anyone. He deserved to be happy, to love and be loved. Like she loved... No. The WOLFRETTER cut off her apostasy before it could grow roots. Aldild bowed her head before speaking. "He is the brother of the One. I wished, your Majesty, but that is little concern. He comes from a noble lupine bloodline whose renown will help me to bring the other packs under my authority. Once I claim his mating bond, Andreas will be helpless to reject me. He will be loyal to me and me only. He will kill if I ask him to, and for you, by proxy of my dedication to the crown." "And by mating bond you mean you will—" Ferdinand acted out a crude gesture with his wiry hands. How had Aldild learned to act so demure? She even blushed. "Yes, my liege, we are ancient beasts, and our ancient rights still bind us." Lucky bastard. A momentary lustful curl perked in Ferdinand's expression before vanishing in a wink. "Do what needs to be done and report to me in the morning so we can start to plan our assault east. Finally, I'll have soldiers who can stand against that cursed Wallachian convert. Serve me well, and you will be rewarded handsomely." Bernhard and Aldild knelt as 2 soldiers followed the Emperor from the round room, their footfalls diminishing with every step down the circular tower stairs. At Althild's command, the doors were closed, and the 4 remaining soldiers, 2 still holding Gerwalta on her feet, remained. "How could you do this?" Anger dipped her words in red as she faced her cousin. "To your mother, to your matron, To your people. To me. To you was the simplest part heartstrings. Bernhard grinned, balled fists on his hips. If I hadn't done this, your mother would have married you to me, if for no other reason than to assume my mother's matronship once she passes. A man could never be trusted to rule a WOLFRETTER homestead, could he? Seeing what you've done with such a little taste of power, can you find fault in such thoughts? She leaned toward him, her voice becoming deadly soft. Do not fret, cousin. If you try to touch me now, you'll be woman enough when I'm done with you. Bernhard bore his teeth, pulling back his hand, readying the strike. Gerwalta refused to flinch. Bernhard, Althild called out, do not be distracted. If I do not claim Andreas tonight, our plans may come to ruin. Forced to turn his attention, the blow remained unthrown. I have bound him in silver for you. If he takes fur now the way I've wrapped him up, it won't be without losing a foot. He will remain a layman. What more do you require of me? A growl lumbered in Althild's chest, ripping out in frustration. Fool, it is only with the lust of the full moon that I could drive a king to consummation against his will. Even then I will need the strength of my pack to manage it. That is why everything we have orchestrated has been for this night. Either my pack must be brought here to the tower, or Andreas and I must be guided below. Bernhard sneered. It seems that this is something for which plans should have been made before. If you will recall, I wished to have the audience with Ferdinand in the dungeons, but he insisted on the tower. Bernhard crossed his arms and examined the space. Here feels more secure than the dungeons, though I will not savour having to witness such animalistic rituals. Eldild coughed a laugh. You'll see who the animal is come your wedding night. I will return shortly. Once I claim Andreas, we will move on to the next part of the plan. With that, the Queen of the Nuremberg pack took her wolf, her fine clothing ripping into shreds, and before taking in turn her leave. Chapter 24. His cries had dulled, but whimpers remained. Gerwalta wished she knew what to say, what to do. If he could take his wolf, at least Andreas could fight his way out and be safe. She could save herself if only she could make it to the parapet door. The soldiers may give chase, but that wouldn't matter. She'd never outrun the guilt of knowing she'd left Andreas behind. Besides, how far would she get? Althild would order her pack to chase her down. Maybe she'd clear the castle, perhaps even the city. But, exhausted after pushing so hard for 2 days to make it this far, she wondered if she could go 2 more hours without collapsing. Was the plan always to take me as your bride, or was it just convenient that I came along when I did? Gerwalta asked. Bernhard looked up from the ball of silver he bounced in hand, indifferent to her now where before he'd been so tender. Convenient is the last word I'd use. There was a moment in Ulm when my thugs cornered you in the church that I debated letting them kill you. Or at least letting them try. It would have given me a chance to escape without my plot being revealed. But, yes, I have known for some time that when this plan came to fruition, you were the one I wanted. Fourth daughter to a powerful matron trained in diplomacy, and just the right age to carry my seed. In the end, I rather enjoy doing away with the artifice of formally seeking your hand through your mother. I could still refuse. She put as much iron into her voice as it would hold. It is not customary for a daughter to reject the husband her mother selects, but not unprecedented. Bernhard pushed himself away from the wall he'd been leaning against and came to face her. Refuse me, and I'll inform your mother of your... His eyes flashed quickly to Andreas's shivering form on the ground. Disgrace. Althild said she smelled you two all over each other, and I've noticed the way your eyes light up when they linger on him. My mother would never believe me capable of that. Even as she said it, guilt pulled within her. How it hurt to imply Andreas was so undesirable, so loathsome. But she'd believe it of the wolf. He laughed under his breath. Ah, Gunda was probably testing his trustworthiness as much as yours, sending you on this mission. If you survive her judgment, it would only be in exile. And Andreas would be killed, mate of the Nuremberg Queen Wolf or no. Face it, Gerwalta, you are beaten. Besides, the Red Matron has been eyeing me for some time as a proper spouse. Assured, of course, by my status as the only surviving child in a region where dominance is critical. And was that a convenient coincidence as well? Oh, heartstrings. His touch upon her cheek now made her insides crawl. No, it wasn't. I killed both of my sisters. This plot did not rise into existence with the dawn. Monster! The restraint strained as Gerwalta struggled, and she felt the bite of the iron manacles into her flesh. "Cur, what makes you think I would ever marry you? That I would ever love you?" "Love?" Bernhard threw back his head and crowed. "When has love ever mattered? No, Walter, let me make this quite plain. Your role as my wife will be to grow my seed, both in mind and in body. The WOLFRETTER will be remade, starting with our children. We will dominate the wolves and be ruled as Lord God intended, by the will of men, not women. The wolves got that much right." "But Aldhild," he growled back, "is an abomination. An anathema, turned away by her own kind. She was on the edge of madness when I found her and convinced a pack to take her. She owes me her life, and I've used every bit of my influence over her to twist her to my whim. The she-wolf serves me just as you will serve me." Her anger had heated the kettle of her eyes. Even as Gerwalta tried to hold back the tears, Andreas's whimpers broke her. "Please, Bernhard, let us go. Let Andreas go. She has a whole pack from which to choose a mate." "Why, so he can be yours instead, you would lower yourself to be some wolf's bitch?" Bernhard spit in her face. "You're lucky I'm saving you from the folly of a feminine heart. This is why a woman should never rule." "I would never." But if he heard her say that now, it would look as though she were appealing to Bernhard's philosophies. It would crush Gerwalta to have Andreas think she thought any less of him because he was a wolf. "You would," Bernhard insisted. "His fate is really your fault, you know. Aldhild's mate was supposed to be the brother. Of all the wolves she recruited, she desired him most, probably because he was the hardest to break. Andreas Baron was the only king to come after his lost packling. When Stephen saw his brother had debased himself, from a wolf's perspective, to accept the help of a WOLFRETTER, he felt the depth of his brother's love and his loyalties divided. Even after Aldhild got his eyes back to her, and I threw Andreas down the well to frame him for killing the boy, you had to rescue the Königswolf, didn't you?" The events of those few days flashed in her mind's eye. It couldn't have been, could it? Gerwalta inspected the fabric of her memory, like a sack that had grown a hole that refused to be found. When would Bernhard have even had the opportunity to confront Andreas? But then she recalled the way he'd insisted he needed to be the one to canvass the village, for it was the layman's world, and there a woman had no power. The hindsight of her stupidity crushed her spirit. It was her fault, all of it. But how could she have known that by saving Andreas, she'd be dooming him at the same time? Gerwalta drew some comfort from the sensation of the pack's approach from the tower stairs below. Now that there seemed no way to change the outcome of this horrendous series of events, she was eager to have them done with. This battle was lost, but the war could not continue unless she lived to the next confrontation. The doors opened at the back of the chamber, bringing with it a cacophony of snarls, growls, and clashing metal. Bernhard turned, even as he crafted the silver blob back into a dagger. "About time! Take your bloody mate, Aldhild. I'm tired of minding your— Who are you? You're not Aldhild." Gerwalta's head shot up, seeing the balance tip despite not understanding how. Bernhard and the 4 layman guards assumed a formation, squaring off against a half-dozen wolves, teeth bared and claws long, led not by Aldhild but by a silver wolf with a patch of brown behind his right ear. As the parties faced each other, all forgot about the 2 prisoners. She used the chaos to her advantage, falling to Andreas's side and pulling at his restraints. "No," he called out as she attempted to wrench the links apart. The act only drove the lip of the cuffs deeper into his wrists. "You must flee." Gerwalta shook her head. "I am not leaving you." "But listen to them." Gerwalta looked up long enough to see the guards fending against a wolf each, while her cousin had spun some of blood-claimed silver into a shield and sword, and was using it to fend off the advances of not 1, but 3 wolves. Andreas grasped her hand. "It's full moon and a wolf lusts for blood. They will destroy you." "Leaving you will destroy me, and I—" Her words died as the flickering shadow cut across them. The more was more teeth than flesh, the wolf's lips pulled back so that his long, sharp, fatal fangs filled her vision. Only inches away from her face, she knew she was done for. No silver in this room would obey her command, and attacking from below she'd never be able to overpower the beast before her. The joy in Andreas's voice sieved through the crackle of the pain. "You're alive?" Gerwalta's head cocked to the side as the lupine settled back on its haunches, and yipped. She knew this wolf. She'd faced him once before. Stephen Baron. If the wolf's teeth weren't to kill her, his reaction might. Stephen leaned forward and pulled his tongue across her chin, the closest thing to a hug a lupine in his wolf could do. How was it possible? And how was he rational enough not to simply rip her to shreds at this very moment, under the light of a full moon? We'll have to explain the details to her later, brother. Through his suffering, the Königswolf managed to sit up. After we've had the chance to survive, go, do what you must. Gerwalta wasted no time in helping Andreas to his feet. Were she a man and larger, she'd not have been able to needle under his arm and hoist him with her shoulder. What must he do? How is he here? Who are these other lupines? Later, love, we need to run. Stephen says there's a troop of Imperial Guards on the way. No sooner had they taken 2 steps toward the door than dark-clad soldiers began to file in. A quick sweep of the room brought the count of wolves, including Stephen, to 10. The Imperial fighters might outnumber the lupines 2 to 1, but unless they brought silver blades or managed to remove limbs or heads, they had stepped into a battle they were destined to lose. Stephen set himself on all fours, a barrier between WOLFRETTER, and the violence. Gerwalta looked about and caught sight of the small wooden door on the far side of the room. "Come, this way," she said, dragging Andreas along. "But that goes to the parapet. We'll be trapped at the top of the tower with no way to get down." She pushed on, throwing the door open, taking in the full moon's glow like a salve. That room is filled with moon-crazed lupines and soldiers who likely have orders to see to our retention. We'll wait until they kill each other off or move on to other grounds and make our escape. There is still the question of what to do about Aldild. "We need to do nothing," Andreas said. "For better or worse, she is dead." "What?" She turned on the Königswolf as she lowered him down. "How do you know that?" "Because Stephen killed her," Andreas said, unable to hide a prideful smile. "He snuck into the castle just before sunset, following our scents. He encountered Aldild as she returned to claim her pack, and challenged her. He, of course, victored. So Stephen was king. Was that a good thing? Everything they'd experienced until now led her to believe not. But then again, Andreas's brother had just stood between her and danger and licked her face. And now, suddenly, your brother likes me instead of wanting me dead. How did that come about? He does not lack intelligence, Gerwalta. He read the situation and saw that you're on our side. Also, there's the fact that you're my mate." Andreas held up his hands, wincing, blood trickling down the insides of his arms. "Can you remove these, please, love?" She slapped down his injured paws. "What did you just say?" "The manacles, take them off." He thrust his arms forward again. "They are silver, you know, and I am still a lupine. They do sting a bit." "Not about the bloody manacles," she shouted. "What do you mean I'm your mate? Did I pass out? Does it—" She swallowed her awkwardness. "Does mating not engage one's body as much as I've been led to believe? Did we consummate and I was not aware?" His face screwed up. "Darling, when we consummate, you will be aware in every inch of your body, intimately, feverishly. But no, to the best of my knowledge, your maidenhead is intact." He shifted, taking her hands between his blood-streaked fingers. "You are my mate, and I yours, not because of any meeting of our bodies, but because of the joining of our hearts." Things went from sweet to peculiar in the beat of a bird's wing, as Andreas chirped out some very wolfish sounds through his very glorious layman's face. When Gerwalta met that with only confusion, he explained. "It's something wolves say to each other. It means my heart beats in your chest." To his disappointment, she scoffed. "You're injured and you're delirious," Gerwalta declared. "No more foolishness. If we don't find a way out of here, neither of our hearts will be beating regardless of in whose chest they reside." He lifted his hands once more. "Manacles?" Disappointment reclaimed her features. "I can do nothing, I'm sorry. Bernhard blood claimed the silver. Only he commands it." "Then how do we get these off?" The Königswolf shook his arm, making the chain connecting the 2 cuffs rattle. She shook her head. "Blood claimed or no, it is still silver. We need only find a smithy. Or I could remove them willingly." They turned. Bernhard's sword dripped with blood. Lupine or layman? Did it matter? Neither would make his blade any less sharp. He raised a shield, though the arrogance in his face served as well. making Gerwalta want to keep a goodly distance from him. If properly motivated, that is, he continued. Agree to my terms, Walter, and I'll let him live. Gerwalta spun, seating herself on Andreas's lap, determined to take any blow her errant cousin may throw the Königswolf's way. Enough. Oldhild is dead, and her pack's allegiance has been claimed by another. You have no grounds for holding on to Andreas now. Let him go. No grounds? His toothy smile irked her. So I was imagining him kissing my bride-to-be, then? She faltered. I kissed him. You cannot hold him at fault for that. Exile for a fourth daughter would be particularly cruel, wouldn't it? Bernhard pressed on. You do not have the combat training of your sisters, nor the ability your brother might have to succeed in the world of laymen. You'd be turned out from home without a clan fated by birth to be an enemy of all wolves who could then kill you without ramification. No! Andreas shifted his weight beneath her, forcing Gerwalta to rise along with him. Though he still feigned when she placed herself between the two men, he did not demur in sight of Bernhard's silver. Do not threaten me, betrayer. I kissed her, and by God I love her, and I will never, never let you or any of your kind touch her. Gerwalta let out a hiss as her eyes closed. Every word you speak signs your execution papers. Please, stop. Do not hand him the very weapon he will use to strike you. As far as he strayed from honour, do you think he was waiting for legal justification to kill me? Andreas said. I was dead the moment he knew I loved you. The width of the parapet proved just enough for Andreas to circle the WOLFRETTER before him. He held up his hands and displayed the bubbling, bleeding flesh warped by silver. I ask only that you remove these bonds and give me a fair chance to defend myself. I am weary from the silver, weakened from travel and turmoil. You will finish me in short order, but at least let me die as the king I am, and not the grovelling, inhuman creature you think I am. Before she could interject, Bernhard grinned, saying, So be it. The silver fled Andreas's wrists, and within moments where the battered man-king had stood, the lord of the lupines remained. Andreas! Gerwalta lunged forward, but too late. The wolf charged, snarling, barking, teeth-bared and dripping. Bernhard leaped, grabbing one of the timbers of the tower roof which extended off the parapet with his free hand and hoisting himself out of the striking path. The energy behind his pounce had sent the Königswolf flying, and Gerwalta cried out, fearing he'd fallen. He hadn't, but his top half hung precariously over the railing, the bottom half of the massive wolf trying to find purchase on the stones beneath his feet. The reason we keep to the trees is because they so fear heights, or didn't you know? Bernhard dropped down, pacing. Not all daggers are made of silver, heartstrings. The dark, brooding look of his eye struck her deep in her gut. Bernhard was hunting, and she was the prey. Her cousin was a fearsome predator. She knew by reputation and, to some extent, observation. But every warrior had a weakness. Both cousins had been trained to listen. For a snap, for a pant, for the rustle of leaves. They'd never been taught to listen for the silence. Unlike the WOLFRETTER, Andreas learned from his mistakes. To charge? That had been a mistake, as was to attack from the front. The Königswolf moved with such determined, deliberate, delicate movements, claws retracted and more closed, he made nary a sound. All Gerwalta need do is keep her cousin distracted long enough. I would rather die than let you touch me, traitor. He feigned insult, splaying his hand over his chest in an overly dramatic fashion. Oh, love, such cruel words for your intended. But I remind you, I'm not the one who debased herself to tarry with a beast. Do as I say, or I will see you ruined. I can always find other wolves and scare them enough to do as I say. I will make good on my promise to train an army of lupines for the Emperor, and I will flood his coffers with so much silver your Gerwalta Faust will have no choice but to bow down before me. His arrogance is also a weakness, exploit it. So if I agree to be your wife, to foster your plots and serve your agenda, you will let Andreas live and allow my clan to continue to prosper. Prosper may be an overstatement, but I will assure that Schloss WOLFRETTER has sufficient resources and contacts to maintain its matron. What's more, I will assure they live, and that your indulgences remain unknown. With that, the man before her reached a hand to his sword, and pulled from it a generous pinch of the metal. The remaining blade immediately liquefied, filling in the gap, healing. Within moments, Bernhard had wielded the small amount of silver into a hoop crowned with the emblem of a rose. Take this ring in my hand and help me lead the Dark Ones out of the shadows, with our kind ruling them all. Even as Andreas tested his balance, a prelude to his strike, Gerwalta kept up the act. She started to reach for the ring and took it at the very moment the werewolf leaped. Pfft! Chapter 25. Andreas had heard stories of the odd sensation one has when he realizes he's to die. As though time slows down. As though thoughts speed up. As though life comes to an end in an instant, and the totality of it stretches on forever. It had not occurred to him that saving Gerwalta would result in his death, but he could not find it in himself, to be sorry for saving her life at the cost of his own. What would a worthy wolf not give for the woman he loved? Bernhard, the cursed snake, turned only in time to catch a wolf streaming through the air, moments from contact. By the time he'd pivoted in an attempt to get his sword between them, they were both sailing over the wooden rail of the parapet. And then all that was left was to fall. Andreas settled into an expected wave of contentment, accepting the inevitable. His only regret, that he'd never heard Gerwalta say she loved him. She must, he could see the truth covered by the thinnest veiled expression, but to have heard the words from her mouth, that would have made his life truly complete. As Bernhard's visage plummeted towards the ground, he noticed that the WOLFRETTER became smaller in his sight, instead of constant as he'd expected when falling with him. How odd the experiences of death. Didn't you hear me? It was Gerwalta's voice, or at least it sounded very much like her, only harsher, straining, almost guttural. It was at that moment that Andreas realized he was in tremendous, terrible pain. On his rump. A wolf's tail had not been designed by the Creator to be used as a handle, but such was their situation, for his beloved had literally caught him by it. From the pull he felt, Andreas wondered if it may actually separate from his body, leaving only a nub. "Change, I need your hand to pull you up, Gerwalta demanded, straining to tug him up to the parapet where she had somehow managed to remain, until he realized she wasn't on the parapet at all. The Königswolf pushed down every instinct in his body, telling him to run, even though he was hanging in mid-air, held up by nothing but Gerwalta's grip, and she held up by nothing but the grace of the Lord Almighty, and an ability to do the impossible. Change back. But if I do, where does my tail go, love? What will you be holding on the other side? The answer to his thoughts did not encourage him to comply in the least. There was a choice to be made, and made very quickly. On the one paw he could refuse to change, likely fall to his death, or at the very least, to his great detriment, and in doing so, allow Gerwalta to appear to have been his downfall. It may cover their romantic tracks enough for her to return to her family with her reputation unscathed. Or on the other, he could comply, be saved, and in turn, strive to be the death of them both. He'd rather spend a lifetime fighting for her than a moment dying without her. Andreas would have called it a leap of faith, but the use of any description, including leap, didn't appeal. Mustering all his strength, the wolf pulled his body in, curling his spine and bending up at the waist, even as he raged a war against the pull of the full moon above, beckoning him to remain in fur. Gerwalta seemed to understand his attention. Better to grab onto something frankly more grabbable on the top half of his body than to try and hold him by the leg. In one consuming expenditure of her strength, she heaved him skyward as though attempting to toss him back onto the parapet. A brief moment of paw and a split second of skin. Andreas reached. "I've got you." Gerwalta's hands gripped vice-like around his wrist just as the ground below tried to claim him as a victim, sending another ripple of pain as his shoulder popped out of its socket. "Andreas!" She pulled even harder and likely would have lifted him too, if not for the fact that, lingering in mid-air like a cloud, Gerwalta had no solid surface against which to gain leverage. "I'm going to float us down, don't let go." "I thought—" "Breathe. You said you—" "Whimper. Couldn't fly." "I am not flying, I am falling very slowly." "So you have fallen for me at last?" He grinned. It did take long enough. "Keep at that, and I will slay you myself ere we reach ground. You will require no weapon, I am in love with you. You need only tell me that you do not feel the same, and I will fall dead." If he was expecting some sort of passionate embrace or at the very least kind words, when again they stood on solid earth at a safe distance from where Bernard sat, broken and breathing fast, the Königswolf was sorely mistaken. In this case, literally. Gerwalta reached up, not for his embrace, but for his shoulder, where his arm hung at an odd angle at his side. With an upward jab, the dislocated appendage cut daggers into his sense of manhood. Like a wolf, a forest animal, Andreas knew better than to call out when could be helped. This couldn't be. At least his cry was brief, and the pain equally as transient. Matters other than your heart require attention, Herr Baron. You wish to give attention to other parts of me? He grinned despite the truth of her words. Your grip on my tail was amazingly firm. The WOLFRETTER was rendered Janus-faced. Outwardly, she wore a scowl, but he did not believe the blush in her cheeks was from anger. Gerwalta spun on her heel, conjuring her cloak as she did. Intrigued by the development, he proceeded to follow her as she crossed the ground to her errant cousin. Bernhard did not rise, though he did lift his head to observe them. The blood would have turned the stomach of any fair maiden. Gerwalta, however, was made of tougher materials. Andreas stated the obvious. He landed on his own sword. It's silver, Gerwalta stated flatly. It won't kill him, unfortunately. A fourth daughter, who'd have thought? The gurgle in Bernhard's voice likely meant he'd sustained substantial injury. Either that, or he'd bitten off part of his tongue when he'd landed. Possibly both. Does Mommy know you can fly? Why does everyone keep accusing me of flying? The other WOLFRETTER huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. If I could, why do you suppose I have not escaped before now? Andreas looked at her askance. Why didn't you? Gerwalta ignored the Königswolf leaning at her cousin's side. Let us speak of a new agreement, Bernhard, where you are allowed to live in exile, but live nonetheless, and you never speak a word of my so-called betrayal to anyone. And what, simply tell the Emperor that we have had a change of mind and no longer intend to serve him? Bernhard shook his head. Too many know for us to pull back the truth now, regardless of whether I live or you die. Ferdinand wouldn't be keen for the Church to learn of his associations with us. There are many, many ecclesiastical ears and eyes in the court of the Holy Roman Emperor. I'm quite certain everyone who knew was in that room. Only his closest guards would have been trusted to accompany him, and they're sworn to secrecy. But Ferdinand knows. Bernhard's bloody smile spread wide across his face. Or are you contemplating regicide, cousin? Before Gerwalta could offer her return, a blanket of growls fell over them. Both Wolf and WOLFRETTER turned, Bernhard for his part swivelling his head, to where a very bloody, very fearsome, very threatening pack of lupines was stalking slowly towards them. Andreas? The instinct to protect overrode extant realities. Gerwalta stepped in front of the Königswolf, arms wide, hands itching for silver. Behind her, a rumble of low laughter emanated from Andreas's chest. You are a darling, lambkin, but no need to fear for me. No wolf in Stephen's pack would harm me without his order, even on full moon. Stephen's pack? Her arms dropped as she spun to him. Your brother is a... Without letting her finish the question, the Königswolf leaned in and kissed the tip of her nose. We're not getting the resolution to this we would have expected, are we? No, she thought, and in so many ways. Gently pushing her aside, she suspected, in a show of dominance, for the sake of maintaining their audience's respect, Andreas approached the pack just as the wolf at its centre, whom she recognised as Stephen, emerged. Being that they were kin and as they all had just been through a heated, deadly confrontation with both traitors to their kind and imperial guards, she supposed she shouldn't judge them for their sentimental reunion, full of whimpering and, in Stephen's case, excessive licking. She hadn't the proper time to do it anyhow, for soon enough Gerwalta found herself observing the most peculiar thing with stark fascination. Andreas as a man and Stephen as a wolf began to carry on a conversation. No, I agree, you couldn't possibly come back to the Schwarzwald now. A yip, a yap, a whine. Stephen stared at her pointedly while breathing heavily and pulling back his ears. We could seek the WOLFRETTER's aid with... The new Königswolf bore his teeth and snarled. Andreas put up his hands. Peace, brother, it was merely a thought. My suggestion, at the very least, would be to leave the Holy Roman Empire. If Ferdinand wants retribution, he'll come after you first. A whimper, a yip. Yes, England might be a good idea. A bit of water between you and there would offer some security. You might even consider Scotland. A distinctly angry growl. Not Scotland, then. Gentlemen. Gerwalta wondered if it were wise to express her frustration so openly, given a group of moon-crazed packlings restrained only by Stephen's good nature were within striking distance and she was without any weapon. May I remind you that we are still in the courtyard of Ferdinand's most prized castle, having just slaughtered his most trusted guards and several of his valuable conspirators. Perhaps the pleasantries can be exchanged once we have escaped. A bark, a yip. Stephen cocked his head. A grin spread over Andreas's face as he turned to look at her for the briefest moment, then returned his gaze to his brother. Yes, but she hasn't yet realised it for her part. Before Gerwalta could inquire about the meaning behind that cryptic statement, he turned on her. What of him? The Königswolf jerked his head in Bernhard's direction. Gerwalta pivoted and observed with some amazement how her cousin managed to still be so smug despite laying on the ground, impaled on his own sword. The sliver cannot kill you, Bernhard, but the bleeding will unless I take you to a physician. If I draw the sword from your body, will you swear to leave the Red Clan regions forever, and renounce this foolish pride of yours? You could accompany my brother's pack to England, Andreas added. They would be more easily settled in a new region if accompanied by a WOLFRETTER for balance. He pushed himself up slowly even as the pain warped his features and the blood trickled down the outside of his attire. I would rather die in battle than live exiled and ashamed. His silver sword had entered his back on the right side of his body and angled upward such that its tip jutted out just below his ribcage. Bernhard wrapped his hands around the bloody point, bringing on a new trickle from his fingers and accompanying that which flowed from his abdomen. With a deep inhale and shaky exhale, both of which seemed to cause him great agony, the form of the sword melted, pooling liquid for a shimmering moment before it reformed, blade out and handle in hand in the WOLFRETTER's grip. A pack animal should respect that wish. Bernhard turned his head and spit red before dragging his tattered sleeve over the corner of his mouth. He lifted the sword. And that's all you are, a pack animal. Stephen took 2 steps forward, growling. Andreas waved his brother back. At ease, brother, if we kill him even in battle, it will only work against us. Let him stay if he wishes, and sew back together his cloak of deceit. I think he'll find it more difficult without our help. He held out his hand then to Gerwalta. Come, love, it's over. The fact that her head spun hearing his endearments meant their story was anything but. If Stephen is to leave, take this night and the final moon to run together as brothers. I will meet you come dawn, on the Ulm road, so we can make the journey together. The Königswolf looked at her with narrowed eyes. And what of your cousin? She shrugged. He is still my kin. You raced across the land for yours. Surely I can take a few more steps for mine. If there was one thing the wolf understood, it was family. Andreas smiled and gave her a nod. Then, for no reason she could fathom, he pulled her into his embrace, his naked flesh against her regrettably clothed figure, and kissed her to distraction. He bit her bottom lip before pulling away. Tomorrow we will speak of my intentions. They are honourable, I assure you. A half-smile ticked up on her face as she dared look down the planes of his stomach. Evidence suggests otherwise. Andreas said no more, but the look of lust that filled his eyes was enough to make the WOLFRETTER swoon. 2 blinks later, he had shifted, and the pack made their escape. Bernhard turned his head and spit. You cannot truly be in love with one of them. Her eyes went wide. Who said I was? Your eyes, even if your red, rosy lips still deny it. The sword dropped down somewhat. You know the consequences of such a union. Or was it a lie all along, his supposed errand to retrieve his brother, an excuse for the 2 of you to get out from under the press of your mother's thumb and under his... Well, I don't suppose it would be his thumb he'd be pressing against you, is it? She ignored his barb. How long have you been conspiring with vampires, Bernhard? The sudden pivot made him blink thrice in rapid succession. What are you talking about? The only lupine pack that spawns female kings is in Constantinople, and the coins in the red bag were marked with Ottoman words. I cannot read it, of course, but I recognise it from correspondence my mother receives from the Clan of Black. She advanced on him, despite her lack of a weapon. Altild, or whatever her name truly was, for I suspect that is an alias, must have come from there, along with enough trinkets to buy an audience with the Emperor himself. Silver tributes are not what a lupine would choose, though. Vampires wanting to seed dissension in enemy territory, however. If I were them, that would be my move. You see ripe fields where only fallow ones lie. He raised his sword again. Will you end me or no? I grow weary. That's why you have the cart and your 2 hired thugs, isn't it? She continued, because a portion of it was promised to you if you cooperated. You sold your people's honour and secrets for what? Silver? Silver you did not even earn at that. He spit a mouthful of blood to his left. Oh, spare me your lectures of honour. A leader takes what is desired by force or by fury. Only a slave accepts whatever pittance his master sees worthy to give him, expecting nothing more. The footfalls came from the corners of the courtyard. Soldiers, ones who had finally been roused and readied, pulled away from dinner and dormitories, approached with haste. Time was running out. Is that what you believe you are, a slave? She pointed to the tower above. Every man save the Messiah is a slave to something or someone. All you did was find a new master, but I don't believe it was Ferdinand. Who is it, then, who corrupted a righteous WOLFRETTER? They fell in now, the soldiers, coming to stand in a circle about them. She did not know if the imperial men knew of her cousin, or would offer Bernhard any deference. All she knew was that they all had swords drawn and she did not. You there? A half-dressed man with a bushy moustache and rosy, plump cheeks called out. He must be the captain, Gerwalta thought. Drop your weapon. We have you surrounded. Let the lady go, and we shall spare you. Bernhard spat fury. She could kill every one of you before you could blink, as could I. His gaze sharpened. You know that to be true, don't you, Walter? Even as injured as I am. You could. There was no point in denying what was true. You want to know who corrupted me, to whom I am truly indentured. Bernhard pulled back his sword, as though to strike her. I fear you shall meet him anon when I am gone. A monster, Walter, that's who, and I'd rather face Lucifer than him with my failure. Goodbye, cousin. He spun, darted, swung. Mortal men were no match, but Bernhard would have them justify his own death. As 10 swords simultaneously sliced into Bernhard, severing limbs, opening his stomach, and letting his guts spill forth, Gerwalta took advantage of the distraction, turned and ran as fast as she possibly could. Chapter 26. The child who found him on the road and delivered Gerwalta's message couldn't have been more than 8. Old enough to heed direction without the intellect to ask too many questions. Young enough to repeat meaningless things like, not coming, and go back without her, without understanding the pain such words inflicted. Heartache weighed down his steps, Andreas's sorrow sinking into his boots. The journey back to the Schwarzwald took so much longer without her, the road harder on his feet. At least when he reached the place where fields gave way to elms and oaks, he could take to the woods instead. 5 days in, the Königswolf reclaimed the natural rhythm of his kind, sleeping in the day, traversing the woodlands by night. When hungry, he did as animals would, hunt down small prey and partake of it. When he tired, he rested. When he longed for her touch, the wolf threw back his head and bayed. Had he read her wrong? Andreas didn't think so. Gerwalta's kiss lit fires within him, consumed him. She'd never tipped her heart to him, yet he felt the truth of her sentiments instinctively. He couldn't explain to any rational creature how their affections had grown. And in so short a time, but it was what it was. He loved her, and it had come about without a mating bond, and despite their conflicting natures. He wanted her to be his wife, there could never be another. The waning moon looked impaled on the edge of Schloss Wolfsretter's fortress tower, the dim light enough to illuminate the forested valley that stretched out below. Gerwalta knew Andreas had made it back. Helga had reported that she'd learned as much when she'd returned from her patrols 2 nights before. Gunda Faust grumbled, "Despite your lack of follow-through." The youngest Faust ate the insult without objection. "My mission was only to accompany the Königswolf and keep my eyes open at court. Making my way home with him was not a responsibility you laid at my feet." It didn't surprise her that he'd gotten back faster than she did. No doubt Andreas gained some ground the very night they'd fled Nuremberg, running with his brother one last time before Stephen fled for England. After that, the Königswolf could have taken to 4 feet as soon as the forest allowed. Meanwhile, Gerwalta laboured on too, using the distance and time to construct both a cover for their exploits and to lecture her heart on what its priorities must be. Her mother let out a guttural chuff. She did so hate cheekiness, even more so when the cheeky one was also stating the truth. Then, seeing an opportunity to impress upon her matron the utter disgust she would have felt doing so, added, Besides, what cause would I have to be a travel companion to a lupine of my own free will? Yes, I see how that would have been. Gunda's unnatural youthful face screwed up. Undesirable. But you did do as I asked, did you not? Gerwalta dared a direct look at Helga, all while schooling her features and her voice, desperate not to reveal her worry. Did Herr Baron not share with you the details of the journey? Her eldest sister liked to adopt an air of authority, practicing for the time when she would become matron. Or so Helga assumed she would, as the eldest righteous sibling, with the others having demonstrated no other traits that would suggest an exception to the chronological selection. Then again, who else knew that Gerwalta could fly? Helga crossed her leather-clad hands over her chest and clicked her tongue. Refused to say anything more than his brother is dead, then asked me to leave him and his pack alone for a while to mourn in private. Stephen is dead? Gunda raised a precarious eyebrow. Is that true? She swallowed her relief. Thank goodness that the story she concocted would mesh with what Andreas had said. Yes, Stephen was killed after reaching the Imperial Court, but not by me. Helga's arms dropped to her side. By who then? By Bernhard Drieger. Even the matron flinched at that. Maria's son? What cause would Bernhard have to be in Nuremberg? One of his own making, I believe, Dad, Gerwalta said. The key to selling a lie was to blanket it in just enough truth to keep the deceit warm. It was Bernhard who has been undermining our silver contracts. That's impossible, Gunda protested. I provide Maria's clan with plenty enough silver to serve our sacred duty. It would not be enough to undersell me, and even if it were, to undersell me with my own silver. Suddenly Helga laughed, throwing back her head and cackling. Oh, don't you see, Mother? This is just another of Gerwalta's attempts to avoid marriage. She knows you've chosen him as her intended. Gunda was anything but amused. One slashing look cut Helga down to silence. Apparently, Gerwalta was not to have known about the arrangements. Curious, why? It wasn't as if she would have objected to Bernhard back when she was ignorant of his scheming. It was something else then, wasn't it? It will be quite impossible to marry him now, she interrupted. Bernhard is also dead. But you said... Gunda pressed fingers to her temples. Enough of this piecemeal explanation. Tell me the whole of it, Gerwalta. What happened in Nuremberg? She relaxed her features and read back the story she drafted and determined on her sojourn home. Bernhard was conspiring with a female lupine queen to reveal our kind to the Emperor, and in so doing, to enlist all the Dark Ones in the war with the East. She left out under the command of the Imperial Court. Better to handle one catastrophe at a time, and only as needed. Both her mother and her older sister blanched, but it was Helga who recovered first. A lupine queen? An anathema, Gerwalta confirmed. A she-wolf king. Don't worry, sister. She has also been slain. Good. Gunda rose from her throne. While the number of corpses you left in your wake is more than I would have preferred, you did what needed to be done to resolve the issues before you. I will write to Maria and demand she appear at court immediately to answer for her son's betrayal. But where was she getting so much silver? Here Gerwalta resumed the lie, even if just by omitting the truth as she knew it. Then again, what did she know? Nothing about what she learned in Nuremberg either indicted or absolved Maria Brager of involvement. But nothing Maria could know would be able to implicate Gerwalta's own wrongdoings, and if Maria wasn't involved, her testimony in the matron's court would release her from any punishment. Her mother descended the dais and raised a gloved hand to stroke her daughter's cheek. I know you had some softness towards Bernhard. It was one of the reasons I sought to match you with him. Do not linger on his memory too long. A traitor is worthy only of disdain. She swallowed back the lurch in her stomach. Would she disdain me if she knew my heart? I shan't, matron. Gunda's hand dropped away. When Maria comes, we will get our answers. You have done well, Gerwalta, inflicting your will on a king wolf in the lay world. Your father worried that keeping you from patrols would make you soft. But I assured him you were the toughest of all my daughters. Beside the matron, Helga flinched for a brief moment, but she dared not speak. Their mother continued. You will begin patrolling the packlands with your sisters henceforth. Tomorrow, after you've had a chance to rest. If it would please the matron, I would start tonight. Even Gunda quirked an eyebrow at Gerwalta's request. Zelda and Gretchen will have nearly completed their rotation now, and the sun will rise in an hour or so. Could she sell the lie? She'd never know unless she tried. I managed to keep the Königswolf under my control for nearly a fortnight. I do not want Andreas Baron thinking merely because we are back in the Schwarzwald that I am any less of a threat to him. Give me an opportunity to remind him that I am not his ally, that the pecking order has not changed, while my abilities are still green in his thoughts. The matron grinned. Very good indeed, go then and bring him to heel. She spun, snapping a finger in the air. The nerve of him telling us to keep our distance so he can mourn. What does he suppose we are, fools? Chapter 27. In the back pasture, little Jacob and Jelena Kosner crawled over a fallen tree nearly as tall off the ground as were they. Minding pups at play was not a usual task taken on by the Königswolf, but since returning from his sojourn, Andreas sought anything to distract him from his own thoughts. It also gave Wilhelm and Lisi, the pups' parents, a rare opportunity for intimacy. Perchance it would result in another Kosner pup, and a blessing from the Lord if it did. The pack needed its legacy secured. The next king would not be his child after all. Andreas pushed away the swirl of frustration and sadness at the thought. So what if his bloodline would die out here in the Schwarzwald? Who could say if Andreas's heritage was truly so special to begin? Only the word of ancestors long dead and an agreement among peers to consider it truth. Jacob Kosner had come into his fur just this past summer, a strapping lad at 6, and sharp as a blade. The boy's brown curls bounced on his head as he ran in circles, chasing his sister. The girl, a year younger, was lithe, but her older sibling had a keen advantage. Where a boy was one moment, a small, juvenile pup bounced about the next. Lisi Kosner would foam when she saw. Jacob's breeches would be ruined, again. But such was the woe of raising a lupine child. The wolfling nipped the little girl's ankle, making her call out. No fair. Jelena stopped on the spot and pushed balled fists into her hips. Andreas, tell him no fair. I can't take fur yet. He reached for the child, pulling her up to rest on his knee. He ought to be glad about it too, eh? The moment you can, I think it's Jacob who will be on the run. Jelena held up her index fingers to her mouth, feigning fangs and making a yipping sound. I will bite his butt. Andreas threw back his head and surprised even himself with the laugh. Bless a child to shed light in the dark recesses of the broken heart. He planted a kiss atop Jelena's amber crown. Yes, you will, darling. You. His senses alerted almost too late. No sooner had he perceived the presence of a WOLFRETTER than he looked across the field and saw one standing there, out where the fences bordered the forest. The child shook in place, but her little brother placed himself between her and the interloper, ready to do everything in his power to defend his sister. Jacob, take your sister back to the house. Even a young pup was obligated by the king's command, but sometimes the reaction lagged. The little girl's voice shook as she stood in place. Is she going to kill us? Jelena's words nearly broke his heart. The children were the most vulnerable and the least able to understand the nuances of the dynamic their two species maintained. No, my pet, but that does not mean you should not run. Go now and ready yourselves for bed. I will come to help you shortly. Fräulein Faust only wants to talk. He hoped. His young packlings did not wait for further encouragement. They sped off with haste, leaving Andreas to make his way over the field. He trudged his way across the distance, all the while scanning the tree line, looking for the second flank. The matron's children always patrolled in twos. Much to his surprise, he could detect no second party, neither by scent nor sight. You violate our agreement, Fräulein Helga, Andreas called. You are permitted to patrol around the boundaries of our farm, but you are supposed to write an official request to enter the grounds unless in cases of utter need. The WOLFRETTER did not speak. Instead, her lithe hands drew to her head, whereupon she pulled down the hood of her cloak, revealing herself not to be the matron's eldest daughter at all, but the youngest. The Königswolf lectured his body to stay upright. Gerwalta. Her words were soft, timid. We must speak. Quickly. Are you amenable? Andreas nodded. She turned then, also surveying the trees for company, before motioning him to follow her into them. The Königswolf checked on his young packlings once more. In the distance, Jelena and Jacob had nearly reached the home in the centre of their cleared lands. They'd be inside in a moment, and none other of his pack were close enough to observe them. The 23 steps that took them away from the pasture, over the fence, and into the privacy of the trees were the heaviest he'd ever trod, weighed down by contemplation. "Gerwalta, please, tell me what happened. I was so fearful." She gave no chance to finish his query. In the time it took her to turn, Gerwalta was on him, lips to lips, mouth to mouth, and heart to heart. Her kiss robbed him of a man's reason, left nothing but the wolf and its hunger. Blood raced through his veins, an animal urge to quell his questions and satisfy his longing. Andreas's hands skirted down her backside, fixing a grip that allowed him leverage. He pulled her up, her legs encircling him at the hips, all as she continued to devour his kiss. Only when he took his own mouth back and used it to nip at her neck did she have a chance to speak. "Bernhard is dead." Good. Then their secret was safe. "My mother thinks Stephen is dead," she added when she could manage her lips again. He pushed her back into a thick oak, pinning her there, using the freedom it allowed his hands to pull at the buckle securing her cloak just under her throat. "I told Helga as much." Her hands pressed into the sides of his face. "Tell me you love me." "You have my heart, my fealty, my—" The Königswolf threw back his head and chuckled. "Whatever you want that I have, it is yours. I surrender all to you." Gerwalta pressed a kiss to his lips. "Do I have your will?" "I serve you, my lamb." He pulled back her collar, revealing a tempting morsel of collarbone, which he immediately felt obliged to suckle. "I am your slave." Her fingers threaded through his hair, pushing him harder into his labours. "Then mate." He laughed against her flesh. "I am attempting to, dear heart." "No, not—" She froze in his arms. "Not me." "Not you?" The Königswolf stilled. "But I love you." "Irrelevant." Gerwalta let her legs fall, reclaiming her own 2 feet. "Andreas, you must." He didn't feel like kissing her all of a sudden. No, that was a lie. He very much desired it, but that same mouth that fed his heart was now saying things to break it. The space that grew between them was so much more than physical. It sank into his skin. His voice sounded foreign to his own ears. "Knowing how I feel for you, you would have me take another as wife." How could she smile and cry at the same time, the WOLFRETTER, duplicitous even in emotions? "I would have you be happy." She placed a gloved hand on his chest. "Is it not true that your heart will fall to whomever you first bed?" "It's the defect of my kind making traitors of heartstrings. But, Gerwalta, how could I bed another when it is your body I want beneath me?" That made her gasp a little. Good, he thought. I grow weary of being the one always to burn, while she can stay so cool. Andreas. Something between happiness and anger drew her features in all directions. You must have realized this could never be. You are a wolf. I, your sworn enemy and overseer. If any of my kin learn that I've so much as kissed you, it means your death. Was that truly her concern? And your exile? Her hands caught him just below his sternum, pushing him away. Fie to my exile! What life could I have, knowing my childish desires had ended you? But a Königswolf in love was no easy thing to eschew. He reclaimed her hand, pulling it to his lips, kissing the back of her knuckles. Then we'll run away. No, your pack needs you, especially on the heels of losing your brother. He searched his thoughts for a counter. They'll come with us then. Force them to give up their homes, their livelihoods, just to satisfy your own heart. She shook her head. What kind of king would force his people to do such a thing? The solidity of his determination turned to sand flowing through his fingers. Perhaps if we kept to the shadows. And how would I hide such a thing from my husband? Husband? Andreas blinked fiercely as though blinded in the moment. But Bernhard is dead. He is. But I believe my mother now feels this mission of ours has somehow proven my mettle. She will marry me off soon enough. Andreas. Gerwalta crossed to him, putting a hand to the huffing wolf's cheek. Take a mate, give me the comfort of knowing there is someone here able to love you in my stead. Would that you say it once, Gerwalta. Then maybe you could not so easily deny what your heart... He leaned into her touch, closing his eyes, savouring the moment. Please, Gerwalta. I would hear it from you. Andreas, that is to say that I'd let her. I? The word sounded like a plea for help. Oh, Andreas, no, but please no. I will never forget. A snap of a branch, a rush of wind, and the Königswolf opened his eyes to find himself alone. A lesser man would have grieved then. For his part, Andreas had been grieving since the morning after Nuremberg. But as he walked back across the field toward the farmhouse, he had to lecture himself not to skip, lest he give himself away. His wolves would want to know why his demeanour had turned about with such force and so fast. He'd have to tell his pack eventually, of course. Even the dullest lupine would notice his king take a WOLFRETTER as mate. First, he'd have to win her hand, however. Then he could go about changing their hearts. Gerwalta Faust had said many things just now, but one thing she had not said was that she did not love him. Even if she had, it would have been a lie. He tasted her love in their kiss, scented her desire in the air when they embraced, heard the spike of her pulse when he spoke of his hunger for her body. The matron's fourth daughter was just as gone on him as he was on her. They were mates already, in every way but the deed. He wouldn't discount Gerwalta's hesitance to submit to her own heart. He was not so blinded by his feelings to discard reality. When they succeeded in being together, their union would fly in the face of centuries of tradition. But, as he told Gerwalta, Andreas sensed a change in the winds. A new world was coming, one in which a WOLFRETTER and a lupine could be together. One in which he would wed himself to a WOLFRETTER, and where Gerwalta Faust would be his bride. The End of Beauty and the Betrayer. Red Origins Trilogy, Book 1, written by Kendra Meeks, performed by a digital narrator powered by 11 Labs. Look for Book 2 in the Red Origins series, The Wolf and the Watcher, available from Tulip Noir Press. Copyright of this title, as well as exclusive rights to all formats international and domestic, are reserved by Kendra Meeks and Tulip Noir Press. Original copyright 2019. Digital voice performance copyright 2024. For more information about the author, visit Kendra at kendrameeks.com. Thank you for listening.